Thanksgiving is absolutely one of my most favorite days of the year because I love cooking and having people over to my house. And a lot of you guys tell me that you go back and watch all of my old Thanksgiving videos to get inspiration for this year's Thanksgiving. Well, did you know that Thanksgiving is only 28 days away? And so it's time to start planning. And today I have combined all of my last 5 years of Thanksgiving videos into one so you can get tons of inspiration. I'll link all of the recipes down below, so enjoy. I am very excited to be sharing with you a plan, shop, prep, and cook with me for our family Thanksgiving this year. Now, I have hosted Thanksgiving at my house for a few years now since my husband and I moved into a larger space. We have plenty of room to have everyone over and host, and I just love doing it. So we're gonna get started by me showing you what is on the menu for Thanksgiving. I'm gonna make my shopping list. We're gonna go to the grocery store. I'm gonna show you a grocery haul of all the items that I got. I'm going to cook the Thanksgiving dinner, and then at the end, I will show you the finished product. So stick around. Happy December. I hope you come with me on this crazy journey of Vlogmas this year, and I am so thankful for each and every one of you. All right, so it is currently the Saturday before Thanksgiving, and I'm up here in my office working on my grocery list. I already have my meal plan made out for Thanksgiving. I did get my turkey today and my ham because I wanted to make sure that those didn't sell out before Thanksgiving. So after I'm done showing you the meal plan and grocery list, I'll show you the turkey. I have that in the garage refrigerator starting to thaw. So tomorrow I'll actually be going and getting my ingredients. I'll take you to the store with me to shop, but for now let me show you what I'm planning. Okay, so here is the meal planner that I use every week. This is a Carrie L meal planner. I always have her site linked in the description box below, and the thing I like about this is there is a gathering section. So I kind of already communicated with everyone as to what everyone was bringing. I wrote everything down. They have a section for appetizers, side dishes, main course, desserts, drinks, kids, and supplies. So I kind of tried to denote who was bringing what, and then I went ahead and highlighted everything that I'm making. So I am going to make some rolls. My sister is making like a brie appetizer. I just went ahead and bought, canned cranberry sauce because that's what everyone likes the best. Adam's aunt is bringing a fruit salad. I'm going to make a cheese and pickle plate. Karen's also bringing chips. Yeah, that's your great aunt. She's also going to bring some chips and dip. I am maybe going to make my sausage stuffing along with stovetop stuffing. I'm not quite sure if I'm going to do both yet. But we have some people that don't eat sausage, and so I really like the sausage stuffing, but we'll see. And then I'm also going to make mashed potatoes and gravy. My sister's bringing corn casserole. Adam's mom is bringing noodles. My sister-in-law is bringing green bean casserole, and then I may make some broccoli casserole. I found a new recipe from Food Network that I want to try. I'm making turkey. I have gravy down here again just so I don't forget it. Ham, and then I'm also wanting to try a new recipe for cranberry jalapeno salsa, so we'll see about that. And then for desserts, we're going to have cookies, pumpkin pie. I'm going to make a banana cream pie, a cherry pie. Adam's aunt is bringing pistachio dip. I'm going to have lemonade, beer, soda, and wine. The kids are going to have some Kraft mac and cheese. And then I'll need plates, silverware, and napkins. So plates times 2 just means that I need dinner plates and dessert plates. So I've already started to kind of make my grocery list over here on this side. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to transfer everything that I'm making over here to this list just so I can see it a little bit better and cross it off. And then what I'll do is I'll go through each sort of dish that I'm making individually, decide what ingredients I need for that, and write them down here. Okay, so I went ahead and transferred everything over to this list that I'm going to make just because this is easier for me to sort of look at and cross things off on the day of Thanksgiving rather than looking at this list. And then I already went ahead last night and pulled out some of my recipes for my recipe binder that I'll need. So what I'm going to do now is make my grocery list out and check it twice and make sure I don't forget anything. Okay, so I have my grocery list complete. The nice thing about this meal planner is that you can just tear this off, take it to the grocery store with you. The only other thing I need to find is my banana cream pie recipe and my cherry pie recipe and add whatever ingredients I need to this, but those are downstairs. So I will see you in the morning when we head to the store. Hey guys, I wanted to pop in here real quick and let you know that today's video is sponsored by Helix. I've been working with Helix for a long time here on my channel, and actually this is very apropos because my sister is buying a house very soon, and she just texted me the other day and she's like, I'm gonna need a mattress. Do you have a discount code? So Kristen, this one's for you. So if you're not familiar with Helix, they offer premium mattresses that are customized to fit your needs, and the best part is that they are shipped right to your door. They come rolled up in a box, which is super convenient. I love living in a day and age when we don't have to go shopping at the furniture store. It's just so much better. Helix's sleep quiz also will match you. So you just go to their website and take the sleep quiz, and they will match you to your perfect mattress for your body size and preferences. Adam and I have had our Helix mattress for, I don't even know, it's been well over a year now, probably 2 years. And we have the Helix Plus, and it's perfect. It's like cushy but still firm, and I really miss sleeping on it when I go out of town for work. Helix will deliver your mattress right to your door, like I said, rolled up in a box, and there's free shipping in the US, and it is super easy to set up as well. You also don't have to be worried about ordering a mattress online because they have a 100-night sleep trial, so you can test the mattress out and make sure that you love it. Helix mattresses also offer a 10-year warranty, which I think is awesome. Like, what has a 10-year warranty nowadays? Not even my refrigerator has a 10-year warranty. And they also offer flexible payment options and payment plans and financing if you need that as well. If you're a hot sleeper, they also have an option for the Glaciotex cooling cover, which helps keep you cool if you are a hot sleeper. We're actually probably going to be getting a new mattress for Kira soon, and so I am definitely gonna be getting a Helix mattress for her. I'll probably use my own coupon code, which I'll have a link in the description box below if you guys want to get one of your own. Seriously, treat yourself to a good night's sleep. I highly recommend this mattress, even to people in like my regular life. Like sometimes you have random conversations at work, you know, and you're like, oh, does anyone have a recommendation for a good mattress? I'm like, me, yes. Get a Helix mattress. So you can use my link in the description box below. That's going to give you 20% off your Helix mattress. So make sure you take advantage of that. Once again, I'll have a link in the description box below. 20% off your Helix mattress. So make sure that you take advantage of that today and grab one of your own. All right, so it is the following morning and I'm getting ready to go get my Thanksgiving groceries. But I just wanted to show you the turkey that I put in the refrigerator here. So I just have this in like a really large roasting pan to thaw out. So I put it in there yesterday, which is Saturday. It's about a 20-pound turkey, so we should be good to go by Wednesday night so I can brine it. And then the ham, excuse me, I just have down here in this drawer. I think I might put that in the crock pot here. That's what I did last year just to save oven space. I do have a roaster too, so I'm not sure. Anyway, we're gonna go to Aldi and get our Thanksgiving groceries. Sorry, it's very bright. I'm here at Aldi. They actually don't open for another 5 minutes, but I'm hoping by getting here early and you know, shopping before the Sunday morning crowd comes in, that it will be a little bit easier. I do really like to get my groceries at Aldi, especially when I'm cooking a large meal for a holiday, because they honestly have the best prices around here. And if I know I'm gonna have to buy like 4 pounds of butter and just a lot of food, it's the most cost effective to get it here at Aldi. Now, I won't be able to get everything here. There are some things on my list that I think I'll probably have to either go to Walmart or Hy-Vee for, but I want to go here first, see what all I can get crossed off my list, and then we'll decide where else to go after this. So I do need to get some bread for my stuffing. I'm very intrigued about this. It's actually bread made for stuffing. Have you guys seen this before? I might get it. This is a really good price on cranberries. I already bought mine at Hy-Vee, but these are 99 cents for 12 ounces, which is like, I think, a third of the price I got them for at Hy-Vee. This is a really good price for onions too, $1.19 for a 3-pound bag. I already have my potatoes, or I would have got those here too. I need to find some celery. Oh, here we go, 89 cents. So I was able to get all of my produce here except for plums. They did not have plums, but the rest of it they had, so I was happy about that. So I know this is supposed to be Thanksgiving, but they have these really cute Christmas mats for $6.99. I think I'm gonna get one, because I don't have one for our front door that's Christmas themed. Okay, I'm not getting this, but they have riced cauliflower stuffing. All right, so I finished up in Aldi. That only took me about 50 minutes, and it was right around $100, which I was very happy with. So now I need to go to Hy-Vee and just pick up a couple more things that I couldn't get there. They did not have the frozen Rhodes rolls. They did not have lemonade mix in like a large batch that I need to make for Thanksgiving. I want to pick up some beer. Chicken flavored ramen. They had like a 12 pack, but I didn't want to buy that much. That's for the broccoli casserole. So I need to pick that up. I need to get some sweet pickles, some stovetop stuffing, some tapioca, plums, and some cherries for the cherry pie. All right, so I'm here at Hy-Vee to get the rest of my Thanksgiving groceries, and when we get home, I'm gonna show you everything that I got for making Thanksgiving dinner. All right, so I think I've got everything laid out here that I got at the grocery store. Of course, I just started talking, so Murphy has to come say hi. Hi, Murphy. So let's go through all of this and I'll show you what I got and what everything is for. Okay, so first we have the turkey. This will be thawed out by probably the day before Thanksgiving. Wednesday, I'll be brining it. This was actually a free turkey from Hy-Vee, where the company that Adam works for always either gives them a free ham or a turkey. You could choose either one at Thanksgiving time, so that's nice. I had them weigh this for me, and it is around 19.5 pounds, so about a 20-pound turkey. So that should be good. We actually almost ran out of turkey last year, and I think I only got like a 14 or 15-pound turkey. So hopefully this will be enough for this year. I also have a ham, which I'll show you here in a second. I left my cranberries in this bag here just because they are a little bit wet and I don't want them getting all over my refrigerator. These are going to be for the cranberry jalapeno salsa with the cream cheese dip. I'm very excited to make that. That's one thing that I'll also have to do the night before. I got some cilantro for the cranberry salsa, some garlic. This will mostly be for the turkey and the turkey stock. I got 3 sweet potatoes. These will be for the sweet potato casserole, obviously. 5-pound bag of potatoes. I also have about 2 pounds of potatoes in my pantry, so I'll likely combine these with that. We will have 16 people total here. And so, I mean, technically I probably could have done 10 pounds of potatoes, but we're gonna have so many sides that I think it's gonna be fine if I do about 7 pounds. I grabbed a bag of Granny Smith apples, so I really only needed 2 apples for the stuffing recipe, my sausage stuffing, but Aldi only had bags of apples, and I figured, well, I'll just buy the whole bag because Connor really likes green apples, and he'll eat the rest of them. I got some bananas for my banana cream pie, a bag of onions. I was just gonna get 1 package of celery, but I decided to get 2 just because I'll be using this in several different recipes, and for I usually stuff the inside of the turkey with like onions, carrots, and celery, so that will be for that. And then my recipe for the sausage stuffing calls for celery as well. I got some carrots, some jalapenos for the cranberry salsa, 2 packages of broccoli. These will be for the broccoli casserole. Some green onions. These are also for the cranberry salsa. I got some parsley for my turkey, some eggs, and then I got a bunch of different cheeses. So these will be, I'm gonna make like a pickle tray with pickles and olives and different cheeses and things like that for an appetizer. So I just got some Colby Jack cheese. Usually all the kids like that, kid-friendly cheese. Some pepper jack. I also saw this dill Havarti. I've had it before, it's really good. So I grabbed that, and then some of this champagne sharp cheddar cheese. I like cheese and I like champagne, so why not have it together? And then this yellow sharp cheddar cheese is for the broccoli casserole. I got 3 bags of frozen cherries. This is for my homemade cherry pie. So I don't know if I'll need all of these or not, but I decided to get 3 bags because I can't remember exactly how many pounds the recipe called for. But I feel like it was like 2.5 pounds, so I want to make sure that I had enough. This is the ham that I got, so I will be doing this alongside The turkey, this is just a spiral sliced honey ham. I think I mentioned this before. I'm not sure whether I'm going to do this in the crock pot or if I'm going to do it in my electric roaster. We'll see. I grabbed some sour cream for, I can't remember what this is for. It's for something. Oh, I think it's for the broccoli casserole. Some hot pork sausage. This is for my sausage stuffing. 2 packages of cream cheese for the jalapeno cranberry salsa. And I ended up getting 4 pounds of butter. I don't exactly know how much I'm going to need, but I thought that this would at least get me through. And if I have extra butter, obviously we'll use it up at some point. I grabbed some milk. That's for several different recipes. And then Aldi did have the Martinelli sparkling cider. So I went ahead and got 2 bottles of this. This is non-alcoholic, so that's for the kids. They think that's super fun when they get to drink that. I got some heavy whipping cream for whipped cream for the top of the banana cream pie. Some half and half for the mashed potatoes. I did get a bottle of Moscato. I do have some other wine in my closet as well, or in my pantry, that I'm going to set out on some ice. So this will be for drinking. And then this is actually for the turkey brine recipe, calls for a bottle of Riesling. So I grabbed that. I got some crackers for the cranberry salsa, and then also to go with the cheese. So Aldi brand wheat thins and Ritz crackers. And then I grabbed several different kinds of like pickles and olives. So I got the baby dill pickles from Aldi. I got the little green olives from Hy-Vee. Adam already tried one of these and he said it was really good. They had these at Aldi, stuffed green olives with white cheddar cheese. I thought those looked good. And then I also got some sweet pickles and then some black olives. So for chicken broth, I couldn't remember if I had chicken broth in the freezer or not, and I do actually have some in there, so I probably didn't need to get this, but the stuffing recipe does call for chicken broth. My classic jellied cranberry sauce, that is what we prefer. Fennel seeds, I got these for the turkey brine. Really excited to try brining my turkey this year. I have not done that before, so that will be a fun challenge for me, I think. Oh, there's my grocery list. Okay, what else? So, boxed mac and cheese. Yes, I got this for the kiddos. I'll make this on the side. And then I do also make stovetop stuffing. We have someone in our family that doesn't eat sausage. And so when I make my sausage stuffing, then they can have the regular stovetop stuffing. Okay, so there are no plums in the grocery store anywhere because apparently they're out of season. I was talking to one of the produce managers at Hy-Vee. So the cherry pie recipe that I have calls for plums. And I thought, well, if I can't find any fresh plums, I'll just get baby food plums. But I couldn't find any baby food plums either, and I found prunes. And so I thought, you know what, we're going to try this. I don't know how it's going to work out, but we're going to try it anyway. I also got some banana extract for the banana cream pie, some tapioca, minute tapioca for the cherry pie. And then I have a large like beverage container with a spigot, and so usually I'll just make up some lemonade in there. This is just sugar-free lemonade for anyone that wants it. And then I got some mini marshmallows for the top of the sweet potato casserole, some chicken ramen. The broccoli casserole recipe that I have calls for this, and if I didn't mention it before, all of these recipes that I use will be linked down below in the description box if you want to try them out. These are the Rhodes frozen dinner rolls that I use. These are the best. You can see they're like already formed. All you have to do is put them out a couple hours. Well, usually I try to do it in the morning of Thanksgiving before we eat, and they rise up and they are so delicious, brushed with melted butter. Okay, so I have never seen this before. I showed you this in the store. Stuffing herb bread. So it's apparently just bread that is seasoned with herbs for stuffing. So I'm excited to try this for my sausage stuffing recipe. I got some aluminum foil just in case we ran out. And then also some recipes that I've seen for turkeys call for using cheesecloth to cover the turkey with, and then you pour melted butter over it, and it makes for a really crispy skin. So I'm looking forward to trying that. I got these dessert plates at Aldi. I think there's 8 in each one, so I got 3 of those. 24 of the Chinette plates. These are my very favorite paper plates for family gatherings because they're large and they're very sturdy. I picked up some forks at Aldi. I wanted to actually get a combo pack of like forks, knives, and spoons, but they didn't have them. And then I thought, well, really, what are we going to be using spoons or knives for anyway? And then I also had some napkins and some silverware left over. So I'll just go ahead and put this out. Some of these are from like birthday parties and stuff, so it's kind of mismatched. And then these are the Ziploc big bags. I actually got these at Walmart. This is what I'm going to use to brine the turkey in. And then for beer, they actually had these on sale at Hy-Vee. So they were $8 for a 6-pack. And then if you bought 2 6-packs, you got $4 off. So I got both of these 6-packs for 12 bucks, which I thought was a good deal for Leinenkugels. So I got 1 6-pack of the Northwoods Lager, 1 6-pack of the Honey Weiss, and then some Diet Coke. So I guess to drink I have bottled water, I have Diet Coke, I have beer, I have sugar-free lemonade, cider, and wine. So I think we'll be good to go. So this is everything that I got. It's a lot, a lot of groceries, but I'm super excited. I always get super excited to cook big family meals. I just love it. So I'm going to put all this stuff away, and the next time I see you will be Wednesday evening when we start our cooking. All right, so it is actually Tuesday evening, and I was counting backwards from the time that we were going to eat on Thanksgiving, and I determined that I need to start the brine tonight for the turkey so that I can put it in the brine in the morning and have it brining for 24 hours. So I'll post a link to this recipe down below. It's a Martha Stewart recipe. So in this large pot here, I have some mustard seeds, some peppercorns, some fennel seeds, and some bay leaves. And then I'm just going to add 1.5 cups of kosher salt and then 1 quart of cold water. And then I will bring this to a boil, let all of the salt dissolve, and then this will go in with 7 quarts of cold water into a big bag with the turkey. Okay, so this is the brine mixture all finished. Boom. What? This is super concentrated because I didn't say I wouldn't let you, I just said not this year. So obviously this is very concentrated. There's a lot of salt in here, but this is going to be diluted with 7 more quarts of water and then 1 bottle of Riesling wine. And it also calls for 2 sliced up onions. So I'm gonna go ahead and put that in there right now. And then 6 cloves of smashed garlic. So I'm gonna wait until the morning to put the turkey in the brine because it only is supposed to brine for 24 hours. And I will be cooking it Thursday morning, so I want to put it in the brine Wednesday morning. So here is the turkey. It was still a little bit frozen on the inside, so I removed the pop-up timer and the little plastic thingy, and there's the neck. So I'm just letting it defrost a little bit more. And then I'm going to take the neck and the gizzards and everything out of the middle and save those for stock. So here's my turkey in the bag. If I didn't mention before, I don't think I did. I got these huge Ziploc bags at Walmart. I actually ordered them on Walmart grocery pickup. So I just have it sitting in this roasting pan here, obviously, because I don't want it to leak out all over my refrigerator. The recipe says to brine these for 24 hours, but I talked to Adam and he said that he thinks it's fine if I brine them for 36, or actually even if I brine them for 24, even if I take it out of the brine tomorrow night, they'll also be fine that I can cook it Thursday morning. So here's the brine, and I'm gonna dump this in here along with 7 more quarts of water, a bottle of wine, and then this is the neck. So this turkey didn't come with any like hearts, like plural, like a turkey has more than 1 heart, with any heart or gizzards or liver or anything. So I'm just gonna hold this in the refrigerator, and then tomorrow night I will make stock with this for the gravy. All right, so here it is. I kind of tied this up like a little turkey sachet here, just because this, I guess if I had a 5-gallon bucket, that would be ideal. But then the problem is fitting a 5-gallon bucket into my refrigerator, which probably isn't going to happen. So I just kind of tied this up here so that this part wouldn't fall over with liquid, and it seems to be okay. So what I'm going to do is put this in the refrigerator overnight, and then I think in the morning I will just kind of like squish it around a little bit, make sure that it's still kind of mixed up. But yeah, that should be okay for the next day or so. Hello friends, so it is the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. It's about 4:15. Adam is actually at the movies right now with the kids. He took them to see Frozen 2. And so I have my apron on, and I am not quite sure what my game plan is for tonight yet. I know I need to start working on the pies because I want to get those done tonight. But other than that, I need to look at my list and find out what I want to get started on. So first order of business is to take care of all these dishes. There's not that many. I did have to hand wash a lot of dishes last night after dinner. So before I get started cooking, I just want to get all of that cleaned up, and then we'll get right into it. So I got most of the dishes done. I do have my salad spinner there in the sink soaking. That's fine. But I washed up that pot. So I think the first thing that I want to work on tonight is the pies. So I'm going to do the banana cream pie first. And I'm using this recipe out of the Better Homes and Gardens new cookbook. This is from 1989. You guys know I love my, well, I don't know if this is really considered a vintage cookbook, but anyway, it's an older cookbook. And so essentially you make this vanilla cream pie, except you do the banana version. And the baked pastry shell is on $2.93. Pastry for single crust pie. So that is what I'm going to start with. So I like to use my food processor to make pie crust. I just think it's the easiest. Obviously, if you don't have a food processor, you can use a pastry cutter, which I've done many times before. Looks like this. But essentially, any pie crust is sort of the same method. So you cut together some sort of fat, either butter or shortening, flour, and salt. So in here, I have 1 1/4 cups of all-purpose flour, a 1/4 teaspoon of salt, and 1/3 cup of shortening. I'm using butter flavored shortening today. It's just the Crisco brand that comes in the sticks like this. So what I'm going to do is just sort of pulse this together until it becomes like combined and in like the shape of small peas, and then I'm going to drizzle some ice water in. All right, so you can see that it's coming together, and then I don't think I can, well, maybe I can film this part. I don't know. I'm trying to do this video, all these videos in Vlogmas without a voiceover, because otherwise it's just too time consuming to edit all these and get them up the next day. So 3 to 4 tablespoons of water, but basically just drizzle some in until you start to see it coming together in a ball. That is it. So here's your pie crust. I was going to say, I feel like I added maybe a little bit too much water, but I don't think I did. Okay, I'm going to turn this out on a floured board. All right, so I'm going to sprinkle some flour out here on my counter. And then here's my dough. So I'm going to sprinkle a little bit of flour over that. One of my most favorite things about having a butcher block counter is having the ability to have like this butcher block surface to like roll things like this out, roll like pastry and cookies and everything. Oh, it's just so, it's such a great surface to roll stuff like this out on. So this doesn't have to be perfect because you're going to trim off the edges. Since we're making a banana cream pie, it is not going to require a top crust. So this is falling apart a little bit, which I'm a little annoyed at. I don't know if I added too much water or what, but we'll figure it out. Okay, so once you think it's big enough for your pie plate, what I like to do is just fold it into quarters. So fold it once like this, see it's gonna fall apart, and that's fine, we can fix it. And then fold it again, and then here's my pie plate. And I'm just gonna pick it up and put it so that the point is in the center of the circle. That way when you unfold it, like I just did, and it falls apart. This is hilarious because I made an apple pie video, homemade apple pie video, around Thanksgiving time, like in November, and the crust was like beautiful and perfect. I had zero problems. So it kind of makes me wonder if it's this butter flavored Crisco that's causing the issue, because I used regular Crisco in the other, but I don't know. I don't think that would make a difference. But the good thing with pie crust is that it's not, you know, it's forgiving. You can sort of like pat it into the pan, whatever you need to do. I mean, basically we're just making a shell for the bottom of the banana cream pie, and then we're gonna blind bake it. This looks like a 5-year-old made it, seriously. All right, well, I think that's good enough. So the recipe says to prick the bottom and sides with a fork and bake in a 450-degree oven for 10 to 12 minutes. So let me grab a fork. You could totally also buy a pre-made pie shell, which is honestly what I have done a lot in the past, but for some reason I felt overzealous this year. So here's my very imperfect pie crust. This is gonna go in the oven. I'll show you what it looks like when it comes out. For the banana cream filling in this saucepan, I have 3/4 of a cup of white sugar and 1/4 of a cup of cornstarch. And I'm going to pour in 3 cups of milk. And this says to whisk it over medium-high heat until it's thickened. Basically, you're just making a custard. And if you, I mean, there are a lot of recipes out there for, you know, banana cream pies that are made with, you know, instant pudding mix and stuff like that. And I've made them plenty of times before. But sometimes I just like to challenge myself with making homemade custard. And it honestly does taste better, I think. So I'm just going to stir this until it is thickened up. So for the filling, you'll also need some egg yolks. I just have 4 egg yolks in here that I separated, and I'm going to whip these up just a little bit. So what will happen is once the milk mixture starts to thicken, we'll turn it down to a simmer, cook it for 2 minutes until it thickens. We'll add a little bit of this to the egg yolks to temper the egg yolks so that they don't scramble. And we'll add the mixture back to here, add a pat of butter, some vanilla, and some banana extract. Here's my crust. You can see it's looking a little ragged around the edges, but you know, such is life. I have 2 bananas. I'm gonna slice these bananas into the bottom of the shell, and then we'll put the filling in. Okay, so we're gonna see if this filling fits in here. So my preference is to have a deep dish pie shell, which I only have 1 of, and which I decided to use for my cherry pie. So we'll see. We'll just do it. Yeah, it's all right. Hey, look at that. Okay, so this is very, very hot. So when you make a cream pie like this, what you want to do is I'll probably let this cool a little bit just so it's not so steamy. And then I layer plastic wrap like right over the top of it so it doesn't form a film. You put it in the refrigerator overnight. Tomorrow will be when I'll whip the cream and put that on top along with more sliced banana, and that will be the banana cream pie. So I'm gonna let this chill, not chill, just sit for a little bit. We're gonna move on to the cherry pie. Oh my God, that's hot. Woo. So this is the recipe that I'm using for the cherry pie. This is Cook's Illustrated Revolutionary Recipes. I'll type this recipe out down below and link this cookbook. It is a fabulous cookbook. You can see that it's very big. It has a ton of great recipes in it. So I think what I'm gonna do is make the crust first, because you also need the food processor to make the filling. And if I go ahead and make the crust first, then I can take that out of the food processor and just have it in the fridge chilling while I make the filling. So I will say that sometimes, you know, regarding these Cook's Illustrated recipes, I feel like they're a little bit fussy. Like it wants you to like grate some of the butter and then add some of the flour and the butter and like add it in different steps. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna make it like I normally do pie crust, except these are the ingredients that I'm using. So instead of shortening, I'm using 20 tablespoons of unsalted butter chilled, 2.5 cups of all-purpose flour, 2 tablespoons of sugar, 1 teaspoon of salt, and 1/2 cup of ice water. So in here I have the flour, sugar, and salt, and I'm gonna work on cubing up my butter. So I cubed up my butter and put it in here. So now we are going to process this and add in the ice water. We're gonna see how this dough comes together in comparison to the butter flavored Crisco dough. So this is obviously a recipe for a double crust pie, because we're making a cherry pie, so it's gonna have a top. This seems like it's a lot better already. I shouldn't have done that. Okay. Put this out like this. So when you make a double crust pie, you can just basically kind of form this into a oval, then you cut it in half, and that way you know one's for your top and one's for your bottom crust. I don't know, this dough feels a lot nicer. Talked to people about pie crust before, and you know, some people prefer shortening, some people prefer butter, some people use both. I think that honestly butter makes a more tender pie. Not necessarily more tender, but it just has more flavor. You know, like you have that buttery flavor as opposed to shortening, which sometimes cannot really taste like much. So yeah, I don't know, it's just a matter of preference. I just wanted to make both kinds for Thanksgiving, because I thought it'd be fun to try both kinds out. Okay, so here is my dough round, very unperfect. So I'm gonna do the same thing, fold this into quarters. I can already tell this dough is much nicer. I've said that multiple times now. Okay, so this is a deeper dish pie crust. And I probably need to get another one of these, because honestly, this is the type of pie dish that I prefer for making pies, because it's deeper and it holds more filling. So here is the bottom crust. So what we're gonna do is just make sure you lift it up and kind of pat it into the pan. Make sure that there's no air in between the crust and the pie plate. And then you can just use a paring knife to kind of like trim the edges off. If you want to save the rest of the pie crust, you can, sometimes people will like dip these in butter and cinnamon and sugar and bake them. That's good. with like the leftover pie scraps or whatever, or crust scraps, I guess it would be. Okay, so there's our bottom crust. At the risk of this getting warm here in the kitchen, what I'm gonna do is cover it with plastic wrap and then stick it in the refrigerator while we make the filling. And then my other dough ball here, I'm gonna do the same thing with. Obviously too, the more you work with pie dough with your hands, the softer it'll get and the butter starts to melt, which isn't good. So you wanna kind of minimize that, but we can go ahead and stick these. I'm gonna stick both these in the fridge and we'll get started on the filling. So full disclosure, I've never made a cherry pie from scratch before. I've made some using canned cherry pie filling. These are, I have the package here, unsweetened dark sweet cherries. They're frozen. Fresh cherries were called for in the recipe, but they are not in season right now. So instead we are using these. This is about 2.5 pounds. I have defrosted them in the microwave so that they are not frozen. So what the recipe calls for is to put these with 2 plums into a food processor. I mentioned this before. We don't have plums right now. So I'm using some prune baby food. And you might think that's gross, but quite honestly, I had a carrot cake recipe that I still use to this day, honestly. Adam's texting me. That calls for carrot baby food. Because all it really is just pureed fruit or vegetables. That's all it is. So we're gonna mix this up and see how this goes. I'm pretty excited. I think this is gonna turn out delicious, but we'll see. Add 1 cup of these cherries into the food processor. And I read on the baby food package that 1 of these equals 2 pieces of fruit. That's what we're gonna go off of. I have to say, it was very odd for me to be buying baby food. I was like, wow, these packages are so different now. I haven't bought baby food for probably over 6 years now because Connor's 7.5. But yeah, it was interesting. Okay, there's my lid. By the way, I didn't wash this out because all that's in it is just flour and sugar and butter from the crust. It says to strain this. I don't really think I'm gonna have to strain it because it's not fresh fruit. It's fruit puree. I can't talk. Fruit puree. So I think I'll just be able to use it just like that. I have a large bowl here to mix the filling up in. I'm gonna add my cherries. If I was smart, I would have just defrosted them in that very large bowl, but obviously I didn't know what I was doing. I'm gonna put in this fruit. Try to say that out loud. Fruit puree. Kind of hard to say. So I'm gonna add this puree in, and I'm gonna gather the rest of my cherry pie filling ingredients. Okay, so my cherry pie filling has been sitting for 15 minutes. So I'm gonna pour it into the crust. And then I'm gonna make a lattice topped pie instead of just like a regular crust rolled out. Adam ordered me a pastry roller, so I wanna try that out. So I'm just gonna spread this out and then I will...
Was that cranberry sauce?
No, it's cherry pie. Then I'm gonna roll out the top crust. right, so this is finished. I'm very proud of this. And this is 1 beaten egg with a tablespoon of cold water. And this just helps the crust brown up. You know what I think I forgot?
What's that?
What?
I think it said to dot it with butter.
How do you dot it with butter?
Before you put the top crust on.
Oh, like on the cherry filling?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's that gonna do?
I can still do it though.
Can you just like pour this?
Egg, no. Butter.
It bakes like a real egg.
It's like a scrambled egg pie. So I'll just put some on the parts that don't have crust. You give it a big, if you like this video, give it a big thumbs up. Please subscribe to my channel. You know that 40% of the people that watch my videos aren't subscribed.
Really?
Yeah, I'm looking at that.
That's because Emma watches your videos and she doesn't have subscription.
Why does she watch my videos?
I don't know.
Why does anybody watch the videos?
Wow.
I'm kidding.
People ask me who uses it. I tagged and I told them they wouldn't like it. Your I tagged you anyway.
You tell them
Go
they
wash your
wouldn't
face
like
off,
it.
Connor. You got food all over your face.
Alright, so this goes 400 degrees for 30 minutes. I'm going to get started on this cranberry jalapeno dip, which you have to make the night before. Well, you have to make the cranberry salsa the night before anyway. So if I didn't mention this before, I'll link all of these recipes down below. But I have 12 ounces of cranberries here that I have just rinsed. These are fresh cranberries. The recipe calls for chopping these in a food chopper. I don't have a food chopper. I have a food processor and I have a knife. So it says specifically not to do them in a food chopper, or I'm sorry, not to do them in a food processor or it will, you know, pulverize the cranberries. So I'm just going to chop these up, put them in a bowl, and then we'll add the rest of the ingredients. So the moral of the story is that if you have a food chopper, I would definitely use that. It took me a while to chop up these cranberries with a knife, but I did it. And I added in some green onion. I'm also going to add in some cilantro, lemon juice, 1 chopped jalapeno, anywhere from 3/4 of a cup to 1 cup of sugar and a pinch of salt, and stir this together. Here is what the finished cranberry salsa looks like. So I'm going to cover this up and put this in the refrigerator, and then I'm going to set out 2 8-ounce blocks of cream cheese. So in the morning, we'll whip up the cream cheese, spread it into a dish, and then top it with this. So I was trying to remember if I've made this before, and I think I have, but I can't remember how it was. So it must have been a really long time ago, but I'm excited to try this tomorrow. Okay, so I'm starting on the turkey stock for the gravy. So I have in here the neck that I pulled out of the turkey last night. It is sauteing in some butter and olive oil. Next, I'm going to add some celery that I chopped up and washed, some carrots, garlic, onion, and then I have some herbs in here. So I had an herb pot on my back deck over the summer, and these were sort of the last of everything that I pulled inside. So I'm not sure how much of this I'm going to put in, but I'm probably going to put the thyme in, some of the parsley, and maybe the chives, maybe a little bit of the rosemary, and then I'll season it up with salt and pepper and add some cold water. Okay, so I put the rest of the stock ingredients in here, all of the veggies chopped up. I saved some of these herbs because I think I'm going to end up putting those inside the turkey when I roast it in the morning. And then I put some peppercorns, some bay leaves, and some kosher salt. Next, I'm going to put in some water. I poured in about 2 cups of cold water. So I'm going to bring this to a boil and let it simmer probably for about 2 hours until it is concentrated and tastes like turkey. And then this is what we'll use along with the drippings from the roast turkey to make the gravy. So here's the cherry pie. I feel like I had to bake this a lot longer than the recipe called for. It called for like half an hour at 400 degrees and then half an hour at 350. I think I had it in the oven for an extra 20 minutes and I had to turn the oven back up to 375, but I feel like it's finally done now. I was just waiting for it to get all browned on the top and bubble up. So this is just going to cool. If you are making a fruit pie. It's actually better the next day. So the first day, if it's like warm and you cut into it, it's gonna like ooze out all over. But if you wait another day, just leave it out on the counter at room temperature, this, you know, the fruit and the tapioca and everything will help it firm up again, and then you can cut it like a regular pie. So that's just gonna cool. I mean, I have a couple hours before I go to bed yet, so I feel like probably it will cool enough that I can drape it with some parchment paper or something before I go to bed. So what I just worked on was all of the veggies, chopping them up for the sausage and herb stuffing. So I'm not gonna actually make this until tomorrow, but I can obviously chop the veggies beforehand. So it calls for chopped celery, chopped onion, chopped green apple, and chopped parsley. So I just have a Ziploc bag. I'm gonna go ahead and transfer these into here. And then I think I'm gonna work on chopping up my bread. This is herb bread that I got from Aldi. So I'm going to cube this up and get it onto a sheet tray. I'm probably just gonna drape it with a tea towel so it can dry out a little bit. When you make dressing or stuffing, you don't wanna use fresh bread because it will absorb too much of the liquid. So you wanna dry it out a little bit if it's not already stale. All right, so here's my bread all cubed up. So just a tip here, if you want to make this the morning of Thanksgiving or, you know, like right before your meal, you can put this in the oven and dry the bread out. But since I'm prepping this ahead of time, I'm just gonna leave this out on the counter, probably covered with a tea towel, and the bread will dry out so that I can make dressing out of it in the morning. All right, so my turkey stock is still working, but it's about almost 9 o'clock right now. I just cut up all the cheese for like the cheese and pickle tray for tomorrow. So this is champagne sharp white cheddar cheese, some yellow extra sharp cheddar, pepper jack cheese, and dill Havarti. So I'm gonna get these in the fridge, and then all I have to do tomorrow is assemble the tray. So this turkey stock has been simmering for about an hour and a half, and it might be the most delicious stock I've ever smelled. So I'm going to strain this into a container and then get it into the refrigerator to cool overnight. Happy Thanksgiving morning. What time is it? It's 6:02 in the morning. And I'm up getting ready to put the turkey in the oven. So let me show you what I'm working on. I don't know if I showed you last night how the stock turned out. I can't remember whether I did or not. But I think this is an 8-cup measuring cup, so I ended up with that, and then this is a little bit more in there too, so that will be plenty. We can save the rest for turkey soup. My battery's gonna die. I got me some Diet Mountain Dew to get through the morning here. This is 3 sticks of melted butter with 1 bottle of dry white wine, and that's what we're gonna use to baste the turkey. So I have my turkey right here in the brine bag. I'm gonna go ahead and rinse it off, and we'll get it into the pan and ready to go into the oven. So the recipe I'm using for the turkey is a Martha Stewart recipe, and it calls to roast it topped with cheesecloth that's been soaked with the butter and wine mixture. So I'm gonna do that. And then this is a roasting pan. I actually did not have a proper roasting pan with a rack, so I went ahead and ordered this one on Amazon a few weeks ago, so I'd have it for Thanksgiving this year. And this is Cuisinart one. I think I got this on sale, so it was around $30 or $40, but I'll link it down below. I still need to rinse off my turkey. I just realized that this recipe calls for stuffing in the turkey, but I don't really like to do that. So I think I'm just gonna stuff it with like onions and carrots and some herbs and something like that. All right, so here's my completed turkey ready to go in the oven. I have stuffed it with onion, garlic, lemon, and some herbs. I tied the legs together, and then I rubbed some softened butter over the top. This was the cheesecloth that was in the wine and butter mixture. And that is it. So this is going to go in the oven for 450 degrees for 30 minutes. And then we're going to turn it down to 350 and let it cook the rest of the way. All right, so turkey's in the oven. It is not even 6:30. And if I didn't mention, I think we're gonna try to eat around noon. We might end up eating around 1, depending on what time everything gets done. But these are the rolls that I'm using. I probably showed you these in the grocery haul. So these just have to thaw and rise for about 3 to 5 hours. I'll actually probably put them over here by the oven so that they get warm. But I just put them out on a baking tray with parchment paper. I'm gonna make, what is this? 4 times 6, 24 rolls. And then I just put a little bit of plastic wrap over them that's sprayed with cooking spray so that it doesn't stick, just so they don't get dried out on the top. And I think if my ham will fit in here in my cassourie, I think this is what I'm going to use to cook my ham. So I got this out last night. It has a bunch of different functions on here. You can bake and roast and sort of customize the temperature. So hopefully, fingers crossed, my ham will fit in there. It doesn't fit. So now I have to do plan B, which might be getting out my electric roaster, which I didn't want to do. It's all the way up there. And it's way too big for this ham. Like, I don't need a 27-quart roasting oven for a 10-pound ham. I wonder if this will fit in my slow cooker. I don't know. We're gonna try that next. All right, so it says to cook it for 2.5 more hours, basting every 30 minutes. I'm just gonna pour some of this over because it's a little thick. I might have to put it back in the microwave. So sadly enough, I had to get the roaster. I had to get the roaster out, which is fine. So I just have this ham in here. Now this has a honey glaze, but you don't put it on until like the last 30 minutes or so. It's a spiral cut ham. So I'm gonna turn this on to 300, and this will probably cook for about 3 hours. I did put a cup of water in the bottom. I always do that when I bake hams just because I don't want anything to dry out, because no one wants a dry ham. And even if this gets done before dinner, I can always turn it down and just keep it warm while we're waiting to eat. So I'm gonna work on finishing up the cranberry jalapeno salsa. I set 2 8-ounce packages of cream cheese out overnight. The recipe calls to whip the cream cheese, put it in the bottom of your dish. I'm just using this oval dish. This is like a vintage, I think it's, oh no, I was gonna say Pyrex, but it's Anchor Hocking. Anyway, so I'm gonna whip up this cream cheese until it's nice and fluffy, spread it into the bottom of here. Okay, whipped cream cheese is in here. Here is the salsa. So the recipe says to strain out the liquid. So I'm just gonna do that in the sink real quick before I top it on the cream cheese. Not believe how delicious this salsa smells. Oh. If it wasn't 7 o'clock in the morning, I would be eating some right now. Okay, I'm gonna get this in the fridge. I also poured myself a cup of coffee, and I got out my chicken stock for my sausage stuffing. So I guess you would really call it dressing since we're not putting it in the bird. I did end up putting my bread cubes into the oven just for a little bit to get them to dry out. I don't want to make the stuffing too early though, because I don't just want it to sit and get all soggy. I don't really like super dry stuffing, but I don't like it like wet and runny either. So I'll just let this sit out. I'm going to put this sausage back in the refrigerator. Let's see where we're at here. I was so excited that I got a lot of things crossed off my list last night, but okay, so rolls and butter, we got that working. Cranberry sauce, that's in a can. Cheese, pickles, and olives, I'll start assembling that. It's probably around 10:30 or 11. Cranberry salsa, crackers, that's done. Ham is working, turkey is working. We gotta make the gravy. Mashed potatoes. Okay, so I guess what I could do next is start peeling some potatoes. I do make my, I'm sorry, this is how we're gonna roll this morning in our pajamas until I take a shower, but I do my mashed potatoes in the Instant Pot because they cook very quickly. You can mix them up, you know, whip them up, mash them, whatever, right in the Instant Pot, and then it also has a keep warm function.
So you're only using one pot and it's super convenient. If you don't have an Instant Pot, you can also just mash them on the stove, transfer them to a slow cooker and put them on keep warm and keep them warm that way. I've done that before. I did that a lot of times before I had an Instant Pot. So, all right, we're gonna carry on. All right, so here's the turkey. I've been basting it every half hour and it still has an hour left to go, and then we will take the cheesecloth off and cook it for another hour. Okay, so I'm gonna start cooking the broccoli for the broccoli casserole. This recipe says to like boil the broccoli and then shock it. I'm not gonna do all that. I'm just gonna cook it until it's a little bit tender. And the rolls are rising nicely. I had to turn the roaster down just because the ham was, I felt like it was cooking really fast, so I turned it down to 200. And then Adam helped me clean off the counter. So this part over here is gonna be for the desserts. So I just have some dessert plates out here and some napkins and forks. This is my cherry pie from last night. And then over here, I'm gonna put drinks. So I got out my big pitcher, what is this called? Drink dispenser. I'm just gonna make lemonade in there. And then I have a tub here. I'll probably put a little bit of ice in there and then just put like some cans of soda and bottled water. And then I lit I had one pumpkin candle from Mrs. Meyer's, which I found in the cupboard last night. So I lit that here in the bathroom and just put a little pumpkin. So I didn't really decorate a whole lot for Thanksgiving just because tomorrow I'm gonna decorate for Christmas. So the broccoli's done. I'm just gonna let it cool in this bowl until I assemble the casserole. And then I'm gonna go ahead and start on my stuffing, my sausage stuffing. Sorry, that's the Roomba. So I just have the veggies in here that I chopped up last night, dumped them in there with a stick of butter, and I'm gonna saute those until they're soft. So I just got my potatoes peeled. This is probably about 8 pounds because I had a 5-pound bag and then I had a partial 5-pound bag. So I'm going to rinse these in cold water, get them cut up and into the Instant Pot. So Adam went ahead and mixed this up for me, the sauteed veggies in with the bread cubes. Next I'm gonna work on cutting up my potatoes and getting them into the Instant Pot. I'm just gonna cover them with water and let them soak until it's time to cook them. Mashed potatoes in the Instant Pot only take like 12 minutes, so I don't have to cook those until much later. And then I've also got my sausage sauteing up for this dressing as well. So the sausage is done. I'm just gonna put this in with the bread. I did not drain it. This was hot sausage and I got it from Aldi. There was not a lot of grease in here at all. So that is the dressing. I'm not going to put the chicken broth in it yet because I'm not ready to bake it, but that's pretty much done except for the chicken broth. And then I peeled and cubed up the sweet potatoes. Just be really careful when you're cutting these because they are super hard and hard to cut, and you can cut yourself really bad if you're not careful. So I think I'm going to go ahead and start boiling these now. It's 9:20. But the sweet potato casserole can be assembled ahead of time, and then you can just bake it when you're ready to. Whew. All right, so here's the turkey after it's been cooking for 3 hours. So what I need to do is carefully remove the cheesecloth, baste it again, put it back into the oven for either an hour or an hour and a half until it reaches temperature. I don't think I've ever baked a turkey like this brown and crispy before, and it looks beautiful. So I'm gonna put this back in the oven. So when I was taking the cheesecloth off, it's funny because like it reminded me of doing like a dressing change on someone, like because I'm a nurse, and so you have to like moisten the cheesecloth with the basting mixture, otherwise the skin might pull off with it. So anyway, that's what I did, and now I'm gonna put this back in the oven for an hour or an hour and a half, and I'm gonna keep on basting it. So here's the turkey stock that I made last night. So the good thing about making it the night before is that you can put it in the refrigerator and give it time for all the fat to harden up. So I'm gonna go ahead and scoop that out, but I'm going to put it in a dish because we'll use that to make our roux for the gravy. So my sweet potatoes are done. I drained those. The original recipe I got for this is from Food Network. I'll find a link to it and post it down below. It's from 2010. So the only modification I make is I put more brown sugar in it, just because I don't think 2 tablespoons is enough. I add half a cup, and I don't add nuts to the top. I add marshmallows instead. So in here, I'm going to put half a stick of butter, 2 beaten eggs. Here's my masher. I'm going to put half a cup of brown sugar, some cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, and a little bit of salt. And then I have my baking dish prepared here. It's just a 8x8 Pyrex with some cooking spray. Okay, so the sweet potato casserole is here. I'm not going to put the marshmallows on top of it yet. I always wait until it's almost baked, and then I pull it out of the oven and put those on. So I'm just going to cover this like loosely with some foil, and then I'm going to mix up my broccoli casserole, and then I'm going to go take a shower. So this is a new to me recipe. I've never tried it before, but it's an Alton Brown recipe, and I've never tried any of his recipes that have been bad. So for the broccoli casserole, in this bowl I have half a cup of mayonnaise, half a cup of sour cream. The recipe calls for yogurt, but a lot of the comments said that you could substitute sour cream. What else is in here? A third of a cup of ranch. The recipe called for blue cheese dressing, but most people here, except me, don't like blue cheese dressing, so I used ranch. 2 eggs, half a teaspoon of salt, 1.5 teaspoons of pepper, and then the flavor pack from this chicken ramen. So I'm going to whisk this up, and then it says in this bowl I have to combine the broccoli and the broken up noodles. So we'll see. I'm excited to try this. All right, Adam's basting the turkey.
Get a little in the booty hole.
Yeah, thanks for always keeping it inappropriate here.
Disturbing everybody.
Yeah. It looks beautiful, doesn't it?
I think how good it would be if you let me do the smoker.
Yeah, we'll have to do that next year. Okay, so I also mixed the cheese in with the wet ingredients and broke up the noodles. So I'm going to mix this all up and get it into a casserole dish. Okay, so the broccoli casserole. The broccoli casserole is done. So I'm just going to cover this with some foil, and then this needs to bake for an hour before we eat. I might sprinkle a little bit of extra cheese on top too. Alright, so our turkey's done. We just checked the temperature, so we're just going to cover it with some foil. Well, we're going to give it one last baste. Cover it with foil and let it rest. Alright, so I went ahead and added the broth to the dressing mixture. The recipe calls for 1 cup. I do not think that's enough at all. I mean, if you like a really dry dressing, I guess you could add 1 cup. But I added closer to 2 and maybe even a little bit more. I did not have to season this really at all. Normally I would season it with salt and pepper, but since this is already flavored bread, I went ahead and just left it as is. I did taste it and it tastes fine. I added a little bit more pepper, but if you're using seasoned bread, don't add any salt until you taste it. So I have a baking dish in the oven right now that has some butter melting in it. I went ahead and put the broccoli in the oven too, because that has to cook for an hour. And then once the butter in that dish is melted, I'll kind of swirl it around, put the stuffing in, and get that in the oven. So I'm also working on the glaze for the ham. I'm just using the packet that came with it, and I'm gonna simmer it with a little bit of water until it's thickened. Don't pay attention to my stove. It is filthy because I've been cooking all day. Here's the casserole dish that I'm going to put the dressing in. So there's melted butter on the bottom. Obviously, I just put it in the oven to melt. So I'm going to transfer the stuffing into there. All right, so I added a little bit of pineapple and the glaze over the ham. And I'm just going to put the lid back on, and that will go for another half an hour. All right, so it's 11:15. I set out all of the appetizers. So I do have a cheese ball that I made earlier this week. This will be coming in a video later this week for favorite holiday cheese balls. It's just a cheddar cheese ball with pecans. And then I have my cheeses here. Ritz crackers. These are just some cheddar beef sticks that I cut up. These are like Asiago pepper, or not Asiago pepper, Asiago cheddar cheese crisps from Aldi. Some wheat thins. You can see we already tried the cranberry salsa and it is delicious. And then I have black olives, sweet pickles, dill pickles, and green olives stuffed with cheddar. Okay, and then next I'm going to get the mashed potatoes going. So I just have these in there with a cup of water, and I'm going to cook these on manual pressure for 12 minutes. Alright, so the mashed potatoes are done. I'm going to whip those up. I got some butter for the potatoes. There's my stock for the gravy. Adam's going to carve the turkey, and then I need to make the gravy, but my side dishes are in here. They are just about done. Alright, so I'm making the gravy in my roasting pan. So I have the turkey fat in there with some butter and some flour. This is the drippings from the turkey that I'm putting in there now. So I'm going to use that first. And then I'll use the broth that I made last night to do the rest. See how much fat is in there? Well, because I use like 3/6 of butter to baste it, that's why. Alright, so it's 12:30, we're in the home stretch. We got mashed potatoes, those are done. Sorry, it's loud in here. Gravy, rolls, chicken noodles. I cut up the ham. This is dressing, broccoli casserole. Adam is carving the turkey. It turned out so good. I made some good old Kraft mac and cheese. And then we have some sides in here. Alright, come eat. Everyone come eat.
Chance of Adam doing that than me, and then you do all that.
No, that I'd say you equally both have a terrible chance of doing it.
Yeah. Well, there's only one thing that I know, and it's the one we always used to say when I was younger.
God is great, God is good. Yeah. Thank you for our food.
Yeah,
amen.
Something like that. That's the only thing I'll ever remember.
Alright, so now I'm going to say what we have since they're... I tried to do this before and then everyone like stampeded out here. So, we got mashed potatoes in the Instant Pot, gourmet Kraft mac and cheese for the children, turkey. The turkey turned out really good. It did. You sound like you're like Adam. It's like... then we got stovetop stuffing, sausage stuffing, ham, broccoli casserole, gravy. There's like a lot of gravy over there, so eat up. Rolls, corn casserole, sweet potatoes, green bean casserole. We have way too much food. Chicken noodles. You don't have to be quiet. And deviled eggs, pinwheels. I already showed you all the cheese. Cranberry sauce. This is pink fluff. I think that's it. So I'm gonna eat. Alright, here's my plate. I'm gonna go eat. It looks delicious. Alright, let me show you the desserts. So Karen made her pistachio dessert. I think she gave me this recipe so I can type it out if you want it. It's basically like pecan crust with pistachio pudding and whipped topping. Here's the banana cream pie. Adam's mom made a chocolate cherry cake. That's really good. Miranda made a pumpkin pie, which no one has eaten yet. She also made sugar cookies. These are like really good soft sugar cookies. And then here's my cherry pie, which is almost gone. It turned out really good. I forget what these are called. Peanut butter thumbprints maybe. And Rice Krispie treats. Whoa, get down. So I'm working on cleaning up the leftovers. Here's the turkey. I actually took the turkey carcass and boiled it to make stock out of it because I want to make turkey soup with it. So this is actually what's left, and I was actually able to pull all of this meat off after I boiled it. And so the turkey stock is actually out on the deck cooling. This is the ham bone. I always save that to make ham and beans. And then this is the ham that we had left. I'll probably make ham salad out of that. Alright, so it's about 7 p.m. Everyone has gone home, and I am going to make turkey soup with the turkey broth that I made. I just decided I'm going to do it tonight because the kitchen is already dirty and I have everything out, so why not? So I have in this stock pot a stick of butter, 1 large onion, some carrots and some celery chopped up with some fresh herbs in there. I think I had like rosemary and thyme. So next I'm going to put in some rice. I think this is jasmine rice, but I'm just going to use the whole container because there's not that much left in there. Let that kind of brown up a little bit, and then pour my turkey broth in. So I added some turkey broth. I don't know if I'll need to add more or not. The rice will obviously bulk up once it cooks, and it'll probably cook for about 30 minutes or so. But I also added, I found a bag of frozen mixed vegetables in the refrigerator, or in the freezer. So I went ahead and added those too because I wanted to bulk up the veggies a little bit. So I'm not going to add the shredded turkey yet until the rice cooks, because I don't want to cook it more and get it tough. All right, so the turkey rice vegetable soup is done. I tasted it. It's very good. I didn't really have to add that much seasoning to it. I think just because the stock already had so much seasoning. So I did add a little bit of sweet corn in there in addition to the mixed vegetables, because we have that in the freezer that I froze from the summer. And then I added 1 can of diced tomatoes that I drained. So this made quite a bit, obviously. So what I'm going to do is package this up into jars, and then I texted our family and said, would you like some turkey rice soup? And they said yes. So I'll deliver it tomorrow. And then the only other thing I want to do is package up the rest of my turkey broth. That's going to go in the freezer. I just did one over here so far. So I always label the top, because you will never remember what kind of stock is in there if you don't label it. So I just want to address this in this video because I know I'll get questions about, can you freeze stock in mason jars? And yes, you can. I do it all the time. So not only mason jars, but I save a lot of jars. Like, for example, this is a pickle jar. It has C on the top, which means there's chicken broth in there. This one is chicken broth also. So I save a lot of different jars, as you can see, and freeze different stocks in them. That way I always have stock on hand when I want to make something. So here's my turkey stock. The only thing I want to caution you on is make sure that you leave enough headspace in the top of the jar, because as it freezes, the stock will expand. And I have had one of these crack on me before. So you just want to make sure you leave about 1 inch of headspace in the top. This is actually an old salsa container from Costco. So yes, I know I'm a crazy stock lady, but there's some beef stock back there too. So now I actually have beef stock, chicken stock, and turkey stock, and this will last me all winter. It tastes so much better, and I won't have to buy it from the store. All right, so I just finished packing up all of this turkey rice soup. It made a ton. So it made this container, this jar, that jar, this container, that jar, these 2 jars in this container. So I'll have a lot to share and probably some to freeze as well. All right, so it is currently, what time is it? 10 o'clock, and we are getting ready to hit the hay after this busy, fun day of Thanksgiving. But I wanted to give you a recap of the recipes, just because I'm not sure if I did that earlier in the video or not. So what I made, rolls and butter. Those Rhodes frozen rolls are the best in my opinion. Super easy and delicious. I also did the new recipe of the holiday cranberry jalapeno salsa with cream cheese. Delicious. I would make that again in a heartbeat. The turkey was like 10 out of 10 for sure. Adam was like, not like shocked at how good it was, but he had been telling me like, I want to smoke a turkey. And I was like, no, I really want to try to brine this and make this recipe. So I will definitely be doing this again. It was a winner. Mashed potatoes were good. Sausage stuffing. I feel like I put too much butter in the pan and it was a little bit soggy and a little bit too rich. So I probably wouldn't do that again. But other than that, I've made that recipe before and it was really good. I also feel like I would probably just use plain bread and not the herb stuffing, just because I think the plain bread is better for that recipe. The broccoli casserole we did not like. So this was the Alton Brown recipe. I just thought it was really dry. I will acknowledge that I probably overcooked it a little bit, but I still thought it was dry and didn't have much flavor. I would not make that again. Banana cream pie, cherry pie, both delicious. So thank you so much for watching this first day of Vlogmas with me, my Thanksgiving cook with me. I hope that you enjoyed it. Thank you for spending the day with us, and I'll see you in my next video. Bye. Hey guys, it's Jen. Welcome back to my channel and welcome back to another video. So we are going to start out the month of December with our annual Thanksgiving plan, shop, and cook with me. This is what I did last year for my first day of Vlogmas, and it was a really popular video and I had a ton of fun making it. I actually just re-watched it so I could get some ideas of what I wanted to make this year, but I am actually super behind this year. I have been in the process of writing a cookbook, which has taken up a lot of my extra time. And I also know that a lot of our Thanksgivings are gonna look different this year because we are not gonna be able to have the large gatherings like we once did. But I'm actually kind of a little bit thankful for that because I'm super behind. I wouldn't have had time to clean my house and plan a huge dinner anyway, but we are going to do Thanksgiving just with our family, myself, Adam, and the kids. So I'm gonna take you with me as I meal plan, and then we're gonna go to the store, pick up some ingredients, and then I'm gonna share with you all of the cooking and then our final meal. So I hope that you guys have fun watching this, and again, thank you for being here for Vlogmas 2020. I am super excited. All right, so I've got my recipe binder here, and then I've also got my meal planner. I did recently make a video about my recipe binder, so I'll link that down below if you want a little more in-depth info on what I keep in here and how I set it up. But my meal planner is a Carrie L meal planner, and I always have a link and a coupon code in my description box if you guys want to check it out. So I do use this for my weekly meal planning and grocery lists every week, but the other thing I like about it is that it also has a gatherings section, so it's super helpful in planning out like any type of large gathering, whether it's a holiday, a birthday party, something like that. It separates out the different courses here, and then you have your grocery list you can tear off and take to the store with you. So as I'm filming this, actually it is Thanksgiving morning, so I know that I am behind, but again, we're not going to do anything super involved this year, so it's all going to work out fine, and we're not going to eat until this evening, so I'm okay with it. I was going to make turkey and ham, but Adam said since it's just going to be the four of us, let's just do the turkey. So I brined that last night, which I'll show you guys here in a little bit. We'll go ahead and save the ham for a different time. Adam, maybe you can throw it on the smoker or something. Always for sides, we need mashed potatoes and gravy. And then I am also going to get some rolls. I think I'm just going to do the Rhodes rolls this year. I was thinking about trying to make them homemade, but at this point I probably am not going to have a whole lot of time for that, so I'll get those. Adam always likes to have chicken and noodles, and we do the frozen Reams noodles, and then I'm going to make green bean casserole, and then stuffing. I guess dressing really, since it's not going to be stuffed in the turkey. And then I put cranberry sauce under desserts. I am going to make some homemade cranberry sauce only because that's what I have on hand. I have frozen cranberries, frozen fresh cranberries instead of the canned sauce. And then I do want to make a pumpkin pie. I feel like that is just traditional and we can't go without that. And then I have a recipe for sugar cookies. I want to try, they're like a sour cream sugar cookie that you roll into balls and bake rather than the cutout ones. And so I thought I could make those in lieu of making a bunch of different complicated pies and desserts. I'm pretty sure everyone likes pumpkin pie. And then for drinks, I'll just get soda, maybe pick up a bottle of wine or something like that. So I think we're going to keep it pretty simple this year. But yeah, I'm just thinking about the sides: mashed potatoes, chicken noodles, green bean casserole, and stuffing. I do normally make the corn casserole, which is like well, I got the recipe from one of my friends' moms, but it's also available online as a Paula Deen recipe. It's basically like the Jiffy cornbread mix, and then you mix it with cream corn, butter, sour cream. But my kids really they don't really like that a whole lot, and I actually just made some a couple weeks ago. So I think I'm going to leave that off. So let's go through the recipe binder and pick out the recipes. So I have this recipe card here for pumpkin pie. I think this is one that I got from my mom, and I think I made it, I don't know, a couple years ago maybe. Normally I don't make the pumpkin pies. Normally my sister-in-law does that, but since we are not gathering this year, I will have to make my own pumpkin pie. Last year I made a cherry pie that was really, really good. And I'm not going to go through all that effort this year, but you guys can go back and watch that video if you want. I'll link it down below. Okay, so here's the sides section of my binder. I think, okay, yeah, so here's the stuffing recipe that I use, the dressing recipe. It's actually Ina Garten's recipe for sausage and herb stuffing. It is so stinking good. I love it. It has apples in it, which is a little bit maybe non-traditional, but it turns out super good. So I'm gonna pull that one out. And then on the back of it is sweet potato casserole. And that's another thing that I sometimes make, but none of us really like it all that much. And I normally make it for Adam's dad. So I'm not gonna do that this year. So I think that's really the only thing that I need to pull out a recipe for. I already have the recipe pulled out downstairs for the turkey. I really don't use a recipe for gravy. Mashed potatoes, I don't need a recipe. Chicken noodles, I don't need a recipe. Green bean casserole, I usually just follow the recipe on the side of like the French's onion container. I don't get super fancy with that either. Cranberry sauce actually is right here. I printed this off the other day from Food Network, so I'll get that. And then I have the pumpkin pie, and then the sugar cookies is in my other binder. So super simple this year, not complicated. I'm totally fine with that. It's gonna be delicious. We're gonna have all the flavors of Thanksgiving. So now all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go down into the kitchen probably, and then I just go through all of these different items and decide what I don't have on hand already that I need to make these. So like, I know that I'll need the rolls. I'll probably pick up some extra butter just to make sure we don't run out. I already have potatoes. I think I'll probably get some more half and half to mash the potatoes with. And then I'll need some noodles, chicken broth. I always have either some in the freezer or I reconstitute my own. I may get some canned chicken. I know that sounds weird, but Adam's mom usually makes her chicken noodles with canned chicken and then chicken stock and the Reams noodles, and that's the way that Adam grew up eating it, and so that's what he really likes. It's all about like family traditions, right? And then I'll probably need some green beans. I don't know that I have any of those. I know I have cream of mushroom soup, and I think I have onions, but I'll double check. And then for the sausage and herb stuffing, I do think I have enough bread, but I'll maybe put that on there. I need to look. And then butter, onion I have, celery I have, although I'll probably need some more celery. And then apples I have, parsley I have, salt, pepper. Well, this says sweet or spicy Italian sausage. I actually have some Italian sausage in the fridge, so I'll just use that. Stock and dried cranberries, which I have. So that's good. I don't need anything for the turkey that's brining right now. Oh, I do need a bottle of wine for that because that's what you baste it with. And then cranberry sauce. I think I have all the ingredients for this. So frozen cranberries, sugar, lemon zest, water. Yeah, that's it. Pumpkin pie, I need, I'm gonna make a homemade crust, so I have all this stuff for that. I have pumpkin, 14 ounce Eagle brand. I think that's sweetened condensed milk. I was gonna say evaporated milk, but I don't think it's that. Eggs, I need cinnamon, salt, ginger, nutmeg. Yeah, and then actually, do you guys like Cool Whip on your pumpkin pie? I feel like that's always what I like on it. I mean, whipped cream is good too, but Cool Whip tastes good. And I actually have a frozen container of Cool Whip in the freezer, so la-di-da, I'll just use that. And then the sugar cookies, I don't think I need anything for those either. So I'll see you guys at the store. Okay, so I decided that I was gonna go get my groceries at Hy-Vee since I don't need a whole lot of things, and it's just quicker for me to be able to go in and out here than it is at Walmart. And there's actually quite a few cars in the parking lot, more than I thought. So maybe people are on the struggle bus this year, just like I am. I feel like I'm in good company. So I'm just in the specialty cheese section, and they have this soft spreadable cheese. It's the Alouette and the cranberry apple spice. I think that looks interesting. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna get it, but they have that and the cheesecake and then the garlic and herb. Alright, so this is all I have so far. Not much. I did find some chicken and a biscuit crackers. Adam likes those, so I figured I'd set those out for a snack. And I'm getting a few other things that I need too.
egg noodles and some SpaghettiOs for the kids. Have you guys had butter cheddars before? If you haven't, you should try them. They are so delicious. Okay, so have you guys tried these Polar Seltzer Aid? I might try one. They have starfruit lemonade, tart cherry limeade, raspberry pink lemonade, blueberry lemonade, blood orange lemonade, and mango limeade. Oh, that sounds good. I'll have to grab one of those. So these Sister Schubert's rolls are really good too. They don't take as long to rise, but since I have time today, I'm gonna get the Rhodes rolls. But there are several different varieties. They have bread dough too. All right, so it's currently 11:15 and I think I got everything that I need, so we're gonna head home and start cooking. Okay, so I'm gonna share with you guys what I got from the store, but I also wanted to show you this hash brown egg casserole that we made this morning. I put it together last night. It actually turned out pretty good. I did not have enough eggs for the recipe, but I still made it with half of the eggs that it called for, and it was still good. So I think we'll probably have leftovers of this tomorrow. So I'm gonna pack this up and get my groceries set out. All right, so we're going to rewind to the previous night and I'm going to share with you guys how I made this egg casserole. So here is the recipe. I'll link it down below. I had this sausage in the refrigerator. I probably would have liked to use ground sausage, but the links are what I had on hand. So I took a 9x13 casserole dish and greased that with cooking spray. And then I did go ahead and chop the sausage up into coins and I sauteed that. I actually think this was probably fully cooked sausage, but anytime I'm putting something like that in a casserole, I do like to cook it ahead of time just to render some of the fat. And I layered it in the dish with the potatoes and the cheese, whisked up some cream of celery soup with some milk and eggs and poured that over the top. The recipe I think called for cream of mushroom soup, but I don't really care for mushrooms, so I used cream of celery and it turned out fine. But we refrigerated it overnight and here is what it looked like when it came out of the oven the next morning. It was definitely delicious, and I don't always make a big breakfast, but since we were eating Thanksgiving dinner in the evening, I decided to do that on this day. Okay, so here's everything that I got, mostly Thanksgiving stuff, but I also got a few just regular groceries that I saw that we needed too. I did go ahead and get some Granny Smith apples, even though I had regular apples here. The stuffing recipe does specifically call for Granny Smith, and sometimes I like to use those in there just because they're less sweet and a little bit more tart, and Connor likes to snack on these anyway. I got some more celery. I didn't have enough of that left for all the things that I needed it for. And then I also picked up some grapes. These are on sale for $1.99, so I thought that was a good price. Their Chobani flips were still on sale for $1 each, so I picked up 4 of these. I got 1 strawberry cheesecake, 1 apple crisp, 1 peanut butter cup, and 1 lemon meringue pie. I got some half and half, both for coffee and then for the mashed potatoes if I need it. 2 dozen eggs. I think these are on sale for $1.17. Which is not a bad price. It's a little bit more than I would pay at Aldi, but still, excuse me, still a pretty decent price. I also got some sour cream for the sugar cookies and then just to have on hand for anything else we need it for. Butter was a good surprise. It was on sale for $1.88 a pound, which is a really good deal. So the limit was 4 and I went ahead and got 4 because this freezes well and I can always use it for Christmas baking. I inadvertently picked up 2 packages of summer sausage. I saw this one on an end cap and I was like, oh, I'll get that to just do like a meat and cheese, platter to set out this afternoon before dinner. And then this was in the refrigerator section, but that's fine. I accidentally got both of them, but we'll eat them at some point. And then I got a couple different cheeses to put out. This one is just a regular sharp cheddar. And then I don't think we've tried this one yet. It's Schulzberg cheese and onion. So I thought we would try that. I did pick up another loaf of bread. This is sourdough bread. I do need a little bit to supplement the bread that I have for the stuffing. And then I do like this bread also. I use it for toast in the morning sometimes. And then I also like just sandwiches on it. I got Adam some chicken and biscuit crackers. He really likes those. And then I am running low on craisins, so I decided to pick up a bag of these just because I use them for other things too, and I'll put a little bit in the dressing. I got 1 can of black olives, 2 cans of green beans. These are on sale for 29 cents, so that will be for the green bean casserole. I got 1 can, or I'm sorry, I actually got 2 cans of SpaghettiOs for the kids.
2 cans of mini ravioli, but Connor's eating one for lunch right now. I got 1 can of the Swanson white chunk chicken breast for the chicken and noodles. I also saw this Hormel sliced dried beef, and we use this to make dried, well, we call it SOS or shit on a shingle, but it's actually, Connor's looking at me, it's actually like dried beef gravy or chipped beef gravy. Anyway, we haven't had this in a long time, and Adam really likes that, so I thought I could have that on hand for a quick meal this weekend. I also got some AE Dairy Party Dip. This is good if you haven't tried this flavor and you see it. I'm going to cut up some cucumbers and some carrots to munch on as well. I have not bought Easy Cheese in a long time, and I thought it would be fun for, you know, to set that out with crackers and the kids could have it. I grabbed some smoked almonds. We haven't had those in a while, and they sounded good. I needed to pick up a bag of egg noodles for a pork chop recipe that I want to make within the next week, and I didn't have any of these on hand. I got some Bang energy drinks for Adam. 1 Radical Skedaddle. I don't think I've seen this flavor before. Strawberry Blast. This one was new to me also. Purple Kittles. And then this one is the Sour Heads. So I got those for him. I got 1 6-pack of just the sparkling water. This is the sweet sparkling water, but it's 0 calorie. I think it's sweetened with Splenda. And then this is my very favorite flavor of LaCroix. I think this is the best. It's limoncello flavored, and it really does taste like limoncello. It's delicious. I would definitely recommend it if you like sparkling water. These were the dinner rolls I got. So these are the ones that I always get, the Rhodes East dinner rolls. Really good. So I'll set those out to rise. And then they had toaster scrambles on sale for $1.77, so I picked up a package of these. They were pretty picked over. I think this was like one of the last 2 packages, but I figured we could have those in the freezer for breakfast next week. And then I saw these also, and I thought, I should make those for myself for lunch. They're goat cheese bites with marinara, and it's the Pioneer Woman brand. I have never tried these before, but they sound good, and it says they come with marinara sauce, so I thought I would try those. These are the Reams frozen noodles I get. These are always what I use for chicken and noodles when I make it. They have bigger bags of these, but since it's just us 4 today, I got the smaller bag. And sometimes Hy-Vee has their own like store brand too, but I didn't see that today, so obviously I had to get the brand name. And then I really like these Bantam bagels. If you guys have never tried them before, they're good. They're just like little mini bagels stuffed with cream cheese. And you can make these in the air fryer. It says to make them in a toaster oven. I don't have a toaster oven, so I use the air fryer, and they are so stinking good. They're actually kind of expensive, but I buy them every once in a while because I really like them. I got a cheap bottle of Sauvignon Blanc for basting the turkey. I'll show you guys how I do that with butter and wine and cheesecloth. And then I did pick up one of the packages of the Sparkling Polar Seltzer Aid. This is the mango limeade, so I hope that's good. And then just some diet soda, which we were running low on. Diet 7-Up and Diet Dr. Pepper with cream soda. So I think what I'm going to do is get the cold stuff put away, and then I have some dishes in the sink that I need to clear out before I can dump the turkey out of the brine and get that in the oven.
Okay, so this is the previous night, and I'm sharing with you how I brined this turkey. So this was about a 24-pound turkey, and even though it was just going to be the 4 of us, I bought a large one on purpose because I always find that the larger ones cook better for me. They don't dry out as fast, and I like having a lot of leftover meat. There's lots of things you can do with it. So I started out by making the brine. You basically want to dissolve your salt in some boiling water. So I put some water in my pot, some kosher salt, and then you're going to season it with a lot of different seasonings. And some of them I didn't actually have on hand, but I substituted and it worked out just fine. So you will need some bay leaves. I'm going to pop those in there. You also are supposed to put coriander seeds in there, but I didn't have any. You're also supposed to put juniper berries. I honestly, if I tried to find juniper berries in Iowa, people would probably laugh. laugh me out of the store. So I ended up putting some peppercorns in, some fennel seeds, which the recipe called for. I think I put some thyme in there, and then I did put some dried coriander rather than the coriander seed, and it turned out fine. It was still delicious. These are the bags I used to brine my turkey. They are huge, giant Ziploc bags. I think you can get them at Walmart. I bought this package a while back, but they are super convenient for doing stuff like this. I just put my turkey in the bag and kind of stand it up in a roasting pan. And then once the brine mixture comes to a boil, you basically turn off the heat, let it cool, and then you pour it into the bag with the turkey along with the rest of the cold water. Now, I actually tied this bag up before I realized that I needed to put like all of the veggies in there, so I had to untie it and redo that, but not a big deal. You do put 2 medium onions in there, 6 garlic cloves, and then a bunch of fresh thyme. I had some mixed herbs that I put in there, which I'll show you here in a second. But this is the second year I've made my turkey like this, and it turns out delicious. I would definitely recommend brining your turkey if you've never done that before. I really think it makes a difference in terms of the flavor of the turkey. Once you roast it up, you can really taste in the meat that flavor that's in the brine. And actually this brine calls for a bottle of white wine also, and I did not have one on hand. So I substituted a little bit of white wine vinegar and everything turned out just fine. So for my herbs, I have some sage in there, some rosemary, and some thyme. And I put that into the bag with all of the onions and the brine and made sure that was tied up and secured really well. And then that just went in the refrigerator overnight, and then I'll put the turkey in the oven probably about noon the following day. So also during this time, I was making the turkey stock. So I took the giblets and the heart and the neck out of the turkey and sauteed those up in a pan. I added some onions, some carrots, some celery, some water, and then basically you just simmer that to make a really flavorful stock, and then that's what we'll use to make the gravy out of. You can also make it out of the turkey drippings, but I find it's just as easy to make the stock on top of the stove, and then that way you can have it cooled and already ready, and you can actually make the turkey gravy while the turkey's in the oven, if that makes sense. So this is always just how I've done it, and it works out great. So there is the turkey in the brine. So that is going to sit in there overnight. You can actually let it sit for up to 36 hours if you have time. And then here is the stock that I made. So I just strained that and put it into the refrigerator overnight and let it cool, and then it was ready for the next day. Okay, so for the roast turkey, you will need 3 sticks of melted butter, and then you combine that with 1 bottle of dry white wine, and then this is what you're going to coat the cheesecloth in that's going to sit on the skin of the turkey. And then you're also going to baste this, use this to baste the turkey throughout. It's a really good method. I would highly recommend it. We did this last year. So this is just cheesecloth I ordered off of Amazon. So I'm just going to push that down in there and let it soak. I gotta go get the turkey out of the garage. Here is the turkey and the brine. It smells really good. It's kind of interesting because when you brine a turkey, it does obviously soak up some of the brine. So it's just funny how much larger the turkey appears the next day after you've brined it and it's soaked up some of that liquid. So I'm going to get this rinsed off, and then I'm going to put it just back into this pan to sit for a little bit while I get my roasting pan ready. I have some salt and pepper in this little thing right here, and I'm just gonna sprinkle that inside the cavity of the turkey. And I forgot that this recipe wants you to actually use stuffing, but I don't really care for that, so I'm just gonna stuff the inside with like some carrots, celery, and onion. I feel like I probably went through at least a 5-pound bag of carrots in this video between everything I used them for, but I'm just chopping up some veggies to stuff inside of the turkey, and you don't need to peel these or anything. Obviously, you're not really going to eat these. They're kind of just going in to the turkey to help it hold its shape while it roasts, and then it will also kind of impart some flavor on the turkey as well. So you do want to tie up the legs together with some butcher's twine. That will just help the turkey kind of stay nice and compact while you're roasting it in the oven. It won't be kind of flopping around and getting unevenly cooked. And then I didn't show this on the video either, but you do want to fold the wing tips under and just kind of tuck them under the bird. So before we put the cheesecloth on, I'm going to just rub 1 stick of softened butter all over the turkey. Yes, it's surprising how much butter goes into this recipe, but I really only roast a turkey like this once a year, so what's the harm, right? And then I sprinkled it with salt and pepper pretty generously. You always have to remember when you're cooking a big bird like this that you're talking like over 20 pounds, so you definitely want to season it generously. Then I draped the cheesecloth over the turkey like a little blankie. How cute is that? All right, so here is my turkey all covered up and ready to go in the oven. So I'm gonna put this in at 450 for, I believe, 30 minutes or an hour. I can't remember, I'll have to look. And then you turn the oven temperature down to 350 and roast it the rest of the way. And then as it cooks, as it cooks, you baste it with this butter and wine mixture, and the cheesecloth helps to keep the skin crispy. It's delicious. Okay, so I wanted to go ahead and get the rolls out and rising. These usually take about 3 to 5 hours to rise, and you guys have probably seen me cook these before if you've watched any of my What's for Dinner videos, but I just use a 9x13 pan and I use 12 rolls. I spray the pan with cooking spray, and then I place the little dough balls in there. Now the key to this is that make sure that you spray your plastic wrap that you're going to cover the dish with. So I spray it and then I turn it over and put the sprayed side towards the rolls, because they will rise up, and if they stick to the wrap, the plastic wrap, and you pull it off, you'll deflate all the rolls. Ask me how I know. That's happened to me a couple times before. So just a tip there. I'm going to get started on cooking some Italian sausage. This is hot Italian sausage, and I'm going to use half of this for my dressing recipe, and then I'm also going to use half of it for some stuffed mushrooms. I wasn't quite sure at this point in the day if I was going to make those stuffed mushrooms yet, but I did end up making them, and you'll see that later in the video. So here is my sausage, and I'm using my meat chopper to just basically make sure that that's in fine crumbles, and I'll put that on a paper towel lined plate to drain when it's done cooking. Okay, so the turkey has been cooking for 30 minutes, and I'm going to baste it, and then I'm going to put it back in for about 3 hours at 350 degrees. And then every 30 minutes you want to baste it again with the butter and wine mixture. Okay, so I'm going to get started on the crust for the pumpkin pie. Ideally, I should have done this the previous day and had it already made, but I told you guys I was super behind this week, so that's what I get. Everything worked out fine in the end, as it usually does. But I like to use my food processor to make my pie crust. I just find that it's easier, it comes together much faster, and I don't have to stand there with a pastry cutter and cut everything together. So I just have some cold butter and some flour in my food processor, a little bit of salt, and then you just want to drizzle in some ice water until a ball forms, and basically that's it. If you guys have not made homemade pie crust, you definitely need to try it. Do not be intimidated. It is not hard at all. If you can use a rolling pin, you can make pie crust, I promise you. So I put the dough out on a floured surface. I like using my butcher block for this. And then I kind of just like to fold it over so that I get some of those flaky layers in the dough. And you want to pat this into kind of a little flat disc and wrap it in plastic wrap, and then just stick it in the fridge for maybe about 30 minutes to an hour, just until it gets chilled enough to work with it. If you try to work with it right away, sometimes the butter will get too warm and you'll end up with a mess on your hands. I'm going to make the filling for the pumpkin pie. So I have some eggs. I'm going to put in 1 can of sweetened condensed milk. If you guys have a good pumpkin pie recipe, let me know what it is. I didn't end up being too big of a fan of this particular pumpkin pie filling, but it also might be that I cooked the pumpkin pie for too long. So let me know what recipe that you guys use. I'm adding 1 15-ounce can of pureed pumpkin, and I'll whisk that in as well. And then this recipe also calls for cinnamon, salt, ginger, and nutmeg, which I actually had all of those things on hand. I feel like some of these spices, not cinnamon, because I use cinnamon for a lot of things, but like sometimes spices like ginger and nutmeg, it's like, do I have those in my cabinet, or do I need to buy a new one? So it's either you have like 10 bottles of ginger that are all like 10 years old, or you have no bottles of ground ginger. Who feels me there? So I whisked that together. You can see that it looks nice and creamy after everything was whisked. And then once the pie crust was done chilling in the refrigerator, I took that out, floured my surface, and this recipe makes enough for just 1 pie. So if you're making a double crust pie, you would want to double that. But I actually have this, I think it's considered like a French rolling pin. I ordered it on Amazon a couple months ago, and I actually like it much better than the like the rotor, I don't know what you call it, like the rotary rolling pin with the handles on it. I just think this one is so much easier to control. But this dough is really nice. I think last year for Thanksgiving, I tried 2 different pie dough recipes. I tried one with just shortening and then one that had butter in it. And I always find personally that the pie crust with the real butter turns out better. That's always just been my experience, but also maybe because the butter is very cold and typically I don't have my shortening in the refrigerator. So you can fold that into quarters and then basically just kind of fit it into your pie plate. This is a 10-inch deep dish pie plate, which I actually do like for some applications, especially if you're making a quiche. It's nice and deep and it holds a lot. Then I'm just going to trim the extra crust off the side. Make sure you leave a little bit on there so you can do like the little crimping with your fingers if you want to. And I know you guys are going to ask me about my nail polish and my dress that I'm wearing. So I'll link the particular nail polish that I'm wearing in this video in the description box below. I don't think I can link the dress because it is a LuLaRoe dress actually that I bought many, many years ago. And so I don't even know if that pattern is still available or who I got it from or anything like that. There was once upon a time where I was very obsessed with buying many, many LuLaRoe clothes. I still have like a bunch of leggings and tops and everything. And I still do like those dresses. They're very comfortable, especially to wear around the house. So here's my filling. I'm going to pop that into the crust and just make sure that it's even. And then what I decided to do, since I had some extra pie crust, was I used this little leaf cutter and I'm just going to cut a few pieces out and kind of arrange them on the top of the pie just for a little added touch. I thought that was cute for fall and Thanksgiving. Okay, so next I wanted to get to work on the dressing or the stuffing. I'm probably going to say stuffing just because that's what I always say. I hardly ever call it dressing, even though I don't stuff it into a turkey. But I did not set my bread out to get stale earlier in the week. Again, super running behind. So you can actually dry it out in the oven. It works just fine. I've done it many times. So I have this hearty white bread loaf. I can't remember where I got this. I think I got it at Hy-Vee, maybe Walmart. I can't remember. Basically, it was just like a big loaf of like rustic white bread. And I'm just cutting that into cubes and putting it on a baking tray. Just try to get it as flat as possible into one layer. And then I pop that in the bottom of the oven along with the turkey. I think at this point it was cooking at 350 degrees. This is one of those times it would be nice to have a double oven, maybe someday when I redo my kitchen, which will be never because I practically have a brand new kitchen, but sometimes I think it would be nice to have a double oven. But anyway, I threw that in there and just kind of let it cook until the butter was, or not the butter, the bread was dried out. So now I'm going to work on the other part of the stuffing, which is sort of the veggies that are in there. So I put a stick of butter into my skillet and I'm going to chop up some celery and some apples and some onions. Definitely don't skip the apple in this recipe. I think that it gives it a really great flavor. The apple and the onion along with the celery, I just think is fantastic. And then I will end up using some of that ground sausage in this too. That's totally optional. You could leave the sausage out and I think it would probably be just as good, especially if you wanted a vegetarian version. You could even do a vegan version and use olive oil instead of butter. And then maybe use like a vegetable stock instead of the chicken stock to moisten it. And I don't bother peeling the apples for this particular recipe because you're going to saute these until they're super tender and then you're going to bake it in the oven. So you really can't even tell at the end that you have the peels on them. So I'm just going to dice up 2 apples and that will go into the pan with the celery. If only you guys could have seen my kitchen on this day. It was totally a hot mess. I had so many dirty dishes. I do have like multiple chef's knives just because I cook so much and make so many cooking videos. I have like 4 large chef's knives in different brands and all of them were dirty. All of my other knives were dirty. All of my pans were dirty. Everything was dirty. I had to run the dishwasher 3 times on Friday to get caught up, but that's fine. I really enjoy it. I really enjoy being in my kitchen all day cooking, which is why I did it. Even though we weren't having a big Thanksgiving this year, it was just going to be the 4 of us. I still thought it was fun to cook everything. So I put some onion in the skillet. I also put some parsley, some salt, and some pepper. And then you just want to let that saute over medium heat until all of the veggies are softened. Again, this is my very favorite stuffing recipe, and I know that stovetop is good too, and I have made that, but this is definitely my favorite homemade recipe. Go Ina. So you do need quite a big bowl to kind of mix this stuffing up in. I usually use one of my roasting pans. That works out really well. So I put the breadcrumbs in there, the sausage in there, and kind of give that a stir around. I'm just basically eyeballing that. I think the recipe calls for a pound. I probably used a little bit less than a pound. And then I will dump in the, you see Connor stealing a piece of bread there. And then I'll dump in the cranberries. And then here is my sauteed veggie mixture. So the onions and the apples and the celery along with that butter goes in there. And then you just want to give this a good stir until everything is coated. And then the original recipe, I believe, only calls for 1 cup of chicken stock. I actually don't find that to be enough. I usually put 2 cups in. So that's what I did, but you can use your own judgment always when you cook. I find that recipes definitely need to be changed sometime to suit everyone's taste. So I had 2 packets of what is that called? Not reconstituted. Yeah, I mean, it's chicken stock that I had to reconstitute. So 2 cups worth of that, poured boiling water in there, gave it a good stir. And then once everything is mixed, you can taste it. If you think it needs more salt, you can put more salt in there. And then I just grease a 9x13 casserole dish and pop the stuffing into there. And then I kind of do pack it down a little bit just to make sure that it stays moist while it's baking in the oven, and then just kind of put it all into an even layer. And then I basically just covered that with foil and let it sit on the stove while I was making the rest of the meal. Okay, so next I'm going to get started on some deviled eggs. I'm just going to boil 6 eggs in a pot on the stove. Sometimes I do use my Instant Pot to hard boil eggs, but in this case I wasn't doing very many, so it's just easy to do them on the stove. And while those were cooking, I was going to get started on the stuffed mushrooms. So I can link a recipe down below that I kind of went off of for these. I didn't really follow it to a T. But I've made stuffed mushrooms lots of times before. I personally don't eat them because I don't care for mushrooms, but Adam really likes them, so I make them for him. But basically what you want to do is just pop the stems off of the mushrooms and then dice those up finely, and that will actually go in the filling with the sausage. So you kind of have a sausage mushroom filling for the actual mushrooms. So I'm just chopping those up as finely as I can, and I'll get them into a skillet to saute. And then also I was going to mix in some cream cheese. I think I mixed in some Worcestershire, and then I also chopped up some scallions, just the white part. These were some scallions that I had in the refrigerator and they were kind of going south, so I salvaged what I could of them, but I just wanted a little bit of onion flavor in those as well. It's always kind of hard for me to cook with mushrooms because I don't particularly care for them, so even if I'm cooking with them and I taste it, it's like, I don't like this, so how am I supposed to know if the flavor is right? So normally when I'm cooking with things like this, I always have Adam taste it since he's going to be the one eating it anyway. So I did decide to chop up some walnuts and put them in here. That was in one of the recipes that I looked at, was chopped up nuts in there. He did not end up liking the texture of this, so I probably wouldn't do that again next time, but it was worth a try.
Ringing in my ear, jingle bell, a sound that's oh so dear. Frosty the snowman is all around town. Watch out for reindeers are falling down. We stay up waiting for Santa tonight. He climbs down the chimney at the speed of light, while we're dancing around the Christmas tree, hugging and kissing.
Okay, so in the skillet there, I had my sauteed mushroom stems along with some sausage, and then I'm just going to use about half of this package of cream cheese just as a binder to kind of bring the mixture together. I also put in some Worcestershire sauce. I always, well, not always, but a lot of times I use Worcestershire when I'm cooking with mushrooms. Like, hello again, even though I don't care for mushrooms, I feel like the flavor goes well together. I don't know. You can let me know how you feel about that. But here's everything once I got it all mixed together. So I have the sausage in there, the mushrooms, the onions, cream cheese, Worcestershire, and I believe at this point the chopped up walnuts are in there as well. Again, what I ruined them with, but that is just going to set aside to cool a little bit. The best way I have found to stuff these is using like a little teaspoon or tablespoon measuring spoon. You can kind of use it to form the sausage on top of the mushrooms. It's not, you don't have a lot of space in there to stuff it, so you kind of have to pack the mixture down in and then mount it up on the top. But as long as you have that cream cheese in there, it does help everything kind of stick together and hold its shape.
And me, carolers are singing outside our door, lovely songs we all heard before.
Okay, so here is what these stuffed mushrooms look like. I just put those on a little baking tray covered with some foil, and those will go in the oven a little bit later.
As they walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas Day.
Okay, so it is currently about 3:30, and we're gonna check on our progress here. So the rolls are rising, those are basically done. I still need to peel the potatoes, I need to make the noodles, I need to make the green bean casserole. The stuffing is made and all ready to go in the oven later. Turkey's in the oven, gravy will need to be made. I need to make the cranberry sauce. I did the pumpkin pie. Not sure if I'm gonna get around to the sugar cookies, we'll see. So I have my cranberries here. I need to get those cooking. The turkey just has 4 minutes left on it, and then I'm gonna remove it, take the cheesecloth off and put it back in for an hour and continue to baste it. I have a load of dishes I need to do. I did get my hard-boiled eggs peeled, so I need to make the deviled eggs. And then the pumpkin pie is also done, so I'm just letting that cool here. I have the window cracked a little bit. And once this kind of cools to room temperature, I'll put it in the refrigerator and let it cool the rest of the way. So I think we're in pretty good shape. We have about probably 2.5 to 3 hours before we will eat, and Adam and Connor are outside playing football. Okay, so when you take the cheesecloth off of this turkey, you do have to be really careful that you don't tear the skin. But you can see how brown it got here on the leg, but it works really well to get a crispy brown skin. I've never been able to achieve that before this method, so holla. Okay, so there's what it looks like. So we're gonna put it back in for 1 hour, baste it every 30 minutes while it's in there, and then we'll take it out and let it rest for another hour.
A Merry Christmas Day. We're chasing snowflakes as they're falling down.
So I'm going to be honest, I can't specifically remember if I've ever made homemade cranberry sauce before. I feel like I have, but again, can't remember. So I put my frozen cranberries into a sauce pot. These were actually some cranberries that I had purchased at Costco a couple weeks earlier and put them in there to keep fresh. I squeezed some orange juice in there, put some orange zest, some water, and some sugar, and that's basically it. I just let them cook away until it was nice and thickened. And then once it cooled a little bit, I just put it into a dish and let it come to room temperature, and this turned out so delicious. I think it's even better than canned cranberry sauce, but again, there's a debate there, right? Stovetop versus homemade, canned cranberry sauce versus fresh. Everyone has their own traditions. So the boiled eggs were done. I'm just cutting those in half and scraping out the yolks into a bowl. And then I have this little egg keeper. I think I ordered it on Amazon. I can't remember. Maybe I got it at Hy-Vee randomly, but I like it because it's actually a stackable tray. So if you're going to bring deviled eggs to a party, not like we can have parties anymore because we can't have nice things, but it is super convenient for storing deviled eggs in the refrigerator if you want to do that too. So I mashed up the yolks, and I'm putting in a little bit of sweet pickle relish, a little bit of mayo, and salt and pepper, and I think I put some yellow mustard in there as well. Adam does like his deviled eggs just a touch bit sweet, which is why I use the sweet relish. But if you don't care for that, you can totally use dill relish also, or just leave it out altogether. And again, I don't really use a recipe for this. You know, when I first started cooking, when I moved out on my own, a lot of things I did use a recipe for, and I think that's how you have to start out if you're just starting out cooking. But once you make something so many times, you kind of get the hang of it. And like, I don't need a recipe anymore for making lasagna or spaghetti or anything like that. I mean, I can remember printing out recipes for pot roast when I was, you know, first on my own and learning how to cook, but that's how we all get started, right? And I think cooking is like anything else. I think sometimes people get frustrated because they can't get it right away, but it's a skill like anything else. So, you know, if you just keep at it and keep practicing, you'll get better and better. I do like to put a little bit of paprika on my deviled eggs just for the nostalgic look of it, but those are done, and I'm going to put the lid on and get them into the refrigerator to chill.
And follow Rudolph all across the town. Play it with me under the mistletoe while Santa's busy saying ho ho ho. We're feeling jolly, eating Christmas cake, and then
okay, so now I'm working on getting the potatoes peeled. I'm actually going to cook my mashed potatoes in the Instant Pot today. That's what I like to do, especially for large meals like this when I have lots of things going in the oven and on the stove. It just makes sense to cook them in the Instant Pot. And the other great thing about cooking them in there is that you can also keep them warm, which is pretty awesome. You can also, you know, mash them and put them in a slow cooker and keep them warm, or sometimes I've even seen recipes where you can cook the potatoes right in the slow cooker too, but I prefer the Instant Pot. It works really well. Sometimes I also get questions about which potato peeler I have. This is literally like a $5 Farberware potato peeler from Walmart, and it's my favorite. I also have a Pampered Chef peeler, and it's okay, but honestly the cheapy one from from Walmart is my favorite. So I put the potatoes in a strainer basket in the Instant Pot, put a couple cups of water on the bottom, and then just make sure that's set to sealing. And I just cooked this on manual pressure for about 16 minutes. Okay, so the turkey is done. We're going to cover it with foil and let it rest for about 30 minutes.
Skin looks nice and crispy.
Yeah. It turned out good. So Adam didn't like the mushrooms because I put walnuts in them. It's
Weird texture.
And then I have chicken stock here. I'm going to make chicken noodles. And I just put the stuffing in the oven. I got to put the green bean casserole in there and then bake the rolls, and the mashed potatoes are in the Instant Pot. All right, so I'm going to work on the green bean casserole. That's pretty self-explanatory. I usually just use the recipe that's on the cream of mushroom soup can. So I have a can of cream of mushroom and a little bit of milk, and I'm just going to whisk that together. And I also put some soy sauce in there, which I believe is customary, and then some pepper. You do not need salt because the canned soup is very salty and the soy sauce is salty as well. I did cut this in half just because my kids actually really like green beans, but they're not super huge on green bean casserole. So I only made half the recipe, but I put 2 cans of green beans in there, a handful of crispy onions, and then poured the cream of mushroom over that. I'll just give that a good stir. And then you also want to top it off with extra what are those called? French fried onions. I couldn't remember what they were called. I actually bought a big bag of those from Costco, so that's why they're in a jar. Adam likes to eat them on his bagels and cream cheese, which is kind of odd if you ask me, but he likes it. So that is done. I am going to pop that in the oven along with the rest of the food to bake. Okay, so I'm making the gravy. In here I have some butter that I cooked with some of the turkey drippings, and I put some flour in there, and this is the turkey stock that I made last night. So I'm going to whisk that in, let it simmer, and then just taste it to see if it needs salt or pepper or whatever kind of seasoning. Okay, so I am going to use my new ricer with the potatoes because I am told, oh shoot, I'm told this makes the fluffiest mashed potatoes. So I got this actually to make gnocchi, but you can make mashed potatoes out of it too. So see, you just put it through there like that. And then I have some cream cheese in the bottom of there. I have some melted butter. I'm gonna mix it with some milk. So I'm gonna rice these potatoes real quick like. Okay, so I put all the potatoes through the ricer. I think that was about 3 pounds of potatoes. I heated up half a cup of half and half. I had some cream cheese in there and a stick of butter, and they turned out super creamy and delicious. I'll definitely make them like that from now on if I'm not too lazy.
That's it.
Oh. All right, so Adam carved the turkey. It turned out super good. Very moist. And then we got the cranberry sauce. That turned out really good too. It tastes delicious. And then I'm saving the carcass because I normally make turkey stock with it. And then sometimes I'll make like turkey rice soup or turkey noodles or whatever. And then we got taters.
I think we're ready to eat. So we got mashed potatoes and green bean casserole, stuffing. I always call it stuffing. I guess it's dressing. And here's the chicken and noodles. And the gravy turned out really good. Actually, didn't even have to adjust the seasoning at all. So that was pretty cool. And then the rolls. Beheading the turkey.
The butter turkey.
Oh no!
Ew, that's kind of gross.
A turkey with the butter. Butter with that turkey.
It's like the butter cow at the state fair. Why it's the turkey.
I don't know what that is.
Eating on the frozen lake, saying hi to every friendly face, and later we warm up by the fireplace. Carolers are singing outside our door.
All right, so I kind of had a fail with my pumpkin pie. You see that bubble in the crust? So I think I should have poked my bottom crust with a fork before I put the pumpkin pie filling in, because you can see there were a few bubbles like that. But overall, the pie crust turned out kind of tough, and it's because I had to cook the pie in the very bottom of the oven, which it's like, that's usually very hot down at the bottom of the oven. And it, I don't know, it just overcooked the crust and made it tough, but that's fine. We ate some of it. We didn't really like it that much and threw some of it away, but I'm gonna make these Dunkaroo sugar cookies that I got at Hy-Vee, although I feel kind of gypped because there were only 6 in the package, but I think they're just sugar cookies with some kind of a sprinkle frosting, so I'm gonna make those. So here's what those little Dunkaroo sugar cookies turned out like. I don't really understand the packaging. So it said 6 giant sugar cookies or 24 mini ones. I don't really consider these giant sugar cookies, so I feel like that's kind of a ripoff, but whatever, it's fine. They're good. I don't think they taste exactly like a Dunkaroo, but the frosting does. And then I got all of the leftovers packed up. So we had a lot of leftover turkey, which was good. That's what I wanted. So I separated the light and the dark meat. We had some rolls left over, green bean casserole, that's gravy, and then some dressing left over, a lot of mashed potatoes, some chicken noodles. This is the cranberry sauce that is left over, and then the olives. So I also saved the turkey carcass, and that is out in the garage fridge in a big Ziploc bag, and then tomorrow I'll use that to make turkey stock with, and then I'll make turkey and rice soup, which is normally what I do after Thanksgiving with the carcass and all of the leftover meat and everything. And then a lot of times I'll use like some of the gravy in the soup too, so I'll share with you guys that tomorrow. But I think we're getting ready to go to bed. It's 10:30 right now, but I just have to find space in the fridge for all this stuff.
Lovely songs we all heard before, as they walk from house to house to wish us all a Merry Christmas Day.
Okay, so I am going to get started on my turkey stock. So I'm taking that turkey carcass from the day before and putting it in my large stock pot. Sometimes I get questions on where I got that stock pot. I actually just bought it from Walmart. It's like a cheap tamale pot. It was like 20 bucks, I think, but it works great for stuff like this. So along with the turkey carcass, I put that into the pot with some really cold water, some salt, some peppercorns. You can put herbs in there. This is the time to clean out your veggie drawer. So you can see there I have carrots, I have a shallot, I have an onion, I have some garlic, I have some celery. I think I'm going to throw some parsley in there as well. Anything, you know, aromatic that you have that would work well in, you know, chicken or turkey stock, you can really throw in here. I've thrown peppers in there before. Anything that's going to give it flavor is good. So once all of that is in there together, I am going to add some peppercorns. You can add fennel seeds if you want. You can add other things. I usually just keep it pretty simple with like bay leaf, salt, and pepper. There's some cold water in there, and then I'm going to turn the heat on and bring that to a boil. And then once it comes to a boil, you can turn it down to a simmer. And then usually I just let this simmer for like an hour or two until the flavor gets really concentrated. And then once it's done, I like to strain it out into one of my big roasting pans. And then if it's cold outside, I'll kind of cover it loosely and set it outside on the picnic table. You just want to chill the stock so that the fat can harden up and you can skim it off. Okay, so this is, I took the shelf out of the fridge out here. So this is after the stock has been sitting in the fridge all night, and you can see there's some more solidified fat on there. I want to scrape as much off of that as I can before I make it. So now I'm going to get started on making the actual soup, and for this I prefer to peel my carrots. I guess you don't have to. Some people don't peel their carrots. But I'm going to put sort of a medley of vegetables in this soup. Again, it's a great time to clean out veggies that are in your freezer or hanging around in your fridge. I always like to put carrots in there. You could put potatoes. You can also make this turkey soup with pasta. I find that if you make soups with pasta, as the soup sits, the pasta really expands and kind of just like sucks all the broth out of the soup. Rice sometimes does that too, but I find that it doesn't do it quite as much as pasta does. So for the soup, I like to cut everything into as small of pieces as I can, especially when I'm making soup. You want to make sure that you can kind of get a mixture of all of the little bites of vegetables on your spoon. That's kind of how I think of it. So I cut up quite a few carrots, and again, I'm cutting those up pretty small. And then I'm also going to cut up some celery. I believe I also had some zucchini in the fridge. I threw that in there. I had some frozen veggies. So again, anything that you have laying around, cruciferous veggies, definitely throw these in there. And again, this isn't really a recipe. I just make the turkey stock. I throw the veggies in there. I chop up some turkey. I throw it in there. I put some rice in there. I boil it until everything is cooked through. And then I taste it for seasoning, and that's it. So not super complicated. Just basically trying to use the leftovers and reinvent what I have to make something delicious. I also like to put in a can of petite diced tomatoes. You could use crushed tomatoes or tomato sauce. That's totally optional. Here are my veggies going in, and here are my other veggies going in. I had quite a large batch, so I wanted to make sure that I had enough. And then I'm going to give that a stir. This does take a while to come to a simmer, especially in this pot, but this soup is really good. It's really good leftover. We have been having it for lunch this week, and I like to have it with like a side of cheese and crackers or a sandwich. It's really comforting and delicious. So I decided to go ahead and use the white meat for the soup, just because Adam likes the leftover dark meat on sandwiches. So I cut up some of the meat. Again, I'm not measuring. I'm just kind of eyeballing as much as I think I want to use, and then dicing that up and putting it in with the soup. You also saw me put some frozen corn in there and some frozen peas. Those were just basically like little bags of veggies that I had left over in my fridge. I was going to put some green beans in there, but at this point I thought I had enough veggies, so I went ahead and left it as is. But that will basically simmer until the rice is tender. I think I simmered it for about half an hour to 40 minutes. Probably didn't need that long, but that's how it turned out, and it turned out really, really delicious. I didn't even have to season it at all. Okay, so the turkey rice soup is done. It turned out perfectly flavored. I didn't really have to adjust it at all, just a little bit of salt and pepper. So I have quite a bit here. I think what I'm gonna do now is go I need to get some groceries because I'm testing recipes today and I'm out of some things. So I think I'm gonna jar some of this soup up and drop it off at Adam's parents' house and his aunt's house on my way to the store. Okay, so for the turkey soup, I ended up with one container of that for us to keep at home, and then I have one bag to freeze.
So I'm gonna do that, and those containers are not leak proof because I just spilled turkey soup all over my shirt. Fantastic.
Okay guys, so that was our Thanksgiving, and thank you for spending it with us. I just wanted to kind of debrief on all of the recipes that I made and let you know how they turned out and if I would make them again. So the turkey and the gravy turned out perfect. Now, make sure if you guys are making a turkey for Christmas or even next year for Thanksgiving that you try this method. I'll link it down below. I don't remember if I said before, but it's a Martha Stewart recipe. The combination of brining the turkey and then using the cheesecloth to drape it and baste it is like perfect. It makes it so juicy and beautiful. It's like the best turkey I've ever cooked. The sausage and herb stuffing, I don't think I really cared for the sausage that I used in it this year. I normally use breakfast sausage, and that's what I should have done, or I should have just left it out. And then too, I think next time I'll probably leave the cranberries out just because I don't think they, I don't know, it just wasn't our favorite this time, but it's still a good stuffing recipe and I would still recommend it. The cranberry sauce was awesome. I will definitely be making that again. Adam really liked it too. Pumpkin pie was sort of a fail. I didn't really care much for the filling. I thought that it could have been a little like more smooth. The shell again was overbaked, and that's because I had to bake it at the very bottom of the oven under the turkey. So normally when you're like baking pies and stuff, you want to put them in the center of the oven so the air can like circulate around, but I didn't get to it in time and I had to shove everything in the oven together, and so that didn't really work out too well. The breakfast egg bake that we made was actually really good, and I would probably make that again, although I didn't have all of the eggs that I needed for it. Next time I would add all of the eggs, but it was good, and then it was good as leftovers too. The mushrooms, I didn't really go off a recipe for those, but I used the walnuts in them, and I would make stuffed mushrooms again. Adam really likes them, but I would leave the walnuts out. He didn't really like the texture of those. Chicken and noodles were good. Green bean casserole is green bean casserole. What can you say about that? Mashed potatoes were awesome. That ricer that I got from OXO is fantastic. I'll link it down below. It's like, I have never had such smooth, creamy mashed potatoes. I would definitely recommend it. And yeah, I think that's it. Did I miss anything? I don't think I did. So anyway, thanks you guys for hanging out with me for the first day of Vlogmas. I hope that you're subscribed. Click that notification bell. I have lots of fun content coming this month that you don't want to miss. I will see you tomorrow. Bye. I'm super excited to share today's video with you. It is my annual Thanksgiving prep, shop, and cook with me. I love filming this video and I love sharing with you guys. You are not going to want to miss all of the delicious dishes we had this year. So when I tell you guys this is my most favorite video of the whole entire year, I'm not even kidding. I love filming this video for you guys, and also I love having people over to my house and cooking Thanksgiving dinner because I don't know, I like to have people over. I like to cook. It's like a match made in heaven. So I thought I would show you guys what I am planning for this year. I am using my large meal planner from Carrie L. I'll link her site down below. I've been using her meal planners for years and years and years now. In the back, she has a section for gatherings, and it's really nice because you can write out, you know, the different courses that you have. So appetizers, side dishes, main courses, desserts, drinks, kids, and supplies, and then you can write your grocery list on the side and tear it off and take it to the store with you, which I've already tore it off, but I'm going to kind of go through the list of food. So I am having about 11 or 12 people over this year. My dining room table will seat 8. I can put the leaves, I guess, up, and I can fit 8 chairs around there, and then we have a card table downstairs that we'll bring up with folding chairs. That will be the kids table, and so that's kind of what I am working with for this year. I always make the turkey. Adam is also going to smoke a ham. I've been using the same turkey recipe. This will be the 3rd year now. It's a Martha Stewart turkey recipe, and it is fantastic. Also, if you want to watch my other or my previous Thanksgiving prep shop cook with me video,
videos. I'll link those down below. And then after Thanksgiving, I always also make turkey broth or stock out of the turkey carcass. So I'll be sharing that with you as well. So what I'm gonna do is just kind of go through and highlight the things that I'm going to make, just so I have a list to work off of as I'm cooking for the next couple days. But my mother-in-law is gonna bring deviled eggs. She always likes to bring those, and Adam likes hers better than mine. Anyway, so that's good. I'm gonna be making a shrimp dip with crackers. So it's basically a cream cheese like base, and then you put cocktail sauce on top of it and chopped up shrimp. It is so delicious. And then I'm also going to make a charcuterie board, possibly a cheese ball. I haven't quite decided if I'll have time for that yet. We will see. And then I'm also going to make homemade rolls, which I know I went back and forth about whether or not I was gonna make them, and I just decided to bite the bullet and do it. But I do have a really good recipe for Parker House rolls. My sister is gonna bring mac and cheese. She's also gonna bring the green bean casserole. My mother-in-law is gonna bring chicken noodles. I am going to make the mashed potatoes. I always do those in the Instant Pot. And then I also make a sausage and apple stuffing or dressing, whatever you want to call it. It's an Ina Garten recipe. I've been using it for years. I'm going to be making cranberry sauce, corn casserole, and a sweet potato casserole. There's really not a lot of us that like sweet potatoes, but Adam's dad really likes them, and I know that he'll take them home if there's leftovers. I'm going to be making the turkey, like I said, which will get in the brine the night before I roast it. And then I always take the giblets from the inside of the turkey and make a gravy with that. It turns out really delicious. Adam is going to be smoking a ham. And then for drinks, I think I'm just gonna do like soda and lemonade. I don't know, I have wine here if anyone wants it. I think Adam has beer in the basement, so we'll see. I may make like a large pitcher. I have one of those like drink servers that I got at Costco like a long time ago. It holds several gallons of lemonade, and then it has the spigot, so people can just go up with their cup and serve themselves. For dessert, Adam's aunt is going to bring a cherry fluff, which she always brings every year, and the kids really love that. And then also she's gonna bring a pistachio dessert. I am going to make pumpkin pie, and then I'm also going to make some chocolate mint brownies, which you guys may have seen me make these before. I love the recipe. It was actually passed down to me from my mom, and I make them a lot during the holiday season. So I'm looking forward to making and eating those. And then as far as the supplies, the only thing I really need are I don't think I need anything actually, because I got napkins. We're gonna use real plates. I already knew that I had twine, so have that. The only thing that I'm gonna look for, which they might be sold out by now, are those really large Ziploc bags. They're huge. They're like large enough to hold a turkey inside them. And that's normally when I brine my turkey in. If they don't have those in stock at Walmart, I can always get a food grade like 5-gallon bucket. I asked Adam if he had a clean 5-gallon bucket somewhere. No, he did not. So if they don't have those, I'll have to buy the bucket. But that is what I'm planning on making. So what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna go to the store. I'm gonna share the grocery hauls with you guys. So I'll probably have 2 of those depending on how many stores I go to. Normally just Aldi, Walmart, and Hy-Vee, but we'll see. We'll see what I get and where, and then we'll go into the cooking. So thank you guys for being here. Happy Vlogmas, and I hope you enjoy the video. All right, so here's the first little part of my grocery haul for Thanksgiving. The rest will be from Walmart and Hy-Vee, but I got this stuff from Aldi because I was there today, and I just went ahead and grabbed things that I knew might be cheaper there than I could find. So I got 2 large packages of celery. We'll be using this to stuff the turkey for the dressing and also the turkey stock that we're
we're gonna make, I got some green onions. We're gonna make some really delicious shrimp dip that I'm super excited about. So that will be for that. I got a bag of Granny Smith apples. I do put apples in my sausage stuffing. It turns out so delicious. We'll obviously have extra, but my kids love apples, so that's fine. I also got some carrots for the turkey stock, and then sweet potatoes. These will be for the sweet potato casserole that I'm going to make. I am going to make some cranberry sauce, and then I got extra for potentially doing some sugared cranberries. I don't know. I was just like surfing Pinterest last night and I saw all these awesome things, but who knows what I'm actually gonna have time for. I got 2 bottles of dry white wine. This is Riesling. So the turkey recipe that I use actually calls for a bottle of wine in the turkey brine, and then it also calls for a bottle of wine mixed with melted butter to baste the turkey with. So that will be for that. I got 2 loaves of this artisan Italian bread for the stuffing recipe, 2 packages of butter. I have some butter in the fridge, but you guys know when you're doing holiday cooking, you just run out of butter so fast, and I wanted to make sure that I had enough, so I got 2 pounds of that. I'm gonna do a charcuterie board, and so I went ahead and picked up some pitted olives. Those will go for that. And then I just got an assortment of meats and cheeses. I got this champagne cheddar cheese, this aged Gouda, and some smoked cheddar cheese. And then I found some speck and some Italian salami. So I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna find later on when I go to Hy-Vee, but I may pick up some more things from there for the meat and cheese board as well. I got some sweetened condensed milk and a can of pumpkin. I believe these are both for the pumpkin pie. And then there's a recipe that calls for evaporated milk. I can't remember what it is, but you'll be seeing that at some point. 1 container of heavy whipping cream for a recipe. And then all of the Thanksgiving charcuterie boards that I looked at on Pinterest had garnished with these maple leaf cookies, and I just thought that it looked so cute and festive. So I went ahead and grabbed some of these. These are really good anyway. Trader Joe's has them too. So got those. And then the cracker part of it, I got these olive oil breadsticks. These look really awesome if you kind of like stand them up in a glass. It kind of gives the board some height. And then you can also wrap them with the meat. It's really good that way too. I got some wheat crackers and then some eggs. So I'm gonna put this stuff away, and you guys will be seeing another haul right about now. All right, so here's everything that I got from Walmart. I was just like putting everything out on the counter, and I was like, I don't really feel like I had to get that much for Thanksgiving this year, but I just did a pantry reorganization, and I feel like that gave me a good idea of what I already had in my freezer and pantry. So then I wasn't buying unnecessary things. So that's helpful, right? Okay, I got some flat leaf parsley. This is gonna be for the stuffing or dressing, and then also for some of the stock for the turkey. I got some sliced Colby Jack cheese. I may like cut some pumpkins and leaves out of this and use that for the charcuterie board. Got 2 containers of, not containers, bags, I guess, of light brown sugar. Adam needs that for the ham, and then I also need it for a few baking recipes. I did pick up 3 2-packs of the Philadelphia cream cheese. I just could not pass this up because it was like $3.50 a package, which is a really good price for brand name cream cheese. I needed 4, but I went ahead and got another one just to have in the refrigerator. I needed more chicken bouillon, and this is what I like to use to reconcentrate. It's really good, so I got more of that. Some half and half for a recipe. Adam also needed some apple juice for the smoked ham, so got that for him. And then I never buy regular soda, you guys know that, but I saw that they had this Mountain Dew gingerbread snapped. I don't know, it's like a holiday flavor, so I thought we would maybe share a little bit of that. I don't know, it sounds weird to me. I got some russet potatoes for mashed potatoes. I just got a 5-pound bag because I already have some here at home, so I think that'll be more than enough. I got some fresh bay leaves, so we'll be using this for the brine for the turkey. Some garlic, some cloves. This is also for the brine for the turkey. And then I also got some bacon. I feel like I need this for a recipe, but now I can't remember what it's for, but also it was on sale, and bacon's really pricey right now, so even if I don't need it for Thanksgiving, we'll use it for breakfast one day. I got some sharp cheddar cheese. I think this is going to be for the cheese ball that I might make to go on the charcuterie board. I don't know. I have all these ideas swirling around in my brain right now, so we'll see what actually happens. I got some mozzarella cheese. I just needed to have some of this on hand for when I make lasagnas for lasagna love. I got some Cool Whip. I actually really like Cool Whip rather than whipped cream on my pumpkin pie. I know, weird, right? Got a container of that. Some yellow onions, some corn flakes. This is actually going to be for the sweet potato casserole topping. I got some kosher salt just to make sure we had enough. I'll need some of that for the turkey brine. And then I needed some canola oil for a recipe, but I was also all out. So I decided to get a big jug of this. That way I could keep it in the pantry and use it for other things as well. I got some lemonade. I will make some of this tomorrow in my big beverage dispenser. And then I got a couple of different seasoning rubs that Adam wanted to try. So he's gonna do a spiral cut ham on the smoker, but he wanted a rub that he could use that wasn't salty. So I thought we would try these. I'm not quite sure which one he's gonna use, but I got the Fiesta salt-free brisket rub, the seasoned pepper. That just basically comes with pepper and spices. There's no salt in it. And then the smokehouse maple seasoning. I got some marshmallows. This is for the sweet potato casserole. Some cheddar cheese sauce. This is not for Thanksgiving. This is for some pretzels that we have in the freezer. I got some wheat thins for a dip that I'm gonna make, and then some of these Ray's New York bagels. I've never seen these before. I just saw them in the freezer section at Walmart. I love authentic New York bagels, so I thought I would give these a try. I got some Dawn Power Wash. I haven't had this in a while, and I thought with all of the dish scrubbing that I will be doing this week, that would be a good idea to have. I did also get some more all-purpose flour just because I was running low on that. And then I did get this silverware tray. This is actually silverware that I picked up at Costco, so it's like my nice fancy silverware, and we're gonna use this tomorrow along with my new china for Thanksgiving. So you guys know me, super fancy. To brine the turkey, I got a 5-gallon bucket. Now normally I do this in big Ziploc bags, but I do feel like this will give better coverage for the turkey, and not to mention they're all out of the big Ziploc bags, so I should have planned ahead better for that. But at any rate, this will work. It was like $3 or something like that, so not bad. So I'll need to wash this out, and we'll use that to brine the turkey. And then I also got this wood serving board. I've wanted something like this for a while. This was around $20. It's the Better Homes and Gardens brand. So I'm gonna use this to build my meat and cheese board for tomorrow. So excited to add that to my arsenal of servingware. And then I also got some drinks for tomorrow, some different sodas and stuff. So some Diet Orange Crush, some sparkling cherry limeade, and some Diet Mountain Dew. All right, so I'm gonna make this shrimp cocktail dip, but for that I need cooked shrimp. So instead of buying cooked shrimp, I thawed some out that I had in my freezer. This is just shrimp that I have seasoned with some seasoned salt, and all I'm gonna do is boil it until it's done, cool it, and then we're gonna use that for the top of the dip. So I've got some water here in a saucepan. I'm just gonna add 1 lemon squeezed into the water, and then also add the lemon in there. And then once this comes to the boil, I'll pop the shrimp in. Basically just boil it for like 2 to 3 minutes, take it out and shock it in cold water. Okay, so the first step in all of this Thanksgiving dinner is to make the brine for the turkey, because that has to sit overnight. So I've got my Dutch oven here. I'm gonna put 1 quart of water in there, 1.5 cups of kosher salt. I have these fresh bay leaves, so I'm gonna add 6 of those, 2 tablespoons of coriander seeds. I cannot find those where I live, so I'm gonna add about a teaspoon of cumin seeds, and then I'm just gonna sprinkle in some ground coriander. I did this last year and it worked out just fine. You need 2 tablespoons of black peppercorns, 1 tablespoon of fennel seeds, and then about 1 teaspoon of dried mustard seeds. Now this is a concentrated version of the brine mixture. So what we're gonna do is bring this to a boil, just boil it for a little bit to make sure that all the salt is dissolved. And then we'll be kind of mixing this with a bunch of fresh cold water over the turkey, along with a bottle of wine to flavor it. All right, so my water is boiling for the shrimp, so I'm gonna go ahead and add that. And again, this cooks super quick, so really only like 2 to 3 minutes, just until they turn pink. And while these are cooking, I'm gonna grab some ice water to put them in when they're done. All right, so these are done. So I'm gonna remove these and add them to the ice water. It's not super important that these be very strongly flavored, because we are gonna add them to a dip, which you'll see there'll be other flavors added. If you were gonna eat these plain, that might be different. You might wanna season them more. So I'm gonna let these cool until they are cold. Okay, so our brine has come to a boil. I'm just gonna give this a quick stir, and then I will turn off the heat and let this cool for about 5 minutes. Okay, so I've got my 5-gallon bucket here. I went ahead and washed this out with hot soapy water and rinsed it really well. I'm adding about 24 cups of cool water to here, and then I'm gonna add my brine solution.
Okay, I'm gonna give this a stir. 1 bottle of dry white wine, 2 onions that I have sliced thinly, 6 crushed garlic cloves, and some thyme. And then we can add the turkey. All right, so my turkey is all thawed out. I rinsed it. I took the giblets and the neck out. I have about a 26-pound turkey. It's just a little less than 26 pounds. I'm gonna go ahead and lower this in here. Let's get that brine down into there so this doesn't overflow. Here we go. Uh-oh. Oh no! That is like right to the top. I'm probably gonna have to take a little bit of liquid out of there. So I took a little bit of water out of that bucket so that everything wouldn't overflow. And I took one of the shelves out of this fridge out here in our garage. So the 5-gallon bucket does fit perfectly in there with the turkey. I went ahead and put the lid on. So that's just gonna sit there in the brine overnight. Ideally, you would do this for 24 hours. This is probably gonna be in there about, I don't know, maybe 12 to 13. It all works just fine. I've done it for 12 hours before. I've done it for 24. They both taste delicious. Okay, so the next thing that we're gonna do is make the turkey stock for the gravy. So I'm just gonna put about a tablespoon of canola oil into my Dutch oven. I'm heating this up over about medium-high heat. I've got the turkey neck and the giblets, so we're gonna saute those first and then add like some onion, carrot, celery, and some water and boil this down and make a stock out of it.
So if you've never purchased a turkey before, it does come with the turkey neck, and then it comes with gizzards and the heart and liver and everything inside of it. Usually everything is like in a paper bag inside of the turkey cavity. And so you just want to take those out, rinse them off, and then I'm putting them in the Dutch oven with some aromatics. So I've got some carrots, celery, onion, and garlic. Season it with salt and pepper, and then you basically just want to get a good sear on everything. At this point, you're not trying to cook anything through. And then after that, just go ahead and add some water.
Okay, so what I did there was I just basically kind of got a sear on all of the turkey parts and the veggies. There's carrots in there, onions, celery, and some garlic cloves. And we're gonna reduce this and boil it down for about an hour and a half. I'm gonna add about a teaspoon of black peppercorns. And then here I've got 1 bay leaf, some sprigs of thyme, and some rosemary. So we're just gonna give this a stir, bring it to a boil, and we'll turn it down to a simmer and just let it go until we have some delicious turkey stock. So for the sausage stuffing, or I mean basically for any kind of stuffing or dressing, you do want stale bread, which means I'm gonna cut this into cubes and leave it out overnight for it to harden. I only need 1.5 pounds of bread for this recipe, and each one of these loaves is a pound. So I'm just gonna cut this into half and we'll use this part for something else. Or I'll save this one because we might be able to cut it up and use it for charcuterie or something. So one bit of wisdom I have is be very careful when you're using a serrated bread knife because they are very, very sharp. And one year I did end myself up in the ER because I cut my finger bad and needed stitches with a serrated knife. So just be careful. Now you can use any type of bread for this particular recipe. I believe the original recipe calls for sourdough, but sometimes it's hard for me to find crusty sourdough where I live. So I normally just buy whatever crusty bread I can find. You want something that's like hearty because you need it to stand up to the cooking process that you're going to use to make the dressing with. I don't know, do you guys call it stuffing or dressing? I always call it stuffing, even though I know I'm not really stuffing my turkey with it, but okay. Let me get this chopped up. You want it in about 1-inch cubes.
As I'm watching this back, I'm just like looking at Murphy's nose there in the bottom left-hand corner. That just like cracks me up. He's always there in the kitchen watching me cook, hoping for something to drop on the floor. But definitely be careful with the serrated knife. Like I said, it is very sharp and can cut you.
Okay, so here's all my cubed bread. I'm just gonna let this sit on a baking tray overnight, just here on the dining room table. You can actually do this for several days if you want to. It just depends, but I'll be fine with it sitting overnight. And a shortcut, if you don't have time to let it sit overnight, you can always dry it out in the oven as well. So we're gonna go ahead and make pumpkin pie. So I'm going to use the Libby's pumpkin pie recipe. That is the one that I think everyone recommends. So I'm gonna use that for the filling, but then for the crust, I'm gonna use my recipe for perfect pie crust, which is out of my cookbook. I'll link this down below, but it's super simple. You can make it in the food processor. So for the pumpkin pie, I need pumpkin, evaporated milk. In here I've got some sugar, salt, cloves, ginger, and cinnamon. a couple eggs, and then some butter for the pie crust. All right, so we're gonna make our pie crust in the food processor. If you don't have a food processor, you can do this with a pastry cutter. It works just fine. I've got 2 cups of flour in a sieve here. I'm gonna sift that into the bowl of the food processor along with 1 teaspoon of salt. So you don't necessarily need a sifter to sift flour. You just need like a fine mesh sieve. So I'm just gonna try to be careful and not get this all over the place. This is what I normally do, but this will help make the pie crust super silky, and it will help avoid lumps. Once you get down to the end, you can just push the remainder through, and then what you're gonna be left with is the salt, which you can just pour right in. Okay, so I've got 11 tablespoons of butter, which I cubed, and this butter is cold. You can put the butter in the freezer. I don't really find that to be super necessary. And then you just wanna pulse this until it is the consistency of fine crumbs. Okay, so in this measuring cup, I've got some cold water, and I put a splash of white vinegar in there. That helps keep the crust flaky. So I'm gonna turn this on and then just stream in the cold water, about 1/4 cup of it, until the crust comes together. Okay, so you can see how this crust came together into a ball. So we're gonna roll this out and put it in the pan. Okay, so I dusted my work surface on my butcher block here with some flour, and I'm just turning that dough out onto the counter, and then I'm just gonna knead it a few times. I really like this French rolling pin. I can link it down below. I got it on Amazon. It's super inexpensive, and I like it because it has an even thickness and it's really long, so you can essentially roll like large, circles of pie crust. This particular recipe is super easy to work with, so if you're a beginner, this would be a great recipe to try, but basically I'm just rolling this out into a circle. Okay, so I've rolled my pie crust out into a circle, well, a little bit of a circle. So the next thing I'm gonna do is take my rolling pin and roll up my pie crust on my rolling pin, because that's how I'm gonna transfer it to the pie plate. So I've got a deep dish pie plate here, a glass one. I'm just gonna spray this briefly with a little bit of spray. This has a lot of butter in it, so you don't necessarily need to do that. I just wanna make sure it doesn't stick, and then I'm gonna unroll this over like that. You will get some extra crust with this particular recipe, but that's fine. You can just discard it, or you can also bake it with butter and cinnamon and sugar, and it makes a really delicious treat. So you can just pat this pie crust into the pan, and then I'm just gonna take a knife and kind of cut off the edges. Don't be intimidated by pie crust. It's honestly not that difficult, and the more you practice, the more you're gonna get familiar with it. And if you end up like with a tear in your crust, you kind of just patch it together with a little bit of water. So I'm gonna kind of roll up the edge a little bit here and try to do a crimp. I'm not very good at this, by the way. I struggle with this part every single year, but you know what? The crimp isn't the most important part, the taste is, so that's what I always tell myself. So there's my crust. I like to blind bake this a little bit because I feel like it doesn't have a doughy bottom. So I'm just gonna line this with a little bit of foil. I'm not gonna even put anything in the foil. I'm just gonna line it like that. I'm gonna put this in a 425-degree oven, maybe just for about 5 to 7 minutes while I'm making the filling. All right, so as you can see, I had quite a bit of pie crust here, so I am gonna make some of these cinnamon sugar crisps. Basically, you just brush these pie crust strips with melted butter, sprinkle them with cinnamon sugar, and stick them in the oven. So I have a little bit of melted butter here. I'm just gonna brush these quick. Okay, and then this is a cinnamon sugar cookie spice blend from Primal Palette. It's really good. So I'm just gonna sprinkle this over, and I'll probably bake these, I don't know, 425 for maybe 5 to 10 minutes, just until they're nice and golden brown. Got a big bowl here. I'm gonna go ahead and mix up my filling for the pumpkin pie. So I'm gonna add 2 eggs, and I'll go ahead and beat those until they are well combined. Next, I'm gonna add my sugar and my salt and my spices. Oh my gosh, that smells delicious. Okay, so I've got 1 can of pumpkin here, so I'm just going to add that. So I wanna make sure you have pumpkin puree and not pumpkin pie filling, because it is 2 different things. And then while I'm combining this, I'm also going to add 1 12-ounce can of evaporated milk. All right, I've got my pie crust here that I have par baked, and some of it has fallen down, but that's fine. I told you guys I'm not an expert with crimping the pie crust. It doesn't always stay in place. Okay, so we're gonna pour in the pumpkin filling. Ooh, I cannot wait to eat this. Okay, so this is optional, but I cut out some pie crust leaves using a little cookie cutter. I'm gonna have to wait till this is partially baked and then add the leaves to the top. So I'm gonna put this in the oven, bake it at 425 degrees for 15 minutes, reduce to 350 and bake for 40 minutes. Okay, so this is what our turkey stock looks like after it has been reduced. What I'm gonna go ahead and do now is just remove kind of the bigger chunks and strain this and stick it in the refrigerator, and then tomorrow we will have delicious turkey stock for gravy. All right, so this is how much turkey stock I ended up with. I probably reduced this a little bit too much, but that's fine. What we'll do is we will put this in the fridge. The fat will rise to the top and solidify, and then we can use that to make a roux tomorrow and make turkey gravy. Okay, so I'm gonna get started on the sweet potatoes tonight. So I went ahead and scrubbed these. I'm just gonna poke a few holes in each one, and since the pie is baking at 350 degrees, these also need to bake at 350 degrees until they're tender for about an hour. So I'm gonna stick those in there at the same time. This is something easy that we can do ahead of time tonight to make it easier in the morning. So I'm gonna go ahead and make the shrimp dip. This is something that you can make the night before, and it's super easy because it can sit in the fridge. So in here I've got 1 package of cream cheese, some mayo, some sour cream, and this is optional, but I like to season it with a little bit of salt and pepper and some dried dill weed, and I'm just gonna combine this until it's smooth. Okay, so I've got a square baking dish here. I think this is an 8x8. You can use a plate if you want to. Basically, this is a layered dip, so you're going to spread out the cream cheese sour cream mixture on the bottom, and then we're gonna top this with some cocktail sauce and some chopped shrimp and some green onions, and it is delicious with Ritz crackers. Okay, the next step is to put some cocktail sauce on the top. So you can just use prepared cocktail sauce. I've got some of this left in the fridge, but I'm probably gonna need another bottle. I'll see. The recipe calls for 2 cups. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of spread this over the cream cheese mixture. I'm gonna try to leave like a little bit of a border on the outside, just kind of so people know what's in it. All right, and then the next step is to top it. So I've got my cooked shrimp here. We're gonna chop this up because this shrimp is too large to be scooped up with crackers, obviously. So I'm just gonna kind of dice this up into like tiny pieces. I've also seen this made with crab meat too. So like imitation or regular crab meat on the top, that's good as well. I prefer it with just shrimp, but you can do it however you like. Okay, so next layer is the chopped up shrimp. Now, if you don't want to chop up shrimp, you can buy pre-cooked shrimp. You can buy canned shrimp. There is normally pre-cooked frozen shrimp in the grocery store. Then all you'd have to do is thaw it out. So I've got some green onions here, and once again, I have had this shrimp dip many ways. Some recipes do not call for this, but I think it adds like a really nice flavor and also just a little bit of color to it. So I would recommend adding these. I'm just gonna thinly slice these. I'll add these to the top. All right, so here's our shrimp cocktail dip. I'm gonna cover this and put it in the fridge, and we'll be able to have it for an appetizer tomorrow with Ritz crackers. It's really delicious. All right, so another thing we can make tonight is the cranberry sauce, because that can just sit in the fridge overnight and chill. So I'm gonna take half a cup of cranberries and set that aside. But in this salad spinner, I've got 12 ounces of cranberries. I'm gonna add the zest of an orange, and then so as not to waste the orange, I'm gonna go ahead and squeeze the juice in there as well. I'm gonna add about 2 tablespoons of water, and then we're gonna add 1 cup of just regular white sugar. So I'm gonna give this a stir, and I'm gonna cook this over low heat. And all in total, we're probably gonna cook this for about 20 to 25 minutes, just until everything is combined and disintegrated. All right, so our pumpkin pie is out of the oven. This baked for 40 minutes. I'm gonna err on the side of saying that it's done because we don't wanna overcook it. That way it'll still be creamy on the inside. So I'm gonna let this cool at room temperature, and then when it's cool, I'll stick it in the fridge and we'll have it tomorrow. Okay, so here's my cranberry sauce. So basically I've cooked this for about 20 minutes. You can see that it's mostly kind of disintegrated now. So I'm gonna go ahead and put in my whole cranberries. I'll give that a stir and basically just kind of let this cool off, and then I'll stick it in the fridge for tomorrow. All right, so here's my completed cranberry sauce. I garnished it with a little bit of orange peel and some rosemary. This turned out so good. I would highly recommend using the orange zest and the orange juice. I really feel like people who like canned cranberry sauce better have not had like proper orange flavored homemade cranberry sauce. But anyway, I'm gonna put this in the fridge and we'll have it tomorrow. Okay, so I got these flowers at Aldi today, these fresh flowers. Some of them are looking a little bit worse for the wear. So I am going to pull out the dead ones and make an arrangement in this jar for tomorrow.
So I have to tell you guys, if I would have had more time, I probably would have taken these flowers back to Aldi and gotten my money back, because I know they have that like twice as nice guarantee or whatever that is. But these flowers were really not in good shape. I should have noticed that when I purchased them, but like I said, I was in a hurry and I kind of just wanted some fall flowers for my table, but I kind of did the best that I could and just arranged them in a jar. Either way, it was some good color on my table, but they weren't in the best shape for sure. All right, so I think this is the last thing I'm gonna make tonight is these chocolate mint brownies, because they need to be made ahead of time so that they can kind of set up in the refrigerator. So I've got 1 stick of butter and a cup of sugar in here. I'll have all these recipes down below, by the way, if I didn't mention that before. I've got 4 eggs, 1 can of Hershey's syrup, which is actually about 2 cups. I've got that here. They don't really sell cans of Hershey's syrup anymore. This is an older recipe, so you kind of just have to make do. And then I've got some flour. So I'm using my hand mixer. The first thing that I'm gonna do is beat this butter and sugar until it is creamy. Okay, so while I'm beating the butter and sugar, I'm gonna go ahead and add the eggs one at a time until everything's mixed together. Next, I'm gonna go ahead and pour the chocolate syrup in while I'm mixing this, and then I'll add the flour. Okay, so I've got a 9x13 metal baking dish here. I'm gonna spray this with cooking spray. I'm gonna add some parchment paper. This is optional, but I would highly recommend it, because otherwise the brownies will really have a hard time coming out of the pan. I'm gonna spray this one more time. And here's the brownie layer. So I went ahead and mixed the flour in off camera. I'm gonna put this in the pan, and then these will bake. We'll cool them completely, and then we're gonna make a mint frosting layer, and then on top another chocolate layer. So kind of like an Andes mint brownie, I guess you would say. I feel like I was just shy of the correct amount of Hershey's syrup, so could be that I'm a little bit short, but whatever, it'll still work out. We're gonna put chocolate on the top of them also. Okay, so 350 for about 35 minutes. All right, so my sweet potatoes are finished. I'm gonna go ahead and peel the skin off of these and cut them up and get them into this mixing bowl. I said that the brownies were gonna be the last thing that I made tonight, but I'm gonna go ahead and make the filling for the sweet potato casserole. So we got the sweet potatoes in there, butter, eggs, sweetened condensed milk,
Salt.
sugar, yep, salt and vanilla. So turn it on very low, like number 2. Yep, just let it go. So we're gonna mix this all up until it's creamy. All right, so here is the base for the sweet potato casserole. I'm gonna go ahead and cover this up, stick it in the fridge, and I will see you guys in the morning. Hey guys, good morning. It is 5:30 in the morning on Thanksgiving. Here is our turkey that has brined overnight. So I'm gonna get this out of the brine and we're gonna prepare it to go into the oven. So I've got my turkey here. The recipe actually says to stuff it with stuffing, but I don't like to do that because I have never liked to stuff my turkey, because I always just want to make sure that the stuffing is cooked properly and nothing is raw inside. I'm gonna rub this with softened butter. I've already put this in a roasting pan and tied the legs together. This never works because the skin is so slippery, so we're just gonna try to put this on here as best we can. So I'm gonna go ahead and season the outside of the turkey with salt and pepper. This roasting rack I just bought it on Amazon. I can link it in the description box. It's just a Cuisinart roasting pan with a rack in it and some pepper. All right, so the key to golden brown turkey skin is we're gonna combine, I've got 3 sticks of melted butter in here, and I'm gonna add in 1 bottle of white wine, and this is a piece of cheesecloth. What we're gonna end up doing is using this to cover the skin of the turkey. We're gonna mix it into the melted wine and butter, and then as we continually baste the turkey and it cooks, it will help create that golden brown skin that is in the Norman Rockwell picture that we also desire. Okay, so I've got my oven set at 450 degrees. We're gonna roast this turkey at that temperature for 30 minutes. And then we're gonna turn the oven down to, I think, 350 and cook it the rest of the way. And throughout the whole time, we'll be basting it with the wine and butter mixture. So I have a turkey baster. I guess it's not a turkey baster, it's just a baster. And then we will continuously baste it as it cooks. All right, so the turkey's been in the oven for a couple of hours. I turned the temperature down to 350, and I've basically just been basting it every 45 minutes or so with the wine and butter mixture. The original recipe called for like a 20-pound turkey, and I think I have a 26-pound turkey, so it's gonna take a little bit longer than the recipe says. All right, so we're gonna make the mint frosting for
the brownies. The chocolate topping does need to set up in the fridge for a couple hours, so I'll be ready by dessert. So I've got 1 stick of butter here in my stand mixer. I'm gonna add 2 cups of powdered sugar. Just gonna whip this up. While it's running, I'm gonna add about 2 tablespoons of milk. So that's nice and fluffy. We're gonna add about half a teaspoon of peppermint extract. Don't add too much. And then you can color these however you want. I always use green because it's, you know, Andy's mint brownies, but I think red would be also really pretty for Christmas if you wanted to do that. So I'm just gonna mix this together and then we'll frost the brownies. All right, so I've got my brownies here. I'm gonna go ahead and put my frosting on the top. Okay, and then I like to use an offset spatula to spread this over the brownies, and I try to get it into as even of a layer as possible because obviously when we slice them you want them to kind of have even layers. So for the chocolate layer, I've got some melted butter here in this bowl that I melted in the microwave. I'm gonna add 1 cup of chocolate chips, stir this around, and then I'm gonna pop this back in the microwave and just melt all this together until it is smooth. So we're stirring this together. And then when you're spreading out the chocolate, you have to be super careful. You don't want any of the mint layer to get into the chocolate layer. Ideally, you might, you know, refrigerate this in between layers, but I don't have time for that right now. And normally I do this without a problem. So we'll stick this in the fridge and then they'll be done in a couple hours. So we're gonna go ahead and make the rolls. I've got 2 cups of milk here that I warmed up. In the microwave, you don't want it boiling, you just want it warm. And then I'm gonna add 4.5 teaspoons of active dry yeast. I'm doubling this recipe. I'm gonna add half a cup of warm water. And we're gonna add 4 tablespoons of sugar. I'm gonna give this a mix with the dough hook and just let the yeast proof for a little bit. Okay, so my yeast is activated. You can tell because it gets kind of foamy and it smells like freshly baked bread. Hello. So we're gonna add 1 stick of butter that I softened. Well, I kind of melted it in the microwave. Sorry about that. And then I'm gonna turn the dough hook on and add in 2 eggs. You never had Parker House rolls before. They're really like delicious and rich. All right, I'm gonna add 2 teaspoons of salt. Depending on how, you know, humid your environment is and all of that, you'll need 5 to 6 cups of flour. So I'm gonna start out with 5. I'm gonna give this a mix. As this mixes, you'll need to scrape down the sides of the bowl just to make sure that you get all the flour. And basically we're just gonna mix this and keep adding flour until the dough forms a ball and pulls away from the side of the bowl. Okay, so I'm gonna flour my counter. By the way, I did have to use quite a bit more flour than the recipe called for. Okay, so here's my dough. I just added some flour just so I could knead it until it's smooth. So this is smooth. I've got a large bowl here. I'm gonna add about a tablespoon of olive oil to the bottom. And then you just wanna grease your bowl. I'm gonna add the dough in there, turn it around, and then this is gonna rise for about an hour and a half. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and get started on the stuffing. I've got 1 stick of butter in a skillet here. I'm gonna chop up some apples, some onions, and some celery and get that sauteing. Okay, so I'm going to start out by chopping my onions. Essentially, I really follow this Ina Garten recipe pretty much to a T, except I do end up normally adding extra broth to it because I find that the recipe as written is a little bit dry. But what you're going to do is you're basically going to saute all of your veggies first. So I'm chopping up my onion, celery, and getting those into a pan with the butter. For the apples, you don't need to peel these, so just cut the sides off the apple and then just basically dice them up. I'm using my favorite Misen knife here. You guys know that I work with them every once in a while here on my channel, but even if I didn't, I totally recommend their knives. I've gotten some questions from you guys about what type of chef's knife to gift for the holidays, and I actually just noticed that they have Misen knives on Amazon too, so I can link them down below. I'll link my discount code down below as well. This video is not sponsored, but like I said, I recommend them without reservation. They're super smart. They're smart and sharp. Yes, they are super sharp and they will last a lifetime. So here I'm just getting my celery diced up and into the pan. Okay, so I took the turkey out of the oven. I'm gonna carefully remove the cheesecloth. We're gonna baste it with the pan juices and stick it back in for about 30 minutes. So see, Look how golden brown and delicious that makes the skin. So I've got my apples, onions, and celery in here with a stick of butter. I added a little bit of salt, and then I just added a few sprigs of thyme just because I had it in the fridge. And I'm gonna cook this over medium-high heat until all of the veggies and apples are tender. So to mix up the stuffing, I've got my big roasting pan here. This is what is the easiest to mix everything together in. So this is the bread I dried out last night. I'm just gonna add that. I'm gonna add the sauteed veggies to the bread cubes. All right, so in the same pan, I've got some sweet Italian sausage. So I'm just gonna brown this up and crumble it, and when it's cooked, I'll add it to the bread cubes. So while the sausage is cooking, I'm gonna go ahead and season this with about 1 tablespoon of salt and pepper. And then the recipe only calls for 1 cup of chicken broth, but I always add a little bit more because otherwise I feel like it's kind of dry. I'm gonna take my thyme sprigs out. I'm gonna add 2 cups of chicken broth. Okay, so I actually ended up adding 3 cups of broth to this because I wanted to make sure that it wasn't dry. I'm gonna go ahead and add my cooked sausage in. Ooh, this smells delicious. Now, this is optional. You can put dried cranberries in here. I'm not going to. I don't really prefer it like that, but you can if you want to. Okay, let me grab my baking dish. All right, so I've got a 9x13 baking dish. I'm just gonna spray it and then carefully try to add the dressing, stuffing, whatever. This is done. It only has to bake for about 40 minutes, so I'm not gonna put it in quite yet. All right, guys. Here is the turkey in all of its glory. So what I'm gonna do is cover this with foil and cover it with a couple of kitchen towels just to let it stay warm. There's a bay leaf while we cook the rest of the food. All right, so we gotta do the second rise of rolls so you can see how beautiful my dough has risen. So we're gonna punch this down and roll it out to about 1/2 inch. I'm gonna do this in 2 batches. Okay, so basically for Parker House rolls, once you cut them into a circle like this, you wanna brush them with some butter in the middle, fold them over, and then that's how you put them on your greased pan. Okay, so here are my rolls. I'm gonna go ahead and cover these with a tea towel and I'll let them rise for an hour again before they bake. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and make the corn casserole. I cannot find my box of Jiffy corn muffin mix anywhere in my pantry. And I know it has to be in there because I just bought it at Walmart like a couple weeks ago. So that's always nice. But anyway, I looked up online and you can do a copycat sort of corn muffin just with stuff I have on hand, so I'm gonna use that. So in here I've got 1 stick of melted butter, 2 eggs. I'm gonna add in a cup of sour cream, 1 can of whole kernel corn, don't drain it, 1 can of cream corn. I'm gonna add my corn muffin mix, homemade. Okay, so after everything is mixed together, I'm just going to grease my baking dish and pour in the corn mixture. This will bake in an oven for usually about 45 minutes. All right, I'm gonna make the topping for the sweet potato casserole. So in here I've got 1/2 stick of butter that I melted. I'm gonna add about a cup of pecans, maybe a little bit less. I'm gonna crunch up some cornflakes in there. So maybe just about 1 cup. 1/2 cup of brown sugar. All right, 2 cups of marshmallows. So I'm gonna stir this together. This sweet potato casserole ended up being super delicious. This is a new recipe that I tried this year. Here's the base that I refrigerated from the night before. I'm just putting the topping onto there and just spreading that out. Here are my rolls after the second rise. I am putting those into the oven along with my corn and sweet potatoes, and now I'm going to get started on my gravy. So here is a mixture of butter and flour that I've cooked in a sauce pot. I went ahead and added that stock, and then here is my charcuterie board that I fixed up. This was super fun and it turned out really, really delicious. I really love how it turned out and everyone really enjoyed it. So here is all of the food that we had for today: mashed potatoes, some macaroni and cheese, homemade cranberry sauce,
turkey, ham. We also had some stuffing, some gravy, some corn casserole, noodles. We also had the sweet potato casserole. No shortage of food, some cherry fluff. The rolls turned out so delicious. Here's a look at my plate. This was so good. I was seriously blown away by the food that everyone brought. We also had desserts. We had pumpkin pie, pecan pie, pistachio dessert, some mint chocolate brownies. Delicious. All right, so it's a couple days after Thanksgiving, and I am going to go ahead and make some turkey stock out of the turkey carcass and wings that we had left over. So essentially what I did after Thanksgiving was I just put the turkey in this big stock pot and stuck it in the fridge covered with foil. That way I didn't have to do this right away after I was like cooking all day on Thanksgiving. I could wait and do it now. I have a little bit more energy. So basically I've got the turkey in there. I've got 2 onions that I halved. I've got some carrots, some celery, bay leaf, rosemary, thyme, salt, and some peppercorns. Basically you can just use any kind of like root vegetables and seasonings that you'd want. So this will probably need to simmer for about 2 hours, and you can see right now that it's kind of sticking up out of the pot, but as it continues to cook down, I'll be able to fit everything in there. And just simmer this on low. If you leave the pot uncovered, it will concentrate and make sort of like a richer, thicker stock. So that's what I'm planning on doing. Okay, so here's my turkey stock. This cooked for, I'd say about an hour and a half to an hour and 45 minutes. It's done now, but I'm gonna let it cool a little bit before I strain it just because it's super, super hot. So you can see here that this turkey kind of, like I said, boiled down, and there will be some extra pieces of like turkey meat left in there, which I'll try to pull out if I can. It depends how like disintegrated it is, but yeah, let me let this cool and then I'll show you guys how I strain it and pack it up. This is actually the insert to this big pasta pot. This is a Cuisinart. I can link it down below. It's great for making stock in, but it's also great for pasta. I've got this strainer insert in here, and basically I'm just gonna pour this over here and let all the solids drain out, and then the broth will be left in the bottom of the dish. All right, so here's my turkey stock, quite a bit actually. I'm gonna transfer it back into this pot, which is the original pot that I cooked it in, and then I'm gonna put it back in the refrigerator and let it cool off, because then the fat will rise to the top and I can scrape that off before I freeze it. Okay, so here is my turkey stock. It's kind of funny, I actually got exactly 5 quarts. Before I put it into the containers here, I did try and spoon off some of the grease. It's kind of hard to do because it wasn't quite all solidified, but I did the best I could. So this will go, probably I'll put it into the fridge first to make sure it's good and cold, and then transfer whatever I don't want to use right away to the freezer. You can also do this with a chicken carcass. If you roast a chicken, you can repurpose it and make it into chicken stock. It's really, really good. So highly recommend this. I think for at least part of it, I'm gonna save out this week and maybe make some turkey and dumplings. All right, so what did you guys think? Did you enjoy this video? Like I said, this is always one of my favorite videos to film and put out every year. And I always notice, like right before Thanksgiving, that people go back and watch the previous ones because they're trying to get like Thanksgiving inspiration. I can't speak. So I always think that's really cool too. But everything turned out really, really wonderful this year. The thing that I think was one of the lessons that I learned a few years back was to not really experiment with recipes, especially when you're cooking for a lot of people and you're kind of like under pressure to put out a holiday meal. Like, it's really not the time to try new recipes. And so really the only recipe that I tried new this year was the sweet potato casserole. I've made it before, so it wasn't entirely new, but I've never made that particular recipe. The recipe I used this year was a New York Times recipe, and it turned out really good. So I'll definitely be making that again. But other than that, I didn't really have any new recipes. So, you know, tried and true is where it's at. But thank you guys so much for watching. If you are not subscribed, I would appreciate you doing so, and give this video a thumbs up. Thanks for being here, and I'll see you in my next video. Bye. I kind of really love Thanksgiving evening because I don't have to cook dinner. Say it with me. Probably should have used a bigger pan. Welcome back to my very favorite video of the year, and that is my annual Thanksgiving plan, shop, and cook with me. Let's go. right, guys, welcome back to my channel. And if you are new, welcome as well. My name is Jen. I am a full-time working mom. I post lots of cooking and motivation for busy people and working moms here on my channel. So I hope that you stick around as well. So it is time for my annual Thanksgiving video. And I just checked on my channel. This is actually the 4th one that I have done. So my first one was in 2019, but I'm gonna share with you what I am planning to shop for and what I'm planning to make for Thanksgiving this year. I'm also going to take you inside the store with me. We're going to go to Aldi and Hy-Vee, get all of the ingredients. Then I'm going to share with you the grocery haul, and then we're going to make all of the food together, and then I'm going to show you what it all turns out like. So grab a cup of coffee and buckle up because we have got a long video ahead. Okay, so I already sat down and made my plan for what I am going to make this year based on what I normally make, and I always like to try a few new recipes every year. And then I've also already communicated with the rest of my family on what they would like to bring. So we're having around 12 people over, and so that's kind of the quantity of people that we're cooking for. As always, I'm using my Carrie L meal planner. I'll have her site linked down below along with a discount code. I am not sponsored by her in any way. I just love her meal planners. This is probably the 5th or the 6th one that I've had. And one of my favorite parts about it is that there is a gathering section in the back of the meal planner. And this is really great for anytime you are planning a large holiday gathering or a birthday party or something like that. It has a section for kind of all of the courses of each meal. And then it also has a tear off grocery list, which you can see that I've already torn off, but that's not the most important part. So let's go over what I am planning on making this year. So for this year, for appetizers, I always try, like I said, to try either 1 or 2 new recipes that I haven't made before. Last year I made a shrimp cocktail dip with like a cream cheese layer, and then I had cocktail sauce, shrimp, and then you dip wheat thins in it, which was really good. This year I decided to just make homemade shrimp cocktails. So Ina Garten has what allegedly is a very good recipe for homemade shrimp cocktail, where you take the shrimp, you roast it in the oven, and then you make a homemade cocktail sauce, which I've never done before. So I'm excited to make that. Adam's mom is gonna bring deviled eggs. I love deviled eggs, but I sometimes find that they're kind of tedious to make, especially with all the other stuff I have going on. And shocker, Adam likes his mom's deviled eggs better than mine. Anyway, so I always ask her to bring those. I'm also going to have rolls, obviously. Now there have been years prior when I have made my own homemade rolls. I've made Parker House rolls. I've also just bought the Rhodes dough rolls, you know what I'm talking about, like the little individual rolls that you let rise. That's probably what I'll do again this year, because honestly they taste just as good as homemade. And with all of the other stuff you have going on when you're trying to cook a Thanksgiving dinner, sometimes doing homemade rolls can be a little bit tedious with kind of everything else that's going on. So I'll probably pick those up. My sister is gonna plan on bringing buffalo chicken dip, so I'm pretty sure everyone knows what that is. It's basically just cream cheese mixed with chicken and ranch and buffalo sauce. You usually eat it with tortilla chips. It's delicious. I'm also gonna make a broccoli salad, which this is my aunt's recipe. It's basically like a raw broccoli salad, and then you add almonds and grapes and bacon, and it's kind of got like a sweet and tangy dressing. By the way, all of these recipes will be either linked or typed out down below if you'd like to try them. Okay, so those are the appetizers. For the main course, we are going to have turkey, obviously, and ham. Adam actually wanted to go ahead and smoke the turkey this year on his smoker, and I was like, that is just fine with me, because then that's one less thing I have to do. Normally I brine the turkey. It's quite a long process of like brining the turkey, and then the morning of Thanksgiving, I rub it with butter, drape it with like a cheesecloth, and then roast it in the oven. But I'm actually kind of looking forward to not having to do that this year. One more thing off my plate. So Adam is planning on putting that in a brine, and then he'll kind of rub it with a spice mixture, smoke it. I think he's planning on spatchcocking it and smoking it on his smoker, so that will be good. And then I'm also planning on doing a ham. I always try to do like a small ham on the side, because part of me is like, what if the turkey runs out? I mean, it rarely ever runs out, but, and I know some people like ham anyway. Also, I like to have leftover ham because then I can make ham salad with it. So turkey and ham for the main course. For side dishes, I'm gonna make mashed potatoes. I normally make those in the Instant Pot. That way it's just super easy. And also the great thing about making mashed potatoes in the Instant Pot is that they can keep warm because the Instant Pot has a keep warm function. I'm also gonna make gravy. I'll show you guys how I make homemade gravy using like the turkey neck, making a stock out of that and then making gravy. Adam's mom is gonna bring green bean casserole. I am gonna make my recipe for sausage stuffing, which is basically Ina Garten's recipe, although I have modified it a little bit. So I'll link this down below along with everything else. I do make a few modifications to it, which I'll talk about. And then I also make a sweet potato casserole. This one is from the New York Times. I actually subscribe to New York Times so I can get access to all of their recipes. I don't know if any of you guys do that, but they have a very comprehensive recipe newsletter and website with tons of recipes. I find it super valuable. So I'm gonna make this. That's always delicious. We are also going to have corn casserole, which my sister is bringing that. That's of course like the corn, cream corn, Jiffy muffin mix, you know, mixed together with like butter and sour cream. It's really, really good. Adam's mom is also gonna bring chicken and noodles. I know that that is not something that everyone traditionally has for Thanksgiving. I found out via a survey on my YouTube community tab that most of you guys actually have macaroni and cheese for Thanksgiving, which I have made that before, but my kids really like chicken noodles and they love it when their grandma makes them. So we're gonna have that. And then I am going to make my recipe for homemade cranberry sauce, which is also from the Food Network, and it's super simple. Do you guys prefer homemade cranberry sauce or canned cranberry sauce? I actually prefer homemade, although I don't eat a lot of it, so I can use canned as well. It really doesn't matter to me much. For drinks, we are going to just have soda and water. And then for supplies, I need to get some plates and some napkins. We're probably gonna use like regular plates, like from the cupboard, porcelain, I don't know what it is. Whatever the plates are made out of. And then we'll use paper plates for dessert. And speaking of dessert, this year, Adam's mom is gonna bring a cherry delight dessert, which is kind of like a no-bake cheesecake with cherries on top. It's really good. I'm gonna make pumpkin pie. I always use the Libby's pumpkin pie recipe, which I find is the best. And then I'm trying a new recipe this year for cranberry curd tart. I kept seeing this like all over my social media, like Facebook, and then I got an email about it, and then I also saw it on my Instagram, and this is another New York Times cooking recipe. I'm just like, I kept seeing this all over the place, and I'm like, I gotta make this. So it has basically it's a tart. It has a hazelnut crust, and then it's, instead of like a lemon curd, like a lemon tart, it's like a cranberry curd. So I'm like, how festive and delicious does that sound? And so I'm looking forward to making that as well. So I have my shopping list made out. Next time you see me, we will be at the store getting all of the ingredients, and then it's time to cook. This is my Super Bowl, guys. This is my favorite time of the year. So it's the Sunday before Thanksgiving. It is 9:40 in the morning, and I'm here at Aldi getting ready to go in and get what I can get from here for my Thanksgiving groceries. The reason I like to start at Aldi is just because they honestly, most of the time, have the best prices in terms of like butter, flour, sugar, a lot of those staples that you need for holiday baking. But I also just like to see kind of like what they have in stock, because sometimes they have unique things, like a turkey made out of butter, or you know, something cool. Something cool like that. So let's go in here, see what we can get, and then I think we'll finish off getting everything else at Hy-Vee. Okay, so here's a look at my list. Quite a bit of stuff actually. And then I'm also going to be picking up just some regular items for our groceries this week, so I'm prepared to have a huge haul. Okay, so Aldi has cranberries for 99 cents, which is a great price. I need 2 12-ounce bags of these. I also need sweet potatoes, which I'm gonna get here, and some celery. These porch boards are huge. I mean, this is honestly taller than me. It must be like, what, 6 foot tall? That's cute. They also have some reversible wall signs. I actually really like this. Merry Christmas board. I wonder if I could put that on my porch. Here's a better look at those. I don't know how much they are. Oh, $12.99? No, that can't be. Really? It seems very low. So I need some red grapes for a broccoli salad I'm gonna make, and then I also need to get some broccoli, so I'm gonna get that here as well. So I'm actually very impressed that Aldi has fresh herbs like this. They don't always have those, at least in my area, so I'm gonna get some rosemary and some sage. Okay, so I need green apples for my stuffing, so I'm just gonna go ahead and get a whole bag. Connor likes to eat and snack on them anyway. So I need 1.5 pounds of bread for my stuffing. This is normally $3.49 a loaf, but it's $1 off, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and get 2 of these. Adam needs apple juice for the turkey brine, so I'm gonna grab some of that. Okay, so I actually need some Miracle Whip for the broccoli salad. I'm kind of surprised they have it here, but I'll go ahead and get it. The yellow onions are $1.59 for 3-pound bag. That's not too bad. I need hazelnuts for a recipe, but I'm not sure they're gonna have them here. I might have to get them at Hy-Vee. I do need some sweetened condensed milk for the pumpkin pie. So I was gonna get the Rhodes rolls at Hy-Vee, but sometimes this close to Thanksgiving they're out. So I think I'm actually gonna get the Sister Schubert's ones they have here at Aldi. All right, just finished up in Aldi. That took about 1 hour. Okay, so in case you're curious about how much I spent at Aldi, $303.58. However, I did get, I would say, I don't want to say quite a few things, but I did get a few things. I don't know, maybe a little less than half of this was not Thanksgiving stuff. But now we are at Hy-Vee. You probably can't see, my car is super dirty. It needs to be washed. We're gonna go in and get the rest of the stuff. I was really honestly able to cross off most of the things. Obviously there are some like spices and things like that that you can't get at Aldi, or the containers are too large and I want the smaller containers. And there's certain things that I prefer to get name brand that they don't have there. Okay, so I just need 1 small red onion for the broccoli salad, so I decided to get it here since Aldi just has like big bags. I'm gonna attempt to make homemade shrimp cocktail. So I need some chili sauce, Heinz, because that's what Ina Garten says. I also got my turkey. We get a free turkey from where Adam works, and this was a 9-pound turkey, so that's a pretty awesome deal right there. I decided for the pumpkin pie I'm gonna buy my crust this year. So there's several things I cannot find. So I cannot find crystallized ginger. I also can't find hazelnuts, but I did find rice flour, so I'm wondering if I can substitute pecans for hazelnuts. I might have to. Oh my god, I found them. All right, so here's everything that I got from the store for Thanksgiving dinner. So hopefully I didn't forget anything. We should be good to go. I did get a bag of Granny Smith apples. Like I said, I use these in my sausage stuffing / dressing. I think I only need 2. Yeah, I think I only need 2, but we'll just keep the rest here at home. I got 2 bags of cranberries. This is gonna be for cranberry sauce and the cranberry curd tart. I also got some celery. I need this for several different recipes. And then 1 bag of russet potatoes. This is a 5-pound bag. I have some potatoes already in my pantry. I'll probably have to make more than 5 pounds because I think we have 12 people coming over, or 12 people total. So I'll probably use close to 8 pounds, but I only wanted to buy what I needed today because those potatoes in my pantry will go bad if I don't use them within the next week or so. I got some parsley. I was excited to see this also at Aldi because my Aldi doesn't always have, like I said, fresh herbs, and I need that for the turkey stock to make the gravy. I got 2
packages of broccoli heads. I don't know that I'll need all this for the broccoli salad, but obviously we'll use it here at home if I don't use it all for that. I got some sweet potatoes. I kind of guessed on how many of these I needed. I didn't write the number of pounds down, and I was just like, well, that's fine. This will do. I tried to get them all the same size because the recipe calls for baking them in the oven, and then you scoop the flesh out and make the casserole. So I tried to get them all the same size so they would bake evenly. I got one red onion for the broccoli. And then I got some rosemary and some sage. I also need thyme, but I have that here at home. I need some for the gravy, and then Adam also needs some for the turkey brine that he's gonna make. I got some grapes for the broccoli salad, some half and half for the mashed potatoes. I got a bag of yellow onions for various different recipes I need them for. Adam needed one big sweet apple for the brine, so I got him this one. I don't even know. Oh, it's an envy apple. It's huge. Look how big that is. And then I needed an orange for the tart, so I got that. I didn't want to buy a whole bag of oranges because I wasn't sure if we were going to eat them. I got some center cut bacon. This is for the broccoli salad. And then I have some different like jams and things that I can serve with sharp cheddar cheese. So I thought I'd get a block of this. And then I also got some crackers for that as well, just to set out for a little appetizer. From Aldi, I got a pound of the pork sausage. That is what I use in my stuffing. And then I decided to go with the Land O'Lakes butter at Hy-Vee. It is more expensive than the generic butter, but I have been experimenting with like different types of butter. I know I'm gonna sound weird. But like a couple weeks ago, I made these blueberry breads and I used Land O'Lakes butter and they turned out so fluffy and delicious. I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you think there's a difference in generic and brand name butter? Let me know, but I decided to just splurge and get this. Fine, whatever. Okay, I got some eggs. Those are for a myriad of different recipes. And then a small spiral sliced ham. I decided to get a boneless one just so it would be easier to manage and smaller to cook in the oven. I just like to have it on the side. Just, I don't know, I'm always like paranoid that there's not gonna be enough turkey, even though I know there probably is. And some people like ham anyway, so we'll have that. And then if I have leftovers, I can make ham salad or ham croquettes. Okay, brown rice flour. I don't know. Sometimes I hate when recipes call for stuff like this because it's like, what else am I going to use this for? I'm not sure yet. But I need a cup of this for the crust for the tart. So we got that. And then I got some Heinz chili sauce. This is going to be for the shrimp cocktail along with the cream horseradish, which will also be for the shrimp cocktail dip or cocktail sauce, I guess you could say. There's one recipe that called for orange juice. I can't remember what, so I just bought this little bottle of Simply Orange. I thought that would be fine. And then I got 2 loaves of the Italian take and bake bread. This is going to be obviously dried out and cubed up for the stuffing that I'm going to make. I got some hazelnuts for that crust. I was like, I don't know, I needed a cup, 1 1/4 cups. I don't know, I feel like probably I could have gotten just one, but we'll see. These are expensive, $5.99 a package for about 1 cup. So what else can I do with these? I guess I could make my own Nutella. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Adam needed some different herbs for his turkey brine, so I got rosemary and sage. Marshmallows for the sweet potato casserole. They were like really low on marshmallows, so I'm kind of glad I went today because I feel like if I would have waited till later this week, some of the stuff would be gone. I got some brown sugar. I grabbed this from Aldi for a couple different recipes. And then I also got the King Arthur Baking Company all-purpose flour from Hy-Vee. I've been liking to use that for baking. Adam needed apple juice for the turkey brine, so I got that. And then, okay, so this isn't exactly what he needed, but he asked for crystallized ginger, which, you know, typically is like sold in the spice section. But the problem with living in a small town is that we have nothing here. I shouldn't say we have nothing, but it's like hard to find some stuff. Hi, you don't like this. And so I got this and he's like, yeah, I don't know if that's gonna, he's like, I don't know if that's gonna work. They're just like little
like chewy ginger candies. So he might just use grated fresh ginger. I think that'll be fine. Okay, so I've never noticed this in the store before. This is baker's sugar. It's ultra fine cane sugar. So I thought I would try this for some of the baking recipes. I don't know, I've never baked with it before. So it says it kind of like dissolves faster. It's the finest sugar you can buy. Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, I thought I would try that. I got some Miracle Whip. So I really only use this for 2 things ever. I use it for broccoli salad and I use it for potato salad. Other than that, I really don't buy Miracle Whip, but can't substitute for those 2 things. I got some kosher salt because we were running low on that, and then some black peppercorns. We'll need both of those for various dishes and for the turkey brine. For the shrimp cocktail, I got 2 bags of the jumbo raw shrimp from Aldi. So those will be good. And then I got some sweetened condensed milk for the pumpkin pie, some Cool Whip for the pumpkin pie. Do you guys like Cool Whip or whipped cream on your pumpkin pie? Honestly, I like Cool Whip. I don't care. I mean, I'll eat whipped cream on it too, but I honestly like Cool Whip. And this is generic, but they had it on sale at Hy-Vee for 59 cents. So how can you beat that? I got 1 package of pie crust. I really only need 1 for the pumpkin pie. And then I got some plain napkins, just like some dinner napkins. But then I also saw at Aldi they had Thanksgiving themed napkins. So I thought we would use these for dessert and the paper plates for dessert. I think we're going to use real plates for dinner. I got some of the rolls. So I got 3 packages of these. So that's 30 rolls total. That should be more than enough. Okay, and then this is the turkey that we got. It came out to 18.9 pounds, so just about 19 pounds. I'll put this in a roasting pan and put it in the fridge, and within the next 3 days or so, it should thaw out. And then I also got some Diet Pepsi. I like to set out just like a variety of different sodas when people come over. So that was our haul for Thanksgiving dinner. I'm ready. Okay, so we're working on, or Adam is working on the brine for the turkey. We're gonna smoke our turkey this year. Milo is trying to eat my cheese. Okay, so just tell me what you're adding.
So there's already 4 cups of water in there. I'm putting 4 cups of apple juice in, 1.5 cups of kosher salt.
Salty.
Because it is a brine, so it has to be salty. 1/4 cup of brown sugar. Or sorry, 1/2 cup of brown sugar. Tablespoon of peppercorns, black peppercorns, tablespoon of cinnamon, and 10 cloves. Milo, get out of there.
Not cloves of garlic, cloves.
Cloves. Then a tablespoon of fresh ground ginger.
Freshly grated ginger.
Yeah, whatever, grated ground. And then 2 sprigs of sage, 2 branches of
2 trees
of rosemary, and then I'm putting 3 sprigs of thyme in because it's a little light. And then bring it to a boil, let it boil for a little bit, let it cool,
and then dilute it with water.
and then dilute with water and more apple juice and some other stuff that we'll have in part 2
In a bucket.
in a bucket. Then another 4 quarts of apple juice once this is done boiling.
4 cups.
4 cups, 1 quart.
Oh, I thought you said 4 quarts.
4 cups, 1 quart.
Yeah.
And then 6 cups of ice. I got probably a little more ice than that. Stand back.
And you just let it melt.
Yep, let it melt. Needs to cool off to room temperature before you put it in the brine bucket.
And then what, you're just gonna put the bucket in the garage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Half full. This shouldn't take more than 4 hours.
Look at this. Look at this setup you got in here.
Yeah? You like that? You like that?
You like that? You like that setup?
Mama like that?
Yeah, this is a pretty cool deal. Then you get this counter on Amazon.
About the kitchen counter on Amazon.
It's got a stainless steel top. Yeah. So, I guess if you send me a link for it, then I can link it in the description box. But Adam's got his outdoor smoking area set up here down on the back patio. Okay, so here is the smoker that Adam has. It's a Camp Chef electric pellet grill, and he had the turkey in the brine for, I want to say like between 12 and 18 hours. Don't put it in for longer than that because obviously it's a very salty solution and you don't want it to impact the turkey, so it's too salty. So basically he lifted it out of the brine and dumped the water out of the cavity on the inside and put it on the table. And then I did not film this, but he did cut the spine out of it and spatchcock the turkey and then smoked it that way. I think it took around 4 hours on the smoker at 350, but he took care of that part while I was inside making the pies and everything else. All right, so happy Thanksgiving morning. I should have done this last night, but alas, I did not. So here we are at 8 a.m. on Thanksgiving, but you know what? It's gonna be fine. It's all gonna work out. Okay, so I'm gonna make a pumpkin pie. Here I've got some pumpkin puree, evaporated milk, pumpkin pie spice, salt, sugar. I'm using this baker's sugar that I picked up at Hy-Vee. So I don't know, I think it's just kind of interesting to see if it dissolves a little bit better. Some eggs. I've got some Pillsbury pie crust, my pie plate right here, and I use the Libby's recipe, so obviously all of the recipes I use in this video will be linked down below. So I have this can opener. It's from Kitchen Mama. I feel like I've showed it to you guys before, but I can't really remember. I'll link it down below. I got it on Amazon. It's really convenient. Okay, and then when you take off the lid, there's like no sharp parts. So that's kind of cool. I'm just gonna mix all the filling ingredients together in a big bowl with a whisk. If you've never made pumpkin pie before, there's two types of pumpkin that they sell in the grocery store. One is just regular pureed pumpkin, which is what you use for this recipe, and then they do sell a specific type of pumpkin pie filling, which is not what you want for this recipe. So just keep that in mind as you're shopping. And then the recipe calls for cinnamon, ginger, and cloves. I don't have any cloves, and so I'm just gonna use pumpkin pie spice because all of those spices are already in there. So if it calls for, let's see, I think we use a teaspoon and 3/4 maybe. And whisk that up. Okay, so we've got the sugar, spices, salt, eggs, pumpkin, and milk. Okay, that's it, simple. I don't know if you're supposed to do this, but I always spray my pie plate with a little bit of Pam just because I feel like I really don't want it to stick. You can definitely make your own pie crust, and I have done so many times, but quite honestly, if I'm telling you the truth, sometimes you really don't even notice the difference, and like today I don't really have time, so it's gonna be just fine. I always buy the Pillsbury pie crust, but I know that they have generic brands as well. I don't know, there's just some things I feel like I'm very like name brand loyal to, and I'm not sure why pie crust is one of them, but it is. Okay, so you just want to fit your crust into the pie plate. Make sure it looks like a preschooler did it or it won't taste very good. And then you just want to take a knife and kind of shave off the edges, because if you don't, those are the parts that are going to get burnt in the oven. And this pie plate I'm using is a deep dish pie crust. All of the baking dishes and everything that I use in this video, I'll try to find them and link them down below, but this one has like a little bit of a fluted edge, so I don't bother, you know, doing the fancy thing with the crust. You totally can if you want to, and crimp it. There's a little bit of a bubble in there. Okay, and then just make sure that your filling is whisked up really well, and then if you use a bowl with a spout, it makes it super easy to pour in. I like using the deep dish pie crust specifically for this recipe because I feel like if you use a regular pie pan, it makes it really full. Like, it makes me nervous full. So this is gonna go into a 425-degree oven for 15 minutes. Very carefully.
And then we will turn, hello sir. And then we will turn the oven temperature down to 350 and bake for 40 more minutes. So I'm gonna go ahead and wash the celery. I'm gonna make the turkey stock for the gravy. I'm using Alton Brown's recipe, which I've used for several years now, and it's really good. So I just need an onion quartered, and then it calls for 1 carrot. I'm gonna use some of these carrot chips just because I wanna get them used up. And then about 1 celery stalk. Okay, so I've got my big Dutch oven heating up here with some oil. I'm gonna go ahead and add the turkey neck and the tail. And you can add the giblets or giblets in there if you want. I'm not going to because they were frozen inside the turkey when Adam tried to take it apart. Okay, so I'm adding 6 cups of water to this. I also added some salt. So I've got the turkey in there, carrots, celery, and onion. And then I'm gonna add some rosemary, thyme, and a bay leaf, and then about a teaspoon of black peppercorns. And then we'll just bring this to a boil. Okay, so for the broccoli salad, I need some bacon. So I've just got a pan heating up here over medium heat. Normally I would probably bake it, but I've got the pie in the oven and I don't want my pumpkin pie to taste like bacon. Although it might not be bad. Bacon pumpkin pie. I'm thinking like a maple bacon pumpkin pie vibe. I don't know. Should I cook the whole package? You eat some bacon?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I need 1.5 pounds of bread cubes, and each of these loaves is 1 pound. So I'm gonna use that much, and then I just have to cut these into cubes. I've got a baking sheet here. I'm gonna dry the bread out in the oven for about 10 minutes. We can make the stuffing. Okay, so I just successfully cut this whole pan of bread without cutting myself. So I'm gonna put this in the oven. The recipe says 300, but I have it at 350 for the pie, so I'm just gonna put it in there for about 10 minutes. Okay, so in this measuring cup, I've got 1 cup of Miracle Whip, 1/2 cup of that superfine sugar, and 1 tablespoon of vinegar, and I'm just gonna go ahead and whisk this up. We're gonna go ahead and put together the broccoli salad. It's 8:45, so I want it to have time to sit for a little bit. And all I did was take 2 heads of broccoli and I washed them and I tried to cut them into kind of smaller florets. That way it's easier to eat and the dressing kind of absorbs a little bit better. And then you just want to slice a red onion as thin as you can. And I don't know, the recipe says a whole red onion. I don't like to add that much because I feel like it's too overpowering. Also, I sharpened my knives the other day, so they're bam. Okay, and then I just washed up some red grapes. So I'm gonna cut up a couple handfuls of these and put them in there as well.
You're all alone in this world, but you have to put your trust into us and we will help you.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and give this a stir. I feel like I should have used a bigger bowl, but whatever. Famous last words. I misjudged the amount of broccoli that I had. And then I'm also gonna make some toasted slivered almonds to the top of that salad. And then I've got my bacon right here, all nice and crispy, so I'm gonna chop that up as well. So when you're toasting nuts in a skillet like this, you want to keep a really close eye on them because as you can see, they turn brown very quickly. So these are about done. Kind of when you can start smelling them is when you want to take them off. Okay, so let's check on our turkey stock for the gravy. It's smelling really good. I took the lid off so it could reduce down, and the recipe says to simmer it for like 3 hours, but I really think that that's too long. I think just about an hour is perfect. It's got a really strong, you know, turkey Thanksgiving-y scent. So I'm probably just gonna let this go for another, I don't know, 20 minutes, and then we'll strain it. If I need more broth, I do have some homemade chicken stock that I can use to kind of stretch the gravy out, just because I want to make sure obviously that we have enough for everyone. And then our pumpkin pie is almost done. Needs a couple more minutes. Our bread cubes are done. So these, I actually had them in there for closer to 20 minutes instead of 10. They're still a little bit soft, but kind of crunchy, you know, around the edges. So that'll be perfect. We'll let these cool. I'm also going to get the sausage started for the stuffing. I have not gotten ready yet for the day, which is why I still look like this, because I'm cooking. But I just wanted to tell you that, you know, when you cook a big meal like this, I'm going to be like jumping back and forth between recipes, and so I hope that's not like confusing to you guys. I'm just sort of trying to show you in the order that I do things. Obviously, I'm trying to figure out what, you know, takes the longest or has to sit the longest, and sort of do that, you know, those things first. What I'm thinking about now is this shrimp cocktail situation. I need to get those thawed out, so I'm gonna get them out of the freezer into a bowl of cold water too. Okay, so I'm just getting this sausage broken up. This is that pound of breakfast sausage that I bought. You can use Italian sausage or spicy sausage. I just prefer the mild kind for the stuffing. So we're gonna go ahead and get that cooked up and drained. I just took the pumpkin pie out, and I feel like it did maybe over bake a little bit on the top, but it's still, you know, quite jiggly in the center, so we're gonna let this cool. Okay, so the broccoli salad is done. I just like to put the bacon and the almonds on top and not mix them in until it's time to eat, because I don't want them to get soggy. But I'm gonna cover this up and put it in the fridge. Okay, so for the stuffing, we've got our big ass bowl here. I'm gonna add the breadcrumbs in. I'm gonna add the sausage. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is chop up all of my veggies and whatever for the sausage stuffing. So I'm gonna need celery, apples, onions, and some salt. I've got some salt, parsley. I mean, I'm gonna need salt too. So I'm gonna go ahead and chop all these up, and then we're gonna saute them in some butter and add them to the bread mixture. Okay, so if you don't have a bench scraper, get yourself one. It is awesome for transferring ingredients to your pot. In this pan, I've got 1 stick of butter. Say it with me, probably should have used a bigger pan. But this is the same pan I cooked the sausage in, so whatever, it'll have some sausage flavor in there. I'm gonna add 1 teaspoon of salt and 1 teaspoon of black pepper. Okay, and then I'm gonna add some chopped fresh parsley. It's about 2 tablespoons. And we just wanna cook this down until the veggies are nice and soft. Okay, so I went ahead and strained my stock into this bowl here. Obviously this is not gonna be enough gravy for 12 people. So we're gonna have to add some chicken stock to it, which is totally fine. And then here's everything that I strained out of it. But this is really flavorful. And obviously, since Adam is smoking the turkey, I'm not gonna have any drippings to make a traditional gravy, so this is gonna be just as good. All right, so let's make the cranberry sauce. I've got 1 bag of whole cranberries in here. I'm gonna add 1 cup of sugar. And then I've got an orange here, so I'm just gonna peel off the rind. Try to keep it in one piece. Okay, and then you don't have to do this, but I'm just gonna squeeze the rest of the juice of that orange into there because I think it gives it a good flavor. Okay, and then we're gonna add a couple tablespoons of water, and we'll just cook this over about medium heat. All right, so my veggies are done. I'm gonna go ahead and pour those in with the bread. Now, this original recipe calls for cranberries, dried cranberries. I don't put those in there because I just find that it makes it too sweet for me, but you can do that if you'd like. So for the liquid, we're gonna use some homemade chicken stock. You can always use packaged or whatever if that's what you have. Now, this recipe calls for 1 cup of chicken stock. I find that that is way not enough, like at all, for all of this bread. So I'm just gonna stir this together, and I like to let it sit a little bit to absorb some of the chicken stock. And at this point, I also like to taste one of the bread cubes. I know it's not cooked yet, but there's really nothing raw in here that's gonna hurt you, because you can't really season it after you bake it, right? We're gonna end up putting this into a baking dish and baking it in the oven, and after that point, it's really hard to season it. So I'll taste this, season it, and then I'll let you guys know if I added anything. So all I added to the mixture was a little bit of salt. I've got my baking dish here. I'm gonna spray it with some nonstick spray. I love this baking dish because it is so deep. It's a 9 by 13, but I wanna say, where'd I get this? Sur la table, yeah, I love it. Okay, so now this is the hard part. I don't know, hopefully you guys can see this. I gotta get it from this big bowl into this casserole dish. I feel like Jammerel, this big bowl. Thank goodness I don't have that many kids. God bless America. Okay, so I am gonna kind of pack this down a little bit. I wouldn't say, you know, pack it down super hard, but just enough to where the top is even. And then that's done. So normally what I do at this point is, we're probably not gonna bake this for about another hour. So I'll just set it on the stove to keep it warm, and then we'll bake it. The top will get nice and crunchy. We'll eat it with gravy. Yum. And I just wanted to show you how our cranberry sauce is doing. I would say this is done at this point. Most of the cranberries have burst, so we're gonna turn the heat off and let it cool down. Okay, so I just got ready. I'm gonna finish up what I need to do for all of the food. My sister's gonna come over early and help me because I'm behind, as per usual. Okay, so nothing fancy with the ham. I'm just using the glaze packet that came with it, and I'm gonna stick it in the oven for, I don't know, probably about 90 minutes or so, till it's heated through. Obviously the ham is already cooked, so I just need to heat it up. I also didn't tell you guys, but I've got the, what do you call it, sweet potatoes in the oven to cook for the casserole. I'm just baking them, and now I need to get this shrimp peeled. I bought deveined shrimp, but the peels are still on, so I'm gonna go ahead and take those off real quick. But you definitely want to leave the tails on since we're making shrimp cocktail. Okay, so I got all my shrimp deveined. No, they're already deveined, they're peeled. So I'm just gonna toss them with a little bit of olive oil, salt and pepper, and roast them in a 400-degree oven. Okay, so I'm gonna make the cocktail sauce for the shrimp. So I've got chili sauce, ketchup, Worcestershire, horseradish, and lemon.
So I went ahead and mixed everything together for the cocktail sauce. It was super easy, and then I just let it sit in the fridge for a little bit so all the flavors could combine and it could chill. I've never made homemade cranberry sauce, or I'm sorry, homemade cocktail sauce before, but this was really, really good.
So since this was an Ina Garten recipe, I did raise these shrimp on my own. I'm just kidding. They look perfect though, don't they? Okay, so my sister's making the sweet potatoes. So what'd you put in there? Sweet potatoes, eggs, butter, sweetened condensed milk, sugar, and I just need to add some salt and vanilla.
Do you remember when we were kids, Dad would call that Eagle brand?
Yes.
Instead of sweetened condensed milk?
Yes.
What kind of pan do you need? Like a 9 by 13?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think pretty sure I filled my dishwasher at least 4 to 5 times on this day and hand washed many dishes. So the key to really cooking a large dinner is that you continuously have to do dishes throughout the day. And of course, my huge bowl does not fit in the dishwasher, so I always have to wash that by hand. But I had a few other things I needed to wash by hand as well. Basically just trying to keep the counters clear so we could keep on cooking and get everything done so we could eat in a timely manner.
Okay, so my sister Kristen came over. Come on.
Hi.
You look small.
Oh, okay.
There, that's better. Do we look alike? Yeah. I'm asking them. This is my sister. I think she's been on my channel before, like maybe when we made tamales or something
Or
like
pozole,
that.
maybe.
She came over early to help because I didn't do anything last night. So she made the corn casserole, sweet potato casserole, mashed potatoes. What else?
Buffalo chicken dip.
Buffalo chicken dip. Yeah, so we're almost ready to go.
Nice.
We thought you were gonna be earlier.
Huh?
We thought you were gonna be earlier.
Why?
Because you're always early.
I am. I know. Well,
Anyway, what I wanted to say is that Kristen has a Facebook page called
Kristen's Cooking Obsession.
because she's even more obsessed with cooking than I am. She's even more of a gourmet chef than I am.
Oh, I don't know about that.
How many people do you have on there?
Like 500 maybe.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll link it down below. So come join us because she posts every night what she has for dinner.
usually.
It's good ideas. Okay, I gotta make the gravy.
Okay, so the gravy is super easy. Basically, I just melted 4 tablespoons of butter with 4 tablespoons of flour in a saucepan, cooked it together a little bit, and then added the turkey stock along with a combination of chicken stock just to make sure that I had enough gravy for everyone. This didn't quite thicken enough for me with that amount of flour, so I did have to mix a little bit of cornstarch and cold water together and added that at the end. Obviously, you can thicken it to your liking, but it turned out really, really delicious.
It's a dinosaur leg.
yeah.
Just kidding. Oh wow, that just fell apart.
Just gotta cut the skin.
Bam.
Okay, so here's a look at the turkey. It turned out really, really, really good. I always love smoked turkey. I mean, I love turkey anyway, but I think that it was a great change this year, and you can see how delicious and crispy the skin turned out. The meat was super moist and perfectly delicious. Okay, so I was really glad I went with these Sister Schubert's rolls this year because it was so easy to just set them out on this tray and bake them. I didn't have to mess with making the rolls ahead of time and rising them, you know, making them rise and all that, which isn't that big of a deal, but it was just nice to have these on hand. So I just baked them per the package directions. I put them on a big sheet pan, and then I melted some butter and brushed those over the tops. That is what the instructions say to do before you put them in the oven. But the thing I really love about these rolls is that they only take 10 minutes to bake. So I was really able to just kind of do it at the last minute as Adam was carving the turkey. That way the oven was free, and yeah, it all worked out great. So here is what we ended up having. Here was our spread. Here is the turkey. We ended up with a ton of that left over, but it turned out so good. And then here are the mashed potatoes that my sister made for us in the Instant Pot. Those turned out great. I'll find a generic, Instant Pot mashed potatoes recipe and leave that down below. Here is the ham that turned out really good as well, and I ended up having a lot left over so I can make ham salad. There is the gravy that turned out really great, and then the sweet potato casserole turned out awesome as well. You can see that topping on the top with the marshmallows and the pecans and the brown sugar. Here is the chicken and noodles that Adam's mom bought. She always uses the Reams frozen noodles, which is what I like to use for mine as well. The stuffing turned out so good. I think it turned out extra good this year, maybe because I used homemade chicken stock. I don't know. And then the green bean casserole that Adam's mom brought, that was really good. Corn casserole, one of my favorites. I don't know why I don't make it more often. Here are the rolls. most of those got eaten. We only ended up with a few left over. And then the broccoli salad, everyone really loved that. And I had some leftovers, which was good because I was able to eat them for lunch the next couple days. Cranberry sauce turned out great. Deviled eggs that Adam's mom brought. And then Adam's aunt also brought a cherry fluff salad that everyone really loves. It's like Cool Whip and maraschino cherries. It's delicious. And then we had some of the appetizers left over. The buffalo chicken dip and the shrimp cocktail turned out really, really good as well. Here was my plate before I ate it. I could not eat this all. I ate what I could and left the rest, but my favorite thing is mashed potatoes and gravy and stuffing, probably. And the corn casserole. Those are my favorite things. Okay, and then here's what we had for desserts. So Adam's mom brought the Cherry Delight. I'll type that recipe out down below because I had her give that to me. And then the pumpkin pie turned out really good. And then a couple days prior, I had made a pumpkin roll cake with the cream cheese frosting in the middle. And I had some of that left. And so we set that out and some folks had that as well. So plenty of desserts. Of course, none of us really had all that much room left over, but whatever. Here's my fifth or fourth, I don't know, whatever time loading the dishwasher for the night. It was a great meal. All right, so it's 5:15 p.m. I thought I would show you the aftermath here. So this is how many mashed potatoes we had left. I'm glad we did not make more. I was like, oh my gosh, we're not gonna have enough mashed potatoes, but we did. And I don't know, I'm probably gonna toss these because they're pretty dried out at this point. I only ended up with, no, get down. I just fed you. I only ended up with one little container of stuffing left, which is nice. And then none of us really like sweet potato casserole here, but this turned out really good. If you guys are looking for a good sweet potato casserole recipe, everyone kind of took some leftovers. That's another thing that I didn't really mention that I got when I was doing my shopping, because I got it, I think, later that day. But I picked up these containers so that obviously people would have containers to take things home, and some people brought their own containers too. I'm just having a coffee here. And then this is all the turkey we ended up with. Like, that's a lot of turkey, I feel like, but we did give some away. And then this is the ham I ended up with, which I actually knew I would end up with a lot of ham, and that's okay because I am going to make ham salad and Kira wants me to make ham croquettes with it. And then we ate all the pumpkin pie, either that or people took it home. A little bit of the pumpkin roll left, some shrimp cocktail sauce left, which that cocktail sauce turned out really good. This is just like a Thanksgiving plate sort of meal that I packed up. It's got turkey, gravy, stuffing, potatoes, and corn in it for Adam to take to work next week. And then I have some of my sister's corn casserole. I saved some of that because I love it and I'll heat it up. We still have some cranberry sauce left, so I'll probably have to figure out something to do with that. We have some Cool Whip left. This is the gravy. We have some cherry fluff. There was like a tiny little, what's this? Oh, noodles. Kira, let me get this out. Kira wanted some noodles. She really likes those. So what else we got? What is this? Oh, that's pulled pork from the other night. So anyway, we didn't end up with too many leftovers. Well, except the turkey, but you know, we can always find something to do with that. I kind of really love a Thanksgiving evening because I don't have to cook dinner. Everyone has gone home. The kids are like tired and peopled out, so they just want to like retreat to their rooms. Adam's downstairs playing video games. I don't know, I just feel like it's like peaceful, and I know that I don't have to get up and do anything tomorrow because I took the day off work. I don't know, it's a good evening. So I wanted to tell you guys a weird story about something that's like, or a story about something that's like weirdly sentimental to me, and that is this gravy boat. So this gravy boat is something that I purchased when Adam and I lived in our first apartment together in college, and we had our first Thanksgiving as like a couple, and we had some of our friends over. I don't really recall why we weren't going back home for Thanksgiving. I feel like it was probably
maybe Adam's parents decided to go on vacation that year. I don't know. I don't remember that part. It's not important. Anyway, we were having our first Thanksgiving at our apartment. We lived in a very poor neighborhood, in kind of a not so great apartment because that's all we could afford at the time. And actually when we go up to Iowa City and drive by it, they've like redone it. They have a pool. It's all like nice now. I'm like, crap, I wish it was like this when we lived here. But anyway, it was all we could afford at the time. So we had some of our friends over for Thanksgiving dinner, and like I've always loved to cook, but when I was in college, I still hadn't really honed my cooking skills yet. You know, like I was okay at some things, but I hadn't practiced enough. And so it was my first time ever cooking a turkey by myself. And moral of the story is the turkey was raw in the middle when we went to carve it to eat. And so I was kind of upset by that, and I felt like a failure. And also that was the year that I purchased this gravy boat, and so that's what it always reminds me of. This is, I don't know if you can see on the bottom, but I don't know if you guys remember when Kmart had this Martha Stewart everyday line, and I actually got a lot of that stuff to kind of like furnish our apartment with, because we had a Kmart kind of close to us, and it's not there any longer. Actually, I don't even know if Kmart's in business anymore, but they would have things on clearance, and so I would always go in there and wait until they had like the Martha Stewart everyday stuff on clearance, and then I would buy it. So it was like dirt cheap. I don't remember if this was on clearance or not, but anyway, I purchased this lovely little gravy boat, and so this has been with me for, I mean, I would say probably 20 years at this point, and it's still intact, and I pull it out every Thanksgiving, and it makes me think of that. I think it's kind of a cute little pattern too. So anyway, I was just watching this, and I was like, oh, I want to share that story with you guys. So yeah, I think if I recall correctly, all of the sides that Thanksgiving turned out fine. Which me personally, I feel like is the best part of Thanksgiving anyway, is all of the sides. And so if I remember correctly, I think we cut it up, we cut the turkey up and like put it back in the oven. I also remember, now that I'm talking about this, I remember that oven in that apartment being so unreliable. Like you would set it to a certain temperature and it obviously wouldn't get up to heat. And so you would try to cook things and they would either turn out like burned or raw in the middle. I think we tried to get it like an oven thermometer, and it just like would not hold temperature. So anyway, I've been there before in an apartment with a crappy stove. But those are all still some of my favorite memories, right? Even when I made things that didn't turn out right. Okay, so did you guys notice that I didn't make the cranberry curd tart? You're probably like, what happened to that? Well, what happened to that is that I ran out of time. Unfortunately, I actually planned to make it the night before Thanksgiving, and I didn't. I was actually up kind of late that night editing a video and getting it posted when I should have been probably down in the kitchen cooking. But anyway, I still have all of the ingredients for it, obviously, and this coming weekend I'm gonna be decorating for Christmas, which you guys will see in probably my day one Vlogmas. So I'm gonna go ahead and make that recipe in that video. So you'll get to see that then. So obviously make sure that you're subscribed and you have your notifications turned on, because Vlogmas is gonna be super fun this year. I'm really excited. If you have any questions about the old Thanksgiving dinner this year, leave them down below in the comments. Otherwise, thank you so much for spending this video with me and spending Thanksgiving with me and my family. I'm very thankful for all of you, and I will see you in my next video. Bye. All right, guys, welcome back to my very favorite video of the year, my annual Thanksgiving dinner. Let's get started. You know, if all else fails, we're gonna get out a loaf of bread and have bread and butter, because I don't want crunchy onions in my stuffing. No, thank you. I was just thinking this morning, this is like what I always wanted when I was a kid. I guess that was like the one new thing that I tried. Ooh, so adventurous.
Okay, so this year is a little bit weird in that I was super busy this week and I also had to go have a procedure done today, a medical procedure. So I'm not super feeling 100%, but you know what? The show must go on and we gotta cook and I love doing it anyway, so here we are. So I have already made my meal plan. The best thing about having meal planners is that you can actually go back and see what you had previous years for Thanksgiving to make sure that you don't forget anything. I was also going back and looking at some of my previous Thanksgiving videos on my channel. I wanna say this is like my 5th or 6th year doing this video here on YouTube. So I actually created a playlist and I'll link that down below. If you want even more Thanksgiving inspiration, you can just go watch all of the videos. But I love cooking. I love being in my kitchen and cooking things from scratch. And so I always like to take you guys along with me. Of course, I don't cook everything myself. We have family and they bring things as well. So here is what we are planning on today. I am also going to share a grocery haul with you. I decided not to go in the store for the main part of my shopping this year because I didn't really have a whole lot of time. This week I got some stuff delivered and some stuff Adam and I actually went into the store and got earlier this week, but I'll show you that here in a second. This is the plan. So for appetizers, we are gonna have deviled eggs, little smokies. Adam's mom is bringing the deviled eggs. My sister is bringing little smokies. I am also going to make kind of like a veggie and cheese and cracker tray. I want to make a cheese ball and some veggies and dip. Adam's aunt is going to bring fruit salad. And then I also always love to have both homemade cranberry sauce and canned cranberry sauce in case, you know, different people like different things. And then I'm also making rolls. So that's another thing that I did earlier this week is I went ahead and got all of my Thanksgiving recipes out of my recipe binder and I've set those aside so those are ready to go. Side dishes, which arguably is the most important part of Thanksgiving. Hello, can I get an amen? Okay, I am making mashed potatoes. I usually make those in the Instant Pot, which is super easy because it helps keep the mashed potatoes warm and then you don't have to worry about them getting cold. Kira also requested that I make mac and cheese, which I thought was odd. She normally doesn't request that, but I'm also gonna make that in the Instant Pot. I actually have a really good recipe for Instant Pot mac and cheese. We have green bean casserole, corn casserole, which my sister is bringing. We are gonna make some homemade sausage dressing or stuffing, whatever you call it. I love using Ina Garten's sausage dressing recipe. I've used it for years. It's my very favorite one. And then I also usually make stovetop dressing in case, or stuffing in case people like that, because some people prefer just the plain Jane stovetop, which I totally get. And then I also usually make sweet potatoes. So I have all of the ingredients for that. This year I'm going to make my turkey in the oven with my recipe that I always use, which is Martha Stewart's recipe for roast turkey and turkey brine. So we're gonna go ahead and put the turkey in the brine this evening. I'm gonna obviously make gravy to go with the turkey and mashed potatoes. And then Adam is gonna be smoking the ham. So we went and got a spiral cut ham. He actually made today some homemade barbecue sauce and some homemade like maple bourbon glaze to go on top of the ham while he's smoking it. So he's taking care of that. For dessert, we're planning on pumpkin pie, of course. Adam's mom is gonna bring a cake. And then I am making mint chocolate brownies, which is another thing that both of my kids requested. They love this recipe. It's actually a recipe that was passed down to me by my mom and I love making them. You definitely have to make them the night before because they do have to set up in the fridge. And then I went ahead and got some chips for the kids just to snack on because, you know, kids love chips. And then for drinks, we're just gonna do soda and sparkling water and lemonade. I think that's it. So I went ahead and got some of my supplies out that I normally, you know, only use at Thanksgiving. So I'll show you those and I'm gonna share my grocery. And then as far as things that I had to order online and then things that I get out each year to use, this first one is my Cuisinart roasting pan. I'll link this down below. I actually picked this up on Amazon. I really like it because it has the rack, so the turkey kind of like sits up off the bottom of the pan and then you can like baste it as it's cooking. And then you can actually put this on top of the stove also and make your gravy out of it if you want to. I normally make my gravy separate with stock that I use from the giblets, how do you say it? I don't know. So I got that out. This is the gravy boat that I think I told you guys about this last year. So I got this many, many years ago, probably 20 years ago at this point, at Kmart, which I don't think Kmart is any longer in the States, but this is a Martha Stewart Everyday brand, and I bought this gravy boat on clearance when Adam and I lived in an apartment. This is before we were married. Our very first Thanksgiving, I tried to cook Thanksgiving dinner. The turkey was raw, it was a disaster, but I still have this gravy boat and I get it out every year, and it just reminds me of that time in my life and how far I've come in my home cooking journey. So if you too have tried to make a turkey and it was raw, just keep persevering. You'll get it eventually. These little turkey salt and pepper shakers, I love getting these out every year. I got these from Sur La Table, I believe, when they were on clearance one year, and I don't know, they just make me happy to get them out every year for Thanksgiving. So I grabbed those out of the cupboard, and then I actually had the forethought this year to order some things ahead of time so that I wouldn't be stuck without them like I was the last couple years. I got some cheesecloth. The turkey recipe that I use uses this, and then also these Ziploc big bags. If you try to get these at Walmart the week of Thanksgiving, you will not be able to get them because people are using them to obviously brine their turkeys. And so I was able to actually get these last week. You can also brine your turkey in a 5-gallon bucket, which I have done before, but it is super convenient to do in the bag. I think it's just a lot easier to handle. And so yeah, basically you put your turkey and the brine right in there. I put it in the roasting pan, and then I stick it out in the refrigerator in the garage overnight. There's 3 of these in here, so actually I should have enough for the next couple years of brining turkeys. I'm glad that I did not order any Thanksgiving napkins or plates because I have plenty from last year. So we're gonna go ahead and use those. And then I did not buy paper plates for the actual Thanksgiving dinner. We'll actually use regular plates for that. And then this is like a wood kind of like charcuterie board that I got from Walmart a few years ago. So I got this to make my, meat and cheese board on. I just realized that I have not really decorated for Thanksgiving. So if we have time to do that tomorrow, we will do that in the morning before everybody gets here, because I think that would be nice. Not necessary, but nice. Okay, so when you're cooking a big meal, you always want to start with what is going to take the longest. So if you need to like write it and plan it out, totally do that. I am going to go ahead and rinse out my sink because I'm going to put the turkey in here and we're going to give it a good rinse, and we're going to go ahead and get it into the brine. Okay, so like I said, I normally like to buy a very large turkey on purpose because number one, who wants to run out of turkey on Thanksgiving? And number two, I just want a lot of leftover turkey because it's good for sandwiches, it's good for hot turkey sandwiches, it's good for turkey rice soup, and you can give a lot to your family when they go home. Okay, so this says approximate roasting times, 4.5 to 5 hours. So if I want, let's think about this. So if I want the turkey to be done at, let's say 11:30, what's 11 minus 5? 6. So that means I probably need to get this in the oven at 6:30. Okay. We'll have a bright and early morning together. Not that early, could be worse. My dogs are like standing here as if any of this is gonna be for them at this point. Okay, so all I'm doing is just rinsing the turkey off with cold water. And typically inside the turkey cavity will be the neck, and there will be normally a bag of giblets in there. Oh nope, they're in the other end. I see them, they're in a little bag. Okay, we got them, don't worry. Okay, I do have something to confess, and that is that the turkey is actually supposed to be in the brine for 24 hours. However, I don't have 24 hours, I have about 12 hours, which is fine. You know, it's better than not brining it altogether, and it's gonna be very flavorful, you'll see. So it'll totally be fine. Okay, so
I got my turkey. I'm just draining the water out of it. I'm gonna put it in my roasting pan. Okay, and then I'm gonna get a little container here to put my giblets. Is it giblets or giblets? Who the F knows? I always say giblets. Am I wrong? Okay, neck and that.
Giblet, giblet.
Wash hands. Wash your sink. You don't get salmonella, okay? My first ever video that went viral on YouTube and got over 1 million views, I cooked chicken and I did not wash the chicken. And let me tell you, if people have opinions about anything, it's about washing chicken. There were people that were extremely mad that I did not wash my chicken. That's just not something that I was ever taught to do or ever grew up doing. Now, since then, there have been times where I have rinsed my chicken before. So I may be somewhat of a chicken washing convert, a little bit, not all the time. It depends on the chicken. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the turkey brine together. I will link all of these recipes down below. This one is from Martha Stewart. And in my stock pot here, I've got 1 quart of water. I'm just gonna go ahead and turn that on. And to that, I'm gonna add 1.5 cups of kosher salt. I have had the hardest time getting kosher salt at my local stores in town. I actually had to order this on Amazon. Okay, and then we need 6 bay leaves, 2 tablespoons of whole coriander seeds. This is another thing I had to buy on Amazon. I probably, I don't know if I've been able to find coriander seeds here before in BFP, Iowa. The odds are not good that I would be able to find them. 1 tablespoon of dried juniper berries. I know for certain. These smell good. Have you ever bought these? I mean, this is the only recipe I use them for, and actually, I don't think I've ever used them because I've never had the foresight to actually order them, and so I'm using them this year. They smell very fruity and delicious. Another thing that I would never be able to find in my town ever. 2 tablespoons of whole black peppercorns. I do have that. 1 tablespoon of fennel seeds. Always reminds me of sausage. 1 teaspoon of mustard seeds. You know, I could probably find mustard seeds here, but I just went ahead and ordered these online as well. Well, that's not it, but that's it for now. This is basically like the salty part of the brine. We're gonna mix this with 6 cups of cold water so that it cools off, and then we can pour it over the turkey. The other thing that this calls for is 1 bottle of wine, dry white wine, 2 onions sliced, 6 garlic cloves, and fresh thyme. Here's what the brine concentrate looks like. I really do recommend this recipe. Like I said, I've been using it for years and it always turns out great. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and throw in the thyme. We've got the onions in there. The salt is dissolved. It smells delicious. I'm cooling down the brine with some ice and some cold water, and I'm gonna go ahead and throw my garlic in there, and then I'll pour this over the turkey. All right, so here is our turkey. Basically, I just kind of like bunched the top of this bag up and secured it with a rubber band because the top is like way too tall for what I need. And I tried to like kind of secure it as tight as I could because I want to make sure that obviously the meat, you know, a lot of the meat comes in contact with the brine. So I'm going to set this in the fridge now, and I may in a couple hours try to flip it. I don't know if that's going to work or not. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Well, actually, I'm kind of thinking, should I flip it now? Because you really want the breast to get brined the most. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Okay. I flipped it over. I feel much better about that. All right, I'm gonna stick this in the fridge. I don't know what is wrong with me, but I just realized I forgot to put the wine in the turkey brine. So let's open this bag back up for the second time. That is quite good, actually. Okay. Glug, glug, glug.
Okay, we're closing this for the third and final time. And then this turkey will be put to bed. And we'll see it in the morning. So next, let's do the turkey gravy. This is an Alton Brown recipe. So for this, I obviously need the neck and the giblets. And then it says the backbone. I obviously did not take my backbone out of the turkey, so that is not getting put in here, but I have made this many times and it turns out fine. So I need 1 onion, 1 carrot, and 1 stalk of celery. Let me get that before we start. So I rinsed out the pot I used to make the brine, and we're going to use this to make the stock for the gravy. So I'm just going to add a little bit of avocado oil in the bottom. Okay, let's add the turkey neck. Okay, so this is making quite a mess. I've got my exhaust fan on and I've got the turkey neck in there. I'm going to go ahead and add my veggies. So I've got carrot, onion, celery, and a few cloves of garlic. So this has been sauteing for a little bit, and I am going to pour in 6 cups of cold water. Okay, so I don't really think I explained this like very successfully before, but essentially what we're doing is we're making a turkey stock out of the neck and the giblets, and then we'll use that to make the gravy tomorrow. So I've got my water in here, I've got all my veggies and my turkey. I also put some salt in there, and then we need a teaspoon of black peppercorns, 1 bay leaf. This is what I needed the other fresh herbs for. I couldn't remember. Okay, so I guess it says 1 sprig of rosemary, and I'll add a couple sprigs of thyme. So as inspiration, I was actually just watching last year's Cook With Me, Thanksgiving Cook With Me, because I don't know, I was just looking at my list and I'm like, am I forgetting anything? I feel like I'm forgetting something. I'm probably not forgetting something. I don't know, it's totally possible. I mean, I forgot to do half the things with the brine, so. Okay, so this seems like to me it's not enough water, so I think I'm gonna add a couple more cups of water, and then basically we'll bring this to a boil and let it simmer until it makes like a really rich stock. The recipe says 1.5 hours. I'm thinking it normally doesn't take that long. We'll see. Okay, so here is the chocolate mint brownie recipe that I'm making. This is a recipe of my mom's, who is no longer with us. So I don't know, it just always reminds me of her when I make it. And these are super delicious. So I will, obviously I don't have a link to this recipe, so I'll type it out down below. In my bowl here, I've just got 1 stick of softened butter. And I'm gonna go ahead and add 1 cup of granulated sugar to that. And then I'm just gonna use my hand mixer to beat this up. Well, it would help if I plugged it in. Hello. Okay, we're gonna add 4 eggs. Actually, we need to add 2 at a time and then mix. Okay, so this recipe is kind of old and it calls for 1 can of Hersheys syrup. I can no longer find cans of Hersheys syrup. So every time I make this, I just use a bottle of, like just the regular size bottle of Hersheys syrup. I measured it this time. It does come out to about 1.5 cups. So we're gonna add that. Okay, and then we need 1¼ cups of flour, and that is it. Kind of an interesting recipe. No baking soda or baking powder or anything. I always like to bake these brownies in a metal pan. Don't ask me why, it's just always what I do and they turn out fine. So I have some Baker's Joy here. I'm just gonna spray this pan. If you're not familiar with Baker's Joy, it is a cooking spray that has flour in it. So it's really good for baking. I'm sure you don't have to do this, but I do like to line my brownie pan with parchment paper, just because if these brownies stick,
there's gonna be no point to making them. Then I'll spray this paper. And here is our brownie batter. Okay, and this is a pretty thin layer of brownie because we're going to frost it with a mint frosting, and then we're gonna glaze it with chocolate on top so it has a couple more layers. So I'm gonna pop this in the oven for how long? I'm going to put it in the oven for 30 to 35 minutes. So this is the recipe that I'm going to use for the mac and cheese. Now I'm not gonna put broccoli in it, but I have made this before in the Instant Pot and it turns out great. So for this, I need 12 ounces of extra sharp cheddar grated. And then I also need some grated cheddar cheese for the cheese ball. This cheese ball recipe is from a Cook's Country magazine in 2011. It's like my favorite cheese ball recipe. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is just grate all of the cheese that I need for both of those with my food processor. I've got my food processor here. This thing is a workhorse. It is a 14 cup Cuisinart food processor. And anytime anyone asks me, what kind of food processor should I get? I always recommend this one because they will literally last you a lifetime. So I've got basically the shredding blade on here, which looks like this. This also comes with a slicing blade. So it's just super convenient to shred cheese like this. So all you have to do is put your cheese in the top here. And what I'm gonna do is shred up the cheese for the mac and cheese first, and then I'll just put that in a little baggie and it'll be ready to go in the fridge for tomorrow. Sometimes you'll get a piece like stuck in there like that, which honestly really isn't that big of a deal because it's all gonna melt together anyway. All right, so for the cheese ball, we need 2 cups of sharp shredded cheddar cheese. And what's nice about this recipe is that it also calls to make it in a food processor. So we're only gonna have to dirty it once. I'm gonna shred the cheese into the bowl here. Okay, and then we just need to replace this with the regular blade. To my shredded cheese, I'm adding 8 ounces of regular cream cheese. I know you guys like to see the doggies. Here, you want a piece of cheese? Nope, you guys sit. I gotta split it between you, okay? Can you sit? Oh, good boys, look at that. We're gonna add 2 tablespoons of mayo, 1 tablespoon of Worcestershire. I'm gonna piss everybody off the way I say Worcestershire. I don't have any of the pre-minced garlic on hand, so I just have about 1 clove of garlic. I'm putting it through my garlic press. This is an OXO garlic press. I do highly recommend this one. You guys know my love for OXO kitchen products. Definitely knows no bounds. We're adding 1/4 of a teaspoon of cayenne pepper, and that is it. We will roll this in some almonds, but let's process this. So here's what it looks like when you're done. It basically looks like a cheese spread, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and taste this because I wanna make sure it doesn't need salt or anything like that. And then I was gonna say also, if you don't have a food processor, you can totally still make cheese balls. I did it for years before I had a proper food processor. I would just mix everything together in a bowl. Obviously you won't be able to get kind of your cheese as like chopped up and smooth as this, but you can still, you know, where there's a will, there's a way. All right, if you've never made a cheese ball before, here's how you do it. Basically, what you're gonna do is you are going to form this into a ball in saran wrap. And that is so that it can be formed and refrigerated so that then you can roll it in nuts or bacon or really whatever you want. And then that. So I'll just, basically I have a rubber spatula. I'm gonna scrape the blade off. I'm just gonna kind of put all the cheese right there in the middle. Why are cheese balls so delicious? I don't know. I don't make the rules. I'm just thinking I could do a whole video about cheese balls. Who would watch that though? I mean, I feel like not a lot of people would watch that. I could be surprised though, you know? You never know which video is gonna be a banger. Cheese ball video just might be it. That cayenne pepper just gives like the right amount of kick Like it's not spicy, it's just you can just taste it a little bit. Okay, so now what you want to do is basically kind of bring up your saran wrap into a little, I don't know, like a satchel, and then you're going to squeeze it down into there. And this isn't going to be perfect, right? We're not about perfection here. But then you just twist it and you fold it over and you shape it, okay? And then this is how, and it's fine if it's lumpy under the bottom, we don't care about that. We're just gonna put it like this on a plate and we're gonna refrigerate it. And tomorrow morning, what we can do then is toast some almonds, roll it in the almonds, and then you can have this with crackers. Now I will say with cheese balls, when you take them out of the fridge at first, obviously they're very hard. So you kind of want to let them sit out for like an hour or so before your guests arrive. Look at that. All right, so what I'm thinking I'm gonna do next is the cranberry sauce. I'm just waiting for the brownies to come out of the oven. They're almost done. This is the recipe I use for, it says perfect cranberry sauce. It's from Food Network Kitchens. It's very, very simple. I just checked on my turkey stock. Seems to be doing very well. I'll probably let that simmer for another, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes. This is 12 ounces of cranberries that I washed up. And I'm gonna reserve half a cup of these. That way I can kind of mix them in at the end, just so we'll have like some whole berries in there. Okay, so to the cranberries, I'm gonna turn this on. I'm gonna go ahead and add 1 cup of plain white sugar, 2 tablespoons of water, and then I'm just gonna peel the zest off of this orange and add that as well. And then since I have the orange, what I'll usually do is just squeeze the remainder of the orange into the cranberries just to add a little bit more of that orange flavor. Okay, so I'm gonna turn this down to low heat and let it cook for about 15 minutes. Okay, so I transferred the cranberry sauce to a bowl. It's done, so I'm just gonna go ahead and stick that in the fridge. Good morning, friends. Okay, it is 6:30 on Thanksgiving morning. I'm tired. Okay, so I just got the turkey and the brine out of the fridge, so we need to get that in the oven. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and take the turkey out of the brine and rinse it off. Okay, so I have my turkey on my roasting rack in the pan. I need to get some twine. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to sprinkle the inside of the turkey with salt and pepper. I did go ahead and leave some of the onions and thyme in there because it's not going to hurt anything. Okay, and then you want to fold the wingtips under the turkey. They don't want to fold. Come on, baby. I don't have time for you. Okay, and then if you tie the wings together in a bow, that'll be easier to remove later. It's almost too big for my pan here. Okay, now I'm gonna rub this with softened butter. Okay, so in this pan, I've got some white wine and some butter melted together. I'm gonna place my cheesecloth in there. This is what's gonna help make the skin crispy. Okay, so the turkey goes in the oven. I took the cheesecloth out and put it over the breast because that's the part we want to brown. This will go in the oven at 450 degrees for 30 minutes, and then we'll turn the oven temperature down, leave it in there for about 5 hours, and baste it every half hour. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish the brownies. So again, I've got my first layer here that I made last night. We're gonna make the mint frosting layer. So I've got a 1 stick of butter in my bowl. Okay, I'm gonna beat this up just a bit. I'm adding 2 cups of powdered sugar. Mix very slowly. I'm gonna add 2 tablespoons of milk. Okay, you may have to add a little bit more milk. It just kind of depends on the consistency. All right, I'm gonna add half a teaspoon of peppermint extract. And then I typically add green food coloring because, you know, it's a mint. So I have this gel food coloring. We're gonna see if that's enough. So we're gonna add the frosting to here. You could totally do red too if you wanted to, like for Christmas, that would be fun. Okay, and then you just wanna carefully spread this out as evenly as you can. An offset spatula makes this super easy. So if you don't have one of these, I highly recommend it. It makes spreading things like frosting, it's so much easier. It's kind of hard to judge, but you wanna try to spread it in as evenly of a layer as possible because we're gonna put a layer of chocolate over this. This is the point where I realized that my oven is not level because the brownies are like a little bit slanted in the pan. It's funny. Frosting for these brownies is super easy, or the chocolate glaze. So it's 1 cup of chocolate chips and then 6 tablespoons of butter. We're gonna melt this in the microwave and stir it every so often. So the turkey has been in the oven for 30 minutes. I've got my butter and my wine here. I'm just gonna baste this.
Look like that?
What?
Why does the top of the turkey look like that?
We go over this every year. It has cheesecloth on it.
Oh! No, actually, this is the first time I've ever done that. But, okay. Which makes sense, because that will hold moisture up on top of it.
Okay, I'll put this back in the oven. I'm gonna turn it down to 350 degrees and bake it for another 3 hours. Okay, so this chocolate and butter kind of looks like it won't combine, but it will. So you basically just have to stir it after it's melted until it comes together. All right, so you just want to pour the melted chocolate over the frosting, and then we'll spread it out with the offset spatula. Brownies are done. These need to go into the refrigerator to set up, so I'm gonna go ahead and pop them in there. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and toast the almonds for the cheese balls. So I just have half a cup of almonds in a skillet here. Make sure you watch them because they can burn quickly. And then I'm gonna make some sour cream dip for my veggies. So I'm gonna double this recipe. It calls for 3/4 of a cup of sour cream. I actually have a 3/4 of a cup measuring cup that I got from Temu. How cool is that? All right, I just added 6 tablespoons of mayo. We're gonna add 1 teaspoon of dried dill, 1 teaspoon of garlic powder, half a teaspoon of onion powder, salt and pepper, okay, and then we need 2 tablespoons of minced chives. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and mix this up. I've never made this recipe before. It's from spendwithpennies.com. I don't know how it can be bad. I just thought I would make some homemade dip rather than from a mix. Okay, so here is our cheese ball that we made last night. So I have cooled the toasted almonds and I'm gonna go ahead and roll the cheese ball in those. You really do kind of have to press the nuts into here. So I kind of shaped it with my hands so it was a little bit more uniformly round. And I'm just gonna transfer it to this container so I can put it back in the fridge until it's time to get back out again. Okay, so we need 16 cups of bread cubes for the sausage and herb stuffing. This is the Einigarten recipe that I use. I think this loaf of bread will probably be enough, but In case it's not, I also have some regular bread I can supplement with. So I'm just gonna cut this into about 1-inch cubes. Be very careful with serrated knives. I almost think that they are more dangerous than regular knives just because of the sawing motion. There was one year where I cannot remember what I was cutting, if I was cutting bread or something else, but I actually sliced my finger with a serrated knife, and I had to go to the emergency room and get stitches in the middle of cooking a holiday dinner. It was not a fun time. So I did supplement with just a little bit of wheat bread, which is totally fine. We need 16 cups total. I'm gonna put these out on the biggest baking sheet that I have and bake these in the oven for, I don't know, about 7 to 10 minutes until they get very dry. So I just went upstairs and took a shower, got myself looking presentable for the day. I can tell you, once everyone leaves today, I will be taking a nap. I think my sister's gonna come over early and help me with some stuff. And I need to get started on the rolls so those can start rising. I haven't made homemade rolls for Thanksgiving in a while. They taste very delicious, but it's kind of a lot of work. So I'm kind of wondering why I decided to do this. But alas, here we are. So the turkey has been in the oven for a little less than 3 hours. I'm gonna pour the last remaining bit of wine and butter mixture over the cheesecloth. I'm gonna put it back in for another half hour, and then we will remove the cheesecloth and let it cook the rest of the way. So I'm gonna use my stand mixer for the rolls. This is the recipe that I am using and have used in the past. There's another recipe that I've used that's in one of my Taste of Home cookbooks, but this is the one I pulled out today. So Parker House rolls from the Recipe Critic. So I need some warm milk and some warm water. Half a cup of warm water. I'm also gonna put some milk in this and warm it up in the microwave. We're gonna add 4 tablespoons of sugar. By the way, I'm doubling this recipe so we can ensure that we have enough rolls. We need 2 packs of active dry yeast. Add the warm milk. I'm gonna mix this up. And then we're just gonna let this sit for 5 to 10 minutes to let the yeast proof. All right, not gonna lie, one of my favorite things about the holidays is getting out this giant ass bowl and making my stuffing in it. So I actually got this on Amazon several years ago because I didn't have a bowl this big. So I am going to put my dried bread cubes in there. And I should be able to reuse this big pan for the dinner rolls. So I think I'll just set that aside. So the recipe that I use for the sweet potato casserole is, I believe it's from the New York Times. And it calls to bake the potatoes in the oven, the sweet potatoes. However, these sweet potatoes are so large that I fear it's gonna take way too long. If I was gonna bake them, I should have done it way ahead of time. So I think I did this last year too. I'm just gonna cut them up and boil them until they're tender in some salted water, and that should work just fine. Another plug for OXO, my peeler. I love this peeler. It's super inexpensive on Amazon. I think I mentioned this last night, but any of the cooking tools and stuff that I use in today's video, I'll try and link them all in the description box below. If I happen to miss one, just let me know in the comments and I will link it for you. And it's funny because when I actually bought this peeler, like a bunch of the reviews were like 1 and 2 star reviews because they said it was too sharp. I'm like, can a peeler be too sharp? Like, I mean, isn't that kind of the point, is to make peeling things very easy? Okay, my yeast. That's my yeast. You know when you're peeling like, you know, butternut squash or something like that with like a super tough skin, this peeler makes it super duper easy. And you know, I'm kind of weird. I know that, we've already established that, but I actually like peeling potatoes. I'm gonna peel the potatoes for the mashed potatoes here in a little bit too. I need to get my Instant Pots out for the mac and cheese and the mashed potatoes. All right, back to the rolls. If it seems like I'm hopping around on different things, it's because I am. This is the reality of cooking a large dinner. So I am gonna add 1 stick. I keep wanting to say 1 cup. 1 stick of butter is half a cup. I'm adding 1 stick of softened butter and 2 eggs, and I'm gonna mix this up. While this is running, I'm gonna add 5 to 6 cups of flour along with a couple of teaspoons of salt. When you're working with bread dough, a lot of times you kind of have to go by feel, because a lot of it's gonna depend on how humid it is in your area, you know, what brand of flour that you're using. It's not always an exact science, so definitely you know, use the recipe as a guide. I'm gonna scrape down the side. Oops, I'm gonna scrape down the sides a little bit. Okay, so we want the dough to start like pulling away from the sides of the bowl, which means I'm probably gonna use closer to 6 cups or maybe even a little bit more. Okay, so let's dust the counter, but I need to knead it a little bit until it's soft. Okay, that feels good. I mean, yeah, that's good. Okay. Okay, I'm not so worried now. Not that I was worried, because, you know, if all else fails, we're gonna get out a loaf of bread and have bread and butter instead of rolls. And obviously, well, that wouldn't be ideal, but, you know, it wouldn't be the end of the world, right? Pop this back in here. So all I'm gonna do is just drizzle the top with a little bit of olive oil, put a towel over it, and then I'll leave it kind of on the back of the stove just to rise for about an hour. Okay, so I'm just gonna cut these sweet potatoes into large chunks, put them in a pot, and we'll boil these until they're tender. Good Lord. You know, I was just thinking about, like, you ever feel like in your life sometimes things just happen so insidiously and gradually that you don't, like, take the time to realize how far you've actually come? I feel like sometimes that happens to me. Like, I was just thinking this morning, this is like what I always wanted when I was a kid, is like, or even like a young adult, you know. I was like, I want to have a big house. I want to cook Thanksgiving dinner. I want to have a lot of people over. I don't know, it's just always what I wanted to do. And it's like, now I'm doing it. And I think sometimes we just don't stop to appreciate, you know, how far we've come and what we've really achieved in life. So if that's you too, I would encourage you today to think about that. How far you've come, what goals have you reached that maybe were so gradual and slow that you didn't even stop to think about them. Here's my doggies, they went go outside. You go outside? So while the potatoes, sweet potatoes I guess, are cooking, I'm gonna work on the sausage dressing. So I've got a big skillet here. I've got olive oil, so it's okay. So we're gonna brown this sausage. Now, like I said before, this is just regular Jimmy Dean breakfast sausage. If you wanted to use sweet sausage, you could for this. If you wanted to use spicy or hot, you could. I just use the regular because the stuffing also has apples in it, which adds a little bit of sweetness. So I just tend to stick with the regular. Okay, so I chopped up 2 Granny Smith apples, 2 onions, and some celery. And I've just got these sauteing in a skillet with a stick of butter. I'm just using the same skillet that I cooked the sausage in. Okay, so I went ahead and transferred the sausage into the bread mixture here. I'm going to add in the veggie mixture. So this is the apple, onion, and celery, along with the butter and some herbs. I like to really cook them until it's nice and tender because I don't want crunchy onions in my stuffing. No thank you. All right, we're gonna add about a tablespoon of salt. Well, I'm not gonna add quite as much because I need to add some broth to this. Pepper. All right, so I chopped up 2 tablespoons of flat leaf parsley, so I'm gonna add that. The recipe calls for 1 cup of chicken broth, but I always have to add more, so I made up 2 cups, so we'll see if that's enough. Oh yeah, would you get the butter dish out of the top of that cabinet? It's on the top right, or top left, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, the one closest to the stove, top left. It's white. Okay, so this is the dish that I'm gonna use for the stuffing. This is from Sur La Table. I like it because it's super deep for a 9x13. And this does make quite a bit of dressing, so I'm gonna transfer this in there. I did have to add, I don't know, I would say maybe 4 or 5 cups of broth. That's normal. I always have to add way more than the recipe says. I just don't think that 1 cup of broth is obviously going to be enough for 16 cups of bread cubes. Okay, so then I just kind of spread this out and lightly pack it down. Okay, so I went ahead and drained my sweet potatoes, put them in the mixer here along with a stick of butter. So I'm just gonna mash those, and we're gonna add 1 can of sweetened condensed milk and 2 eggs. Okay, so I'm gonna add a 1/4 cup of granulated sugar, and then I'm adding some vanilla.
So after the first rise was done on the rolls, you need to basically roll them out, cut them, put them on a baking sheet, and let them rise again. So I went ahead and put my dough out on the counter, and you want to roll it about a 1/2 inch thick. Too much thicker than that, and the rolls won't probably cook all the way through. So I just have a regular circle cutter. You could use a fluted one if you want to. And then I'm just cutting those and putting them on a baking sheet. You can see also that I am putting an indent in the center of them with my finger. Brush them with butter, and you'll actually fold them in half before you let them rise for the second time. So I also needed to finish cutting up all of the veggies for the veggie tray. You saw me make the dip earlier, so I cut up some carrots that I had in the fridge, some celery. We had some cheese and crackers on there. I found some olives and pickles and just different things in the fridge to include on there. So that is what I did. Actually, my sister helped me put that together, which was super helpful to have her come over sort of at the 11th hour and help with all of the last minute stuff. I always find that, you know, I've been filming these videos for like 5 or 6 years now, and it's always super chaotic when everyone starts coming over and you have to kind of get everything done. So right now, Connor is helping me put together the Instant Pot mac and cheese. So I'm adding my noodles and some salt and some butter to the Instant Pot, pour in some water, and then basically you cook the noodles right in the Instant Pot. They don't even need to be drained, and then you just kind of stir in the cheese at the end. So I poured my sweet potato mixture into a baking dish. I wish I would have had mini marshmallows, but my store was out of them, so they substituted the large marshmallows. So I went ahead and put those on the top. You just want to kind of do that for the last like 15 minutes of baking so that they will brown a little bit. Here is my turkey. This actually turned out super great. The skin was nice and crispy, very flavorful. Like I said, I highly recommend that cheesecloth recipe or method if you've never used that before. I have found it is one of the most fail-proof ways to make a turkey. I know that a lot of people say that they like to cook their turkey in one of the oven bags. I've actually never done that before, or if I have, it's been like a long time. I was actually going back and looking at last year's video, and Adam smoked the turkey last year, which that's also good. And in fact, I might have him do that next year because it's just less that I have to do. And then, you know, if he smokes a turkey and a ham, then basically I only have to worry about the sides. So I feel like that's a little less chaotic, but definitely recommend the brining method of turkey. It makes it turn out really well. So here's our spread. We had our homemade rolls that I made. We had plenty of those. The mashed potatoes we made in the Instant Pot, which was really convenient. Actually, at the end here, I'm going to kind of give you a debrief of everything that we made and how everything turned out. Our mac and cheese, the original recipe calls for broccoli, like I said, but I did not include that. So just plain mac and cheese. We had our sweet potatoes, and then my sister made corn casserole. There are tons of recipes out there for that corn casserole, but the one that I use is the Paula Deen recipe. We had our ham, our turkey gravy. My sister also brought little smokies. Here is the turkey that actually turned out, like I said, super good. Adam's mom made chicken and noodles, which the kids love those, Kira especially. She also made some homemade applesauce and brought that, some deviled eggs, and then Adam's aunt brought a fruit salad that has like marshmallows in it. All the kids love that. Here is our Ina Garten recipe sausage stuffing that turned out really good, and then the stovetop stuffing, obviously a classic as well. And then this was a look at the meat and cheese tray that we made. So like I said, lots of veggies and cheese and our cheese ball. Highly recommend that dip recipe. It turned out really good. And here was my plate before I dug in. I had a little bit of everything and definitely could not eat it all. But that's fine because I always think one of the best parts of Thanksgiving is the leftovers. In fact, sometimes I think the leftovers even taste better than on the day of, especially if you're the one like cooking the meal. I find that you've probably tasted everything already by that point. Here were the leftover brownies that we had. Obviously, everyone loved those, and I'm just putting the leftovers into a container to put them into the fridge. And then we also had pumpkin pie, which I had to wait until later that evening to have a slice because I was so full. But I know pumpkin pie is like a hot take. Some people like it, some people don't. I personally really love pumpkin pie, and I prefer Cool Whip with mine rather than regular whipped cream. I just think it's like very nostalgic and quintessential. So that was super delicious. Okay, so it's several days after Thanksgiving now, and I kind of wanted to do a debrief on everything that I made and how it went. What I found after years and years of filming these videos is that once people kind of start arriving on the day of Thanksgiving, it starts getting really crazy and I forget to pick up my camera. I'm not filming as much, and so that part gets a little bit hectic, which is exactly what happened this year. So I kind of wanted to go through everything, and I don't think that I made anything new this year. Usually I always try to make like at least one recipe new, but I knew I was gonna be busy the week before Thanksgiving and I was kind of stressed out anyway, so I decided not to do that this year, which was totally fine. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of go through the things that I made. So the cheese ball, I really love this recipe. I haven't made it in quite a while, and it's really good. So definitely recommend this for sure. Also, that dip that I made to go with the veggies, like the sour cream and mayo and chive dip, that was also really good. I will definitely be making that again. I guess that was like the one new thing that I tried. Ooh, so adventurous. Okay, so the rolls. Every year that I have made homemade rolls, I always get a lot of compliments on them, but I still am not convinced that the work is worth it, especially since with rolls, you have to do kind of like a lot at the last minute, meaning like the morning of. It's kind of hard to like prep it overnight, obviously, because you have to let it rise right before you bake it. I still am convinced that Rhodes rolls are just as good as homemade. However, I will say that this particular recipe that I used for the Parker House rolls from the Recipe Critic, I don't actually think this is my favorite roll recipe. The one that I really like the most is in one of my Taste of Home cookbooks. So if I make those again, I will probably go to that recipe. Okay, cranberry sauce. I always make the one from Food Network.
I make the homemade cranberry sauce, and then we have the jelly cranberry sauce as well. Nothing to complain about there. Okay, mashed potatoes. So I think with the mashed potatoes, we actually made them in the Instant Pot, which I always say is super convenient, obviously, because you can keep them warm. And my sister actually made those, but I think we actually put too many potatoes in the pot because some of them, I don't want to say they burned, but they got like brown. And I just think there were too many potatoes in there. So we probably just should have stuck to a 5-pound bag. They were still really good. It's just like if you notice, I don't know if I took, I'm sure I took footage of it, but they were a little bit like the potatoes were a little bit dark. Obviously that wouldn't have happened if we would have made them on the stove, but there were also way too many things like cooking on the stove and near the oven area. So that can be challenging as well. I guess another thing you could do is you could mash the potatoes on the stove and keep them warm in a slow cooker, but then you're just dirtying more dishes. I will say that it took me like a good 2 days to cycle all my dishes through the dishwasher, and I also hand wash them as well. So that's always a fun thing right there. The Instant Pot mac and cheese, I definitely recommend this recipe. One thing that I did do that I don't think I showed in the video just because it was too chaotic was I did thicken this up with a little bit of cornstarch whisked with milk, just because the sauce was like a little bit thin. And sometimes when you let it sit, it will thicken up, but for some reason it wasn't thickening up. I really do recommend this recipe, even if you're not making it for Thanksgiving. It's just a good Instant Pot mac and cheese recipe. Sausage dressing is one of my favorites. I also made stovetop dressing, which I don't think I showed that. There was too much going on. But this is my absolute favorite dressing recipe from Ina Garten. Highly recommend it. I've been making it for years and years. Actually, it looks like I've been making it for over 10 years. So love that one. Sweet potatoes, I don't know if I talked about the recipe that I used, but this is from New York Times Cooking. I actually subscribe to the New York Times Cooking app because I find that they have a lot of really good like high quality recipes, and I like their cooking tips and everything. So this recipe comes from them. Basically it's just potatoes, sweetened condensed milk, eggs. I personally am not a huge fan of sweet potatoes, but everyone that likes sweet potatoes seems to like them. So if you like sweet potatoes, definitely recommend that recipe. Adam was saying that he did not like the taste of the gravy this year. I didn't really tell that much of a difference. He said it was kind of bland. I guess I probably could have added more flavoring to it. I do typically add some Worcestershire to my gravy because I find that that gives it like a nice, I don't know, like a good savory flavor. But it was okay. It was fine. It's gravy. We had plenty. We didn't run out. And then the turkey brine and the roast turkey, again, are Martha Stewart recipes. Definitely recommend this, especially the method with the cheesecloth over the skin. That is the most fail-proof method that I have found to get a really nice crispy brown skin on your turkey. And even though my turkey was really large, it was almost 25 pounds, it was still done within the amount of time that the recipe said. I did check it, obviously in the leg using a meat thermometer, so we were good to go there. And then the ham that Adam made turned out really good. I'll see if he can send me the link for the recipe. Unfortunately, I didn't get any footage of it or anything. There was too much going on. So I'll see if he can send me the link for the ingredients for the glaze, but it turned out really good, and we still actually have a bunch of ham left over, so that will be good for ham sandwiches and ham salad and things like that. I did also make the chocolate mint brownies, which everyone loves, and they were gone ASAP. I think actually after everyone left and took home their leftovers, we only had like 4 or 5 left, and they got eaten out of the fridge within the next couple of days, so that was good. We had pumpkin pie and then cake that Adam's mom brought, and then drinks and chips. So yeah, that was pretty much it for everything that we had. So overall, I would say a successful Thanksgiving dinner. I always try to think of how I can make it like less chaotic during the time of actually like right before we eat. I haven't quite found that yet, just because there's so many things going on and there's so many things you have to keep warm. I did, however,
get a fair amount of things done the night before. So it's not like I really felt like rushed or anything like that. It's just, I think it's just a lot going on. But again, I was able to make a lot of things the night before. So I think that part worked out really well. So overall, good. I want to hear how your guys' Thanksgiving went. Did you have any fails? I always love hearing about the fails too, because I think it's funny. Actually, someone I work with a couple years ago decided to make green bean casserole like from scratch. I think it was like Alton Brown's recipe. And it's like, just stick to like the cream of mushroom, you know, canned French onions, because apparently they tried to like make the crispy onions by themselves and they burned them, and then like they had to make a roux for the sauce, and it was all it was all a mess. So I love hearing about the fails as well, because I have had my fair share of those over the years. All right, happy Thanksgiving. I'll see you guys later, probably tomorrow for another video. Bye.